the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And just like a red, white, and blue phoenix rising from the ashes of political bipartisanship, we are back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
This is Saturday, April 30th, 2022, episode 126, 12:08 p.m.
Fucking solid. Welcome back, everybody, to the Salt of the Streets podcast, your one and only source for social and political commentary and all the weekly news, pop culture, and sports that you can handle. The best part about the whole deal, it's all built from the ground up for people like you and me, the everyday normal person. So come down and join us as we discuss life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and continue our endless endeavor to bridge the gap between people and information. As always, we are your hosts. I am Colin.
And I am Donovan.
And today, we've got another just jam-packed show. We're going to be doing our usual format where we cut everything up into 4 pieces with 3-minute breaks in between, because we like the number 3. It's a lucky number. Is it a prime number? I'm not that.
Yeah.
So we'll go with
it's anything that's divisible by 1 and of itself, and 3 is just 1 and 3. That's the only thing you can divide it by. So
all I know is I've been listening to a lot of that the Dark Horse podcast.
Okay.
And I feel like every other episode, Brett talks about prime numbers.
Yeah, those are some weird fuckers. Those are some
so
weird people.
Man. Oh, but anyways, on our show this week, we are kicking off part 1. We're keeping it local again. We've got some serious moves in the Supreme Court related to a former Bremerton high school football coach.
Yep.
And it's going up to Supreme Court, so we're going to talk about that. And then you got something about college registration admissions or something like that?
Yes, it is the college admission rates going down immensely in the state. So
interesting.
In our state in particular, across the country, but in our state in particular is what we're going to be talking about, because part 1 is always local stories.
Yeah.
So.
And then we're going to be jumping into part 2. We're going to be talking about, of course, our lovely President Joe Biden loves new gun executive orders. I don't want to call them laws because they're not. They're not. We're going to be doing that, and then looking at the nomination of the new ATF. What do you call the director of the ATF?
Director, yeah. I don't have too much about him, so we'll just kind of say that it happened.
Okay. I've got a nice background on his former life before this nomination.
Excellent.
Part 3, we're going to be breaking into the Elon Musk purchase of Twitter and all the fallout thereof. And then, obviously, in part 4, our grab bag segment, we're going to be talking about Taylor Lorenz a little bit and her doxing of the Libs of TikTok account. And we've got a bunch of other stuff in there.
Little Russia update.
Yeah.
You know, because that's still going on.
Going on.
It is still happening. So, yeah, we have a little Russia update, and then I have the one story that I pulled super late in the week that we can just
Missouri
discuss.
Trans
law so it
stuff.
has to do with what they call gender-affirming care, right? But this is, in Missouri, they're trying to ban it for anyone under 25.
Interesting.
And that's why I wanted to bring it up to you, is because it's no longer 18, it's 25. They're trying to, they have a bill going through the state legislature to ban it for anyone under 18, and now there's talks of amending it to 25 after it's passed both chambers. Yes.
Because we're talking like, all right, you're already a legal adult. That sounds promising. I'm excited.
Yes.
I hope you all are too.
Yes, we have lots of great things going on. Obviously, we want to thank you guys for being here on our YouTube, youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our, Instagram, instagram.com/saltofthestreets. We had our first ad go out this week, so go there, check it out. It's also the trailer or whatever on our YouTube page. So you can go there. If you're unsubscribed, obviously, it'll be the first thing that pops up. We have our Facebook, facebook.com/saltofthestreets. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. We also have our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all this on saltofthestreets.com. Speaking of the Patreon, right, we had some great things come out this week. The book club is going on. We have the review preview that drops tomorrow. We have the beer show that dropped yesterday. That's on the YouTube. That's everywhere. We also have a newsletter that dropped today at 7 o'clock. It was actually at like 6:46 or something, because I went back and I read it and I had to change a few things. So it's like 6:46, but it's there. It's never too late to go and subscribe to Patreon. Anything $5 and above, you get the newsletters. I think this was number 6. So there's 6 back newsletters that you can read. They're incredible. This one is very, very good this week. Colin wrote about Republican or Roman Republic populism in modern culture and the ways that you can compare and contrast type of things. We talked a lot about that in the review preview, even referenced that there. Last month's book, or this month, I guess technically because it's still April, this month's book was Rubicon. And next month, May, the book is Here, The Coddling of the American Mind. There it is, The Coddling of the American Mind. That is the May book. I actually know Tyler he happened to buy it on Audible, like the day before I talked about it.
Oh,
and then
shit.
Shane just scooped it on Audible. So there's already a few people that are into this book, and this one is, I think, a little more broadly appealing than some of the other ones that we've read. So with that, let me ask you this, is based on your article this week. So
Ooh.
let me ask you this, Colin. We will get right into it. I'm going to read a quote from your article and ask you about it. Okay. So this is deep in the lower pages. This is like on the second to last page, right? So I will just read this quote to you, and then anybody who wants to learn more or read more of this, you can go subscribe to our Patreon, $5 and above, and you get this newsletter. So,
Cat's probably chasing him.
It's the cat. The cat is getting after the dog. I don't know if you guys heard that, but one of the dogs is yipping. Okay. So you're talking about populism in modern day, and let's see. This is the quote. In some ways, this is actually a good thing. Oh, here, I'll go back in a little bit. In our political system, politicians can use populism to gain enough support to get themselves into office, and thanks to our corrupt and incestuous governance system, incestuous governance system is so good.
It's a strong
There were
line.
several times reading this, found myself shaking my head, and I was like, yes, it's like, that is well written. So, yeah, no, I'm a big fan of that. And thanks to our corrupt and incestuous governance system, can quickly become somewhat immune from the need to wholly rely on populism to stay in power. In some ways, this is actually a good thing. In some ways, it is bad. It's good for the simple reason that the politician can more or less rely on the partisan systems and institutions to help keep them in power, giving them the freedom to act as they would as long as they conform to the overall party narrative and plan. So that's what I wanted to ask you about, because you framed this particular thing, and really, I guess, just ask you to expand on it. Because you framed it that as like a good thing, right? And to me, it seems like it's a little bit of a bad thing, because that seems like it would be leading to some of the complacency and stuff that we see in modern politics today. We have a lot of people, especially in the House, like you're talking about populism, so especially in the House, who are able to just kind of go by every 2 years voting. And Derek Kilmer is probably a great example of that, of someone who's not really doing a lot, I would say, on a federal level. He gets a lot of money in proportion for the states, especially for the tribes. But for the most part, he's just kind of campaigning every 2 years to stay in that office. So I was going to ask for you to expand on that. What did you mean by that's a good thing?
So the good thing, the good aspect of it is essentially when it's put on balance with where populism itself can go. So once a politician rises to that level using the levers of populism to gain their popular support, to get that elected office, once they're there, they're no longer essentially subject to the whims of the mob anymore. They don't have to necessarily follow what possibly crazy or insane things that brought them to the party. And so this way, yes, it's bad when you look at it in politicians shouldn't get up there and then not fear their reelection and things like that, like they should. But, with the populist candidates that we have seen in the past, everything from an AOC to a President Trump, who we'll talk about both in the piece.
And they're fantastic examples, by the way.
Thank you. I think because they're so polar opposite, they're good examples. But if AOC was to continue to be harping on the Green New Deal as much as possible and convincing keeping that massive power of populism behind her that was screaming all the dangerous, policies and things like that, she'd just keep running with it and she'd get more and more power. And so it's really only a good thing when put on balance with the dangers of populism, that populism can bring.
Yeah.
And that is the problem. And I think I went into it in the piece relatively well, but the problem with populism is it can go both ways. Rome's history during the Republican era was filled with, what they called a dictator multiple times, where they actually fixed problems that were happening for the Republic.
Right.
And then stepped back and you would think of it today as the benevolent dictator. That's what that comes from. Whereas we think of dictators always as a bad thing because we like the separation of powers. We like the separation, of individual power. We like to spread that out as far and wide as we can. So it gets weird, but if you get somebody that is truly a benevolent dictator, say, you could probably draw a parallel between Elon Musk and buying Twitter. he's now going to be the dictator of Twitter because he'll be sole owner eventually.
And private. They're taking the company private.
And yes, and that, which we'll get into later on today. But with that, I mean, it'll be a much better platform, I believe. So he's going to come in there acting as the benevolent dictator and, make some big changes probably, and Twitter will be better off versus, Jeff Bezos at the Washington Post. I don't know if the Washington Post has become a better paper after he bought it outright. So, but yeah, that's essentially why I call it a good thing in the piece, just because it could be so dangerous otherwise. Whereas you get them in there and then they're kind of benign at that point. They're less dangerous because they're subject to a greater institution. So their individual power is much less.
And I think that tracks. If you use AOC as an example, we've still seen her exhibit some of the oomph that got her in there, especially when they were talking about Nancy Pelosi taking over as the Speaker of the House again, whether or not she was going to take that. And AOC and the squad seemed like maybe they were going to put up a fight with it, and then they were like, no, it's fine. We'll do it anyway. And with the Amazon union vote, the first one, right? She caught a lot of heat for not showing up to those rallies before the first one. And this last one, she showed up. She was there with Bernie Sanders. She's like, yeah, for sure, I'm here. And the protesters there, it seemed like it. I don't know. I don't want to say it seemed like it mattered more on the right, but they definitely held her feet to the flames a little bit more. The people that were at the rallies, the people who voted for the unions, didn't seem like they cared so much about her not being there as like the blanket fact that a representative wasn't there, that more federal representation wasn't there, because every time I've seen them be asked about it, they're like, she doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that she was not there. It matters that no one really was there.
Yeah, it could have been Jayapal. They would have been satisfied with that. Just somebody there to help bring representation to their cause.
Jayapal's been catching a lot of heat. But yeah, for not being as progressive as she bills herself to be, like now voting as progressive and being a little bit more
involved with that
establishment-y. Exactly, yeah, a little bit more establishment-y, and people seem to be wising up to,
Yeah, that's the problem with those people, man. And I don't know why, like, generally speaking in our era right now, the populist message is more or less, it's embraced more, I feel like, on the left side of the political spectrum than the right. Donald Trump was a big kind of monkey wrench into that system, but like leftist politicians have been using populism to get elected for decades at this point. I mean, you could probably argue something similar to certain Republicans, but for the vast majority of it, it's just like, we know the Republican platform. It hasn't changed much other than a few major ones to show their kind of general left leaning further and further coming into towards the center. But for the most part, they're kind of just plain white bread. Nobody really cares about their platform. Nothing crazy going on. Whereas the left's platforms they can shift wildly depending on, what the populace is saying at the time. What are the vast majority of the grassroots leftists talking about?
And I think that's a big thing, the messaging part, like you said, grassroots, and also the broad appeal generally, broad appeal as it is to like unions. When you talk about things like that, we're talking about grassroots movements and unions. You're talking, even just in your rhetoric, you're using language that talks about groups of people. Yeah. Even though conservatives and Republicans are saying kind of the same thing, they're talking about individual workers, workers' rights, and I'm for the everyman. It's even just the words they're using that makes your brain travel one way and the other. That when you're talking about the left, you're like, oh, well, they're talking about the masses. They're talking about everybody. When you think you listen to a conservative, you're not really paying that much attention to politics. You're thinking, well, they're just talking about one guy. And
yeah, that's a good point. It's interesting too, because the Republicans never used to talk about the working people.
Right.
Ever. That was always a Democrat thing, but lately, not so much.
Yeah.
It's like the working people of the world, except everyone that's not in a union. It's only the union workers that we really care about. Nobody else.
Right.
We don't really care about the private people.
People who are establishment people, it seems to me, that are like pro-union, just across the board will sell like, well, everyone should be in a union. That's the way to success, is everyone should be in a union. And they're not willing to make room for a concession for some. I've used myself an example a million times because it's such a good example of I work for a small company where it would not benefit us to unionize. It wouldn't get us a better environment to work in a union, you know? So it's not, while I'm not inherently opposed to it, that's not the answer for everyone. Yeah. There are a lot of good companies out there, not even just some. There are a lot of really good companies out there that don't treat their employees like shit because they're not trying to just, in leftist terms, extract your labor from you, you know, so they can profit off of whatever. Like, they're not trying to do that. They're trying to make money because they've invented something and they have hired employees and now they want to make money from whatever they've invented. But they're not trying to extract wealth and labor from the pleb so that they can, you know, continue to fuel the machine. Like, that's just not. No. I think if you ask Tim and Dan, they'd be like, no. That's weird. I would never describe my business that way. So.
Oh, man. Especially because they are so, like, family and individually focused. You know, they care. They actually care about their employees. Like, if they have something going on in their lives, like, they will actually step up and like help their employee out when they're having a bad time. Like, it's not, and it's not like a special situation. I mean, they're good people, man. Good people. I've taken, and there's plenty of other companies like that.
I've taken many personal days when I've worked there, and not a sick day, not anything. It's I need a personal day. I got to deal with this, or like I'm very depressed today, or like there have been multiple times I've come to work. I've been there for a few hours. I'm like, Dan, I gotta go. I'm just not in it today. I just need some time to myself. It's like, that's fine. He's like, are you okay? Like, are you gonna kill yourself if you leave here? Or like, no, it's fine. Like, that's fine. Like, if you think that a day off will help you with your mindset, then I'm all for it. They're not gonna pay me to not be at work, but they're not gonna fire me because I'm having a hard day and need to not be at work. Like, I don't know. I just feel like people like that are so small business owners and are just so they're painted as just malicious people.
Oh, dude,
they only want to give you what they have to give you by law. They don't want to give you anything else. As I sip from my Bennett Yeti mug, like, right? You know, it just that's silly. Like, that's just a silly thing to think about. Someone just because they own a business, you know, you guys, you're not trying to extract the wealth and labor from your employees. No. Like you're trying to build buildings and shit. You know? So it's just weird.
The thing that people don't understand about small business owners, right, is that small business owners rely so heavily on their employees to do things because at some point they took a calculation, said, this is costing me money to do this myself. I need to bring somebody in to help the business out. And then that frees up space to do other stuff, to make more money, to expand things, blah, blah, blah. You're doing what you're doing. And you know for a fact that, like, you go home every night knowing that due to the help of these people that, you know, you pay to work for you, you have a better living. They have you're able to offer them something in exchange. And there's a mutual respect that builds up, and you really, really appreciate the people that make your living possible.
Yeah.
And so you do what you can to take care of them. And like that's I feel the way most small businesses work.
Yeah.
Because you can't do it otherwise. You can't be a small business that treats your employees like shit and pays them no money because there is another company that they will go to.
Right.
Like, they may work for you for a number of years and feel like they have no escape or blah, blah, blah. But eventually, if it's bad enough, they will leave and go someplace else.
They'll find something else.
Those problems generally solve themselves after time.
Yeah.
It's different when you're working for a big fucking corporation like McDonald's or something where you're literally just a number and they don't care about you at all.
Amazon.
Oh, you're having your wife's having a baby today? Well, you're on the schedule, manager. You can't, like, you're fired if you don't show up to work.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's no way to run a business unless you have enough disposable income that you can treat your employees as disposable products themselves.
Right.
It's not good. It's not good. But anyways, enough of that.
Let's take these shots real quick. That was a great answer.
Yeah, there you go. That was a hell of a one. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, cheers.
Got Dr. McShaky hands today.
Okay, so since we're talking about the trades, we're talking about small businesses. I apologize, everyone. The allergies, the pollen is kicking here in Washington State. I have terrible allergies. So
Fuck cedar trees right now, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck them
So
all.
there will be some.
They just jizzing fucking pollen everywhere,
There will
man.
be some sniffling and some stuff. I apologize. We'll keep that down the best we can.
We have tissues.
So this article, I'll send it to you real quick. It's from the Union Bulletin. It's actually like a near carbon copy of the one from the Seattle Times, because that's how journalism goes in Washington State. But
Isn't that funny?
yeah, so this one is from the Union Bulletin, but it even has the same picture as the one by Nina Shapiro of the New York Times. So they just straight reposted this article onto their own website.
I love when people do that.
How are you allowed to do that?
Right?
I don't want to subscribe to the Seattle Times, so I'm just gonna find the Union Bulletin and they'll repost the article for me. So
All right.
start at
So
the top here. Yes.
before we get into this, we're going to switch to the screen, but because it's new, give us a second. We might lose an audio. We might have a glitch. So hang with us.
Everything
Switching
should be
over,
fine. We got
and
the-
it works good.
Excellent.
Cool.
We got the double box. We got the everything.
Hot
So
dog.
what this is talking about is a drop in enrollment in Washington State colleges, and especially among young men. And I'm like, we don't know why this is happening. We can't possibly figure it out. So we'll read a little bit of this article and then we'll talk about it. So in 2019, Washington created one of the most generous college financial aid programs in the country. Compared with the program it replaced, the Washington College Grant allowed many more students to qualify for free or subsidized tuition. No longer would eligible students be denied aid because of caps tied to limited funding. By all rights, the state's colleges should have seen a rush of applicants. Instead, enrollment plummeted. Community and technical colleges experienced a combined 24% drop between fall of 2019 and fall of 2021, so that's just 2 years. Public four-year institutions saw a collective drop in undergraduates of nearly 7% during that time period, with some schools losses double or even triple that. Woo. Roughly 60,000 fewer students in all enrolled. What happened, of course, was COVID-19, though educational leaders are still untangling the reasons the pandemic kept students away. So we'll stop there for a moment. If everyone remembers, right, when COVID-19 kicked off, all of the campuses closed down, and they still charged everyone the exact same amount of money. So everything you're doing is on Zoom now, but you're still going to pay me the same amount of money that you were before.
That sounds about right.
A lot of people, and this is just my thinking now, I'm going to say people who were paying for their own schooling, or maybe their parents or someone was paying for their schooling, where they're like, this literally doesn't make any sense for me to be paying this money for you to get a worse education than you even were before.
It's amazing that when somebody is actually working themselves through college, they have a different understanding of the financial burden that it is and their return on investment in themselves from their education versus the people that just take out a fat stack of school loan debt and then just are along for the ride.
And there have been renewed discussions about that as the federal government, the Biden administration, starts to talk again about relieving student loan debt. They're talking about like up to $10,000 of federal student loan debt. And so there's all kinds of people that
midterms are coming.
A lot of parents and stuff like that, and people again who work their way through school that are saying, am I going to get my money back even though I didn't take a loan out? I got a second or a third job, or I worked extra shifts to put my kid through school so they didn't have to take loans out. Or are you going to pay me the money that I paid for this tuition? There was a great clip that I shared this week on Twitter of Elizabeth Warren during the 2020 election cycle, and she get asked by a parent after she gave a speech, gets asked that same question. He said, so I worked extra shifts to put my daughter through school. My daughter worked when she was this big to put herself through school. My neighbor, he took out loans. He bought himself a jet ski. He bought himself all this type of stuff. He said, that guy is going to get his loans paid off. So are you going to pay my money back? And she said, of course not.
Of course
He said,
not.
so you're just going to screw everyone over. And she said, no one's getting screwed over. Here's what's happening. And he said, no. I don't need to hear this. Like, I don't need you to try and gaslight me into understanding why some people deserve to have their money paid back and some people don't. There isn't an equitable or fair way to carry out that policy.
No.
There's no way to do it unless you're going to. And also, Philip was asking I think that's that guy's name. Philip was asking some great questions to Jen Psaki about people who paid off their kids' loans. Are they going to get money paid back? She's like, I haven't seen anything about that. I don't have anything to preview about that right now. It's like, so no is what you're saying.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So,
I was just going to see if I could find it.
That's it right there. Yep, that's the one.
Let's fucking pull this up and play it, shall we? Boom and boom.
Excellent.
And
there it is.
Boom. Oh, wait a minute. Desktop audio. Oh, no, it's not working. Why is our sound not working?
Just the desktop audio?
Yeah. She's not talking yet. Oh, I don't know why it's not working. All right.
I don't know.
We're not going to fuck with it.
That's okay. Either way, he asked if he could get his money back. Elizabeth Warren said, absolutely not. So that's kind of what they're referencing when they're talking about COVID. So we went on a little bit of a tangent there, talking about the student loan debt that will almost definitely come up in the future.
Yes.
Because that's going to, looks like it's going to continue to be a discussion. So we will continue back with this article now. Excuse me. As colleges scramble for ways to boost their numbers, they are facing hard truths about higher education in this state, namely lukewarm enthusiasm and a gender gap that has women outnumbering men at virtually every institution. At Lower Columbia College in Longview, for instance, the share of male students fell from 31% to 28% during the first year of the pandemic. "We're a little stunned," said Lower Columbia President Chris Bailey. "The pandemic caused drop in college enrollment is happening at universities across the nation, and so too is the gender gap. Although it began developing decades before COVID showed up, Washington's issues with college seem to run deeper. We didn't have a college-going culture to begin with, and the pandemic has made it worse," said Paul Francis, executive director of Council of Presidents, which represents Washington's 5 public universities in the Evergreen State College.
Yep.
Fantastic, right? While
Yep.
for years Seattle has prided itself on being one of the most educated cities in the country, many credentialed residents hail from elsewhere. The state as a whole sends fewer high school graduates to college than the national average, with Washington's rate 60% of students within a year of leaving high school, falling about 6 percentage points short. So
I like the way they refer to the credentialed residents.
yes.
It's like, come on, man. We really worried about credentialism
Well,
right
and
now?
I find that odd because even if they're coming from somewhere else with their college education, if they're having children here, then are your children not existing in a culture of college-going people? Even if you didn't go to college here,
Yeah.
you still went to school. So I struggle a little bit with that rationalization of we didn't have a college-going culture to begin with.
Everybody in our generation has been going to college because that's what they were essentially told they have to do. I mean, I
Yes.
don't understand what this college-going culture is that they're talking about. It's just, I mean, it was forced on. It was not forced on, but it was heavily implied or heavily pushed that people have to go to college if they want to do anything with their lives.
Yes.
So they go. That using that as like the non-college going culture as an excuse to why admissions might be dropping off seems like a bit of a stretch at best.
Yes, because I agree. The entirety of the time that I was in school, that is what we're told. You have to go to college. You have to go to college. That's how you make more money. That's where the good jobs are. Is if you have a degree like that. That was billed as the only option. I've even talked about even alternative school was not something that people looked highly upon. Even West Sound Tech, right, the technical school where you go and learn a trade while you were in high school, was looked down upon because you weren't going to college. You're not getting a college degree. You're just getting certificates and just certifications, for skills, not degrees, which just doesn't.
How dare you develop skills and prove that you can use them?
Yes.
That is not what we want. We want you to have a useless piece of paper that says that you paid $60,000 to do X.
I think that that's a fantastic point because, again, referring back to the pandemic, right? When people were not going to work, when people with degrees were not going to work, we saw what the country was short on. And it was not degrees. That is not what the country was short on. We were not short on people with pieces of paper that they paid $60,000 for. We were short, as we have been for a decade at the very least, on people who had technical skills and could work. Ooh. We were short on what we called essential workers.
Yes.
And they could not work anymore. We were called them essential, but no one was there to do the job.
I was just going to say that. I was like, so what we're talking about here essentially is that all of these people that are going to college and they're told they need to go to college then essentially became deemed unessential by the government. And the essential workers were all the blue-collar people that probably didn't go to college.
Couldn't work from home.
Like what?
Those are
Yes.
the essential workers, the people that could not work from home, We're the essential workers.
Yeah.
And largely, if you're working from home, you have a degree. Largely.
Yes. So explain to me again, government, how why everybody needs to go to college, because they're not essential anymore at that point.
No, and not only, I have an article that I'll send you here that's about trades, and this is from 2021, and it's from Business Insider, right? And it's about, the title of it is, "The Labor Shortage May Have an Old-Fashioned Solution. Carpenters, electricians, and other trades are good jobs that make workers happy." Also,
That make workers
they
happy.
don't go anywhere. The jobs don't go anywhere. Even if you're not building houses, everyone still has wires in their house.
Yes.
Everyone still has pipes in their house. All of these things still exist. So even if you're not building new houses, you still need people's electrical needs to be repaired. Their plumbing needs to be repaired. They need shit to be rewired. Some people still have super old houses with like knob and tube wiring. I don't know exactly what that is, but I know that you can't
Sounds old.
you can't piecework it. If something needs to be fixed in your house, you got to rewire your whole house. You can't like put new stuff in the middle of your knob and tube. You got to do the whole damn thing. And because knob and tube is so old, there's only so many people that even do that anymore. A lot of people don't even take out knob and tube wiring.
yeah.
I know that Katie and Leif's house, my in-laws, they live in West Bremerton, right? So all in those blocks in downtown, all of those houses are super duper old. They're from the 20s. They're very old houses. So when they had to have some of their wiring redone, they had completely knob and tube in their entire house. They had to find a company that actually did knob and tube, and then they had to pay a whole bunch of money for it because it's just such a bitch to deal with.
Dude.
Yes.
I was getting worried there for a second. I was going to be like, do you have personal experience of this
No,
need?
no,
Oh, God.
I do not. Katie and Leif do. Yeah, they
Shit,
dealt
that's
with
close
that.
enough, man.
It's unfortunate. They were not happy about it. I don't remember exactly what the cost was, but it was not small. The knob and tube cost was not small.
I guess the only thing you might be able to say in like to the positive side of that is that because you got to make a fix, you got to rewire basically the whole house. So now you got a whole house that's been rewired. So you don't have to worry about that probably the rest of your lives.
Right.
But also, fuck all that noise.
Yes.
I'm not trying to deal with that.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is that those jobs don't go anywhere because they will forever be in use. And even if you completely change the way houses are built and we're going to live all in mud houses or whatever, someone still has to do that. You still have to have plumbing. You still have to have electrical wiring. Excuse me. All these things still have to happen. These jobs don't go anywhere.
No.
So this is from the Insider article, and we'll read just a little bit of this. The jobs of the future are, in part, the jobs of the past. So stupid. Work for electricians, carpenters, and plumbers could help fix the labor shortage. As millions of Americans reevaluate their careers during the pandemic and quit their jobs, skilled trades that typically offer higher pay and on-the-job training may be a promising new career choice. That's a very important point, on-the-job training, right? There are definitely technical schools that you can go to. We even talked just West Sound Tech. We just talked about one. That one's mostly for youth. There are adults that go there, but it's definitely mostly geared towards youth. There are a lot of buses and stuff like that go there, but adults go there, and I know they have carpentry there, they have welding there, they have a nursing program, they have like a cosmetology program, they have a food services program. They have a gang of different programs in just one building. On the west side. So there are technical schools, but there are also, if people are not like desperately in need of workers and they're just looking to hire someone, they will often hire someone who doesn't have experience to make them an apprentice, maybe pay them a little bit less money because they're also giving them a skill. They can become a journeyman, right? That's for anyone who's not familiar with their trades. That's what it's called. You're an apprentice for a few years. You then become a journeyman. You know what the trade is. You can do things. You can operate by yourself. You could start your own independent contractor as a journeyman, being just a plumber.
Yep.
Right? That's a whole nother branch that opens up to this, that again people realized if they were too stupid to know before. And I'm not gonna, there's that guy in the comments who's like, way to talk down to your audience. If you're too stupid to know this, I'm gonna tell you that. That's one thing I really appreciated and I've embraced about Eric July. I'm not afraid to tell you're stupid. If you're being stupid, I'm going to tell you're stupid. I don't care if you love this show. I don't care if you're paying me money. If you're being stupid, I'm going to tell you that you're being stupid.
Yeah.
So if you're too stupid to realize that that's one of the benefits of having a trade job is that you can work for yourself, right? Even if working for yourself means quitting your job at a plumbing plumbing company in Washington and moving to Oklahoma to work for a different plumbing company, that's a skill you have that immediately translates to another state.
Yes.
It's not going to be different. Maybe the regulations will be different, but the way that it is done in general, it's not going to be different. You can take that skill and you can go wherever you want, even if you don't own your own company.
Yeah.
You can go wherever.
Because the important part of, I guess, maybe we should really start referring to, because we always refer to it as the trades, right?
Right.
But really what it is, it's the skilled trades.
Skilled trades.
Skilled trades. It doesn't matter what kind of credentials you're carrying into my office if I'm looking to hire you. I care about whether you have any kind of skills or experience to do the job I need you to do.
Right.
And that's what I care about. I have hired people that have had zero skills and zero experience because we were in the position where we wanted to essentially adopt an apprentice type deal. So then that's one way to do it. But, if somebody's coming to me looking for a job, the thing I'm really looking at is whether they have the skills and the experience required to do what I need them to do. I don't care if they have a piece of paper or not that says,
right,
I did learn this. I don't care about that. I need you to demonstrate that you have the skill that you supposedly learned from this piece of paper.
Right.
And that's what's important. It's the skilled trades. And that's, like you said before, you learn a skill in Washington State. You take that skill with you anywhere you go in the world. It's something you can always do. Depending on the market there might be benefits or, negative effects on, whether you can utilize it to its full effect. But the skill is what's important there. And you don't get the skill necessarily by going to college.
Right.
You do get it by doing the thing out in the field.
And we can boil it down even more. If you're talking about, we can even use you as an example, right? If you're looking for somebody, you don't necessarily need somebody who has experience because you're just looking for someone to fill this job, right? So if you're looking at two candidates that are the same age, one of them spent the last 4 years in college getting a degree that doesn't necessarily relate to your business, because that's a lot of that is going on right now, that people don't know what they want to do. Kids, young adults don't know what they want to do, which I think is reasonable. I'm 27. I don't.
Yep.
This is what I want to do. It took me till I was 24 to figure out that this is what I wanted to do. So I think it's reasonable that kids in college, university don't know what they want to do yet. So a lot of them pick majors and stuff like that don't necessarily translate to whatever they'll be doing afterwards. We've always used communications as like an example because we know so many people with communications degrees. So if you're looking at two people that are the same age, one of them just went to college for 4 years and exited with a degree in communications. The other one went to high school and has been working for the last 4 years. Even if neither of them have skills that relate to your job, the person who just worked for 4 years at least knows how to work hard for 4 years, ideally, right? They know how to work because
if they've been working for 4 years, they show up to work.
Right.
They generally do their job to the
say
point
they've
they
had
don't
the
get
same
fired
job for 4 years, because that's a little bit easier to translate.
Oh, yeah.
One person went to university, one person did the same job for 4 years, and now they want a different job.
Yep.
Both people have applied to your business. Even if they don't have, like you said, a skill that applies to your job, that person just worked for the same company for 4 years. So you know they're reliable.
Yep.
You know they'll show up. You know that they'll do the work, and they're both willing to learn. So that person, even if it's not a skill that relates to your job, they have skills that give them 1 point up from the person who just left college.
Yes. And just from my own experience, the people that are coming from a college are generally asking for more money. And I think I should be no news to anybody. It's because they know they have bills to pay already.
They have higher debt already.
They start at a negative net because they put themselves in debt generally to go to school. And so they feel like they need to make at least $20 an hour or something like that, versus somebody that worked for a little while might be asking for 18 or something like that.
Even if they have credit card debt, it's probably not 60 grand in credit card debt. It's maybe like 10, 20 if you got some heavy credit card debt, you know. But you still don't need that same amount of money to pay off those credit cards and also pay all of your bills, you know.
Yeah, and it kind of shows more of a track record of responsibility more than anything else. They have some form of personal responsibility because they have gotten and held a job for multiple years at a time. You know, even if it's very popular these days for people in our generation to not work for the same company for very long and then just bounce around. But when you go from job to job to job over a period of like 3 or 4 years and you work like 3 different jobs, you're still submitting references to those places, and then I will call those references, and they generally have nothing bad to say about them. Oh yeah, they found their next thing, or they moved on to here, or they moved blah blah blah. There's always reasons for it, and generally speaking, not even having to stay in the same job for 4 years, it doesn't mean the same thing as it used to, say, 10 years ago.
Right.
Even. And so there's just so much more to be had from true life experience. Mind you, that's not to say that college isn't necessary for certain things, and you learn a different set of skills, I should say, that may not translate to the actual hands-on work, but you might have some kind of benefit, and it'll maybe fit better in certain jobs. But overall, having that actual experience where you show you're a reliable worker is going to pay dividends when you're actually trying to find your next job.
Right.
Compared to your little piece of paper.
Right. The men point, right? A lot of the trades.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a big point of that first article, is that men in particular are doing less, right? I don't think there's really any secret that generally the skilled trades appeal more to men. And especially one of the big ones, and you could probably lump this in the skilled trades, is like trucking. Trucking has become enormous over the last 2 years. During the pandemic, we saw the shortage of truckers.
Yep.
There are companies, no shortage of companies, that are now hiring people to train them to get their CDL so that when they're done, they will drive a truck for them.
Yeah.
Like I saw 3 jobs this week just for that specific thing. We'll pay you to get your CDL so long as you stay here for 6 months when you're done.
Yep. And that's not a big investment on the company's part, by the way. Only 6 months?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
That just shows you how much that's their bottom line. Like, hey, we're going to at least turn a profit on this guy after 6 months. Right. I don't care who it is. Bring them in. Get them trained. We need them now.
And the CDL is like the peak of transferable skills. You can drive a truck anywhere.
Yes.
Anywhere you can find a place to drive a truck, even if it's just for a Lowe's.
Yeah.
Because they need a CDL driver. They have enormous trucks just to deliver appliances. They need a CDL driver, and they will pay you $25 an hour to drive a truck and not get out of it. Like, don't get out of it, because then we have to pay some other insurance, something, if you even exit the truck. So just don't even get out of it. Just drive this guy, and he will get out of the truck and deliver the equipment. You just drive.
That's so
that
funny.
happens all the time. I know a guy named Clint, right? And Clint, he works for like a gravel company or an asphalt company, and his job is just to pick up and deliver equipment.
Yeah.
Just large cranes and stuff like that. He doesn't load them onto the truck. He doesn't take them off of the truck. He drives them to the place, and if they're going to be less than a day, then he sits on the site in his truck until they're done. They load it back onto the truck, and he leaves. And he gets paid prevailing wage sometimes, immense amount of money to sit in a truck. This is the peak of don't go to college, learn to drive a truck.
Yes.
Like, this is the peak, and we're seeing it now. The cap being blown off of us being in school, you being in school, everyone that we know of this age being in school, being told the trades are for idiots.
Yeah.
And if you work in the skilled trades, then you are an idiot. And if you're not going to college, it means you can't do anything else. If you have a skilled trade, you can't do anything else.
Yeah, it's one of those, if you can't go to college, well, look at going into the trades.
Yes.
No, man.
We've been gaslit and lied to on this for years now, and the pandemic finally blew the top off to where no one could deny it anymore. That if you went to college and you work in an office now, your job is expendable. You could be sent home and cut at any time, and they're not going to care because they have someone who can do twice your workload because they're happier at home now.
Yeah.
They don't need your job because people will do more work at home because they're happier there. Some people won't, and if you work less, we're going to fire you and pay the guy who's going to work more at home than we're going to pay you.
Bye-bye.
Yes, but if you're a plumber, someone's got to do it.
Yep.
Someone has to deal with the poop. Someone has to put their hand in the poop. I'm not going to do it. He's not going to do it. But we'll pay that guy $35 to put his hand in poop and say, there you go.
Yeah. One of the big ones around here is actually like the septic companies.
Yes.
That just drive. I had my semi-annual inspection on Friday. I came home to a little notice and said, hey, we came out and inspected your system, blah, 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 did the whole thing. But that's a dude that drives this big poop truck around.
Yes.
And then will come out and like suck out poop out of your tank and then drives off and then eventually dumps the poop. And somebody's got to move the poop, dude.
And that dude's getting paid racks.
Yes.
That dude is
It's
getting
big.
paid racks to drive a poop truck. And that doesn't denigrate that guy because he's making more money than you or I to drive a poop truck.
Yes.
That is a big plus.
Man.
If you are not above, and no one should be, if you are not actively above driving a poop truck, go drive the poop truck because you're going to make more money. Like, it's not, what do you have to lose? Honestly, what do you have to lose? What does anybody have to lose? If you commute an hour to work and you live in an office or you work in an office and you're on the computer all the time and you do all that stuff, what do you have to lose by quitting your job and going and working for a septic company?
Yeah.
Nothing. You're going to make more money and probably you're going to drive more frequently, not in your car and not to commute to work.
Yeah.
What do you stand to lose at this point? Nothing. It doesn't make any sense for anybody to continue to work in an office like that.
Yeah. So I've been watching a lot of and I just kind of finished it.
Do, but
Right.
if that's all you know how to do, then stay there. If you're working in your field, stay there. Be happy there. If you're not,
go drive a poop truck.
Go drive a poop truck. It's
Message of the day: go drive a poop truck.
A poop truck. It's silly.
Oh man, the person I purchased this house from, he has a poop sucking company, works in the porta potty business and does really fucking well.
Yeah.
Built a massive empire for himself because he found a niche that nobody wanted to do and he fucking did it.
Someone's got to do it, man.
It's amazing. They had a really awesome Friday morning. They call it Contractor Appreciation Day.
Okay.
So they set up like a pop out outside their
Nice.
office, and they had their truck kind of pulled in, all bright and shiny, and then they were serving like their contractors biscuits and gravy and donuts and coffee. And it was great, man. I love that stuff. But like I said, I've been watching a lot of King of the Hill recently.
Yes. Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And this conversation
Propane and
reminded
propane
me.
accessories.
Yes, propane and propane accessories. But there's an episode in some of the later seasons where Bobby, the son, goes to there's a job shadowing
Bobby.
day. And he
At the
ends
propane
up.
store?
No. This was
Okay.
actually it was done at school or whatever. And he ended up getting put with this guy who is voiced by Johnny Knoxville, who runs a poop sucking business.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, he drives around in like a gator and with like a vacuum trailer on it, and he like poops or scoops up like alpaca poop or dog poop and like does all these things
Just
at
all
people's
the poop.
yards and all this and makes bank.
Yeah.
And then Hank has this inner like dialogue with himself, like he's troubled about his son getting into like poop picking up and poop cleaning and stuff like this, and he has himself a realization, be like, it's a good business that needs to be done, man. You gotta, get in there and go do it, I guess. At the end of the day, Hank's on board with it, but eventually has to still have Bobby get away from the poop removal because it's still not quite up to Hank's standards. But
People get very hung up on like the title of their job, and the way that it presents. Like, well, I have to tell other people,
yeah, like being a garbage man.
And I just don't. I am not one of those type of people. I'm not like a pride person of like, well, I'm embarrassed that I scoop poop. But do you make more money than like most people that you know? Then why does it matter? You're making more money than them to do probably less work.
Yeah,
like
probably.
It's dirtier work for sure.
Yeah.
But you don't have stress. You're not taking that home with you. You're not taking, oh God, I had to do 7 septic tanks today. You're done now. So there isn't stress to take home. There's, especially with this example, is really good. Like you're working by yourself, maybe one other dude,
Mm-hmm.
So a very small crew. So you don't have a lot of like infighting that's going to be happening unless you really don't get along with that guy. But in most cases, your company will separate you if you and that dude don't get along. They'll put him on a different crew and put somebody else in your truck. So it
happens.
It doesn't, as time goes on, it makes less and less sense to work in a job, one, that you don't enjoy, second of all, that you don't want to do for the rest of your life, and third of all, that's not paying you as good as you could be making for a less stressed job. You know, there are so many people that was such a huge appeal to people working at home. It's like, oh, it's so much less stress. I don't have to go anywhere now. I'm by myself and stuff.
Yeah.
If you're that stressed at work, then you shouldn't have that job.
Yeah,
like
you
it's
should probably go.
Probably not a good job for you to have,
It's weird deals.
Yeah. This is the freedom time. And that's, I think, my point in this is like working the trades provides you with more freedom. You're working for yourself. You're making more money, so you're free of debt largely. You can buy houses. You can send your kids to whatever school they want to go to. You can send them to a private school if you want to, like a private elementary school, things like that. It doesn't make any sense to be chained to a corporation that doesn't care about you and is willing to churn your job out to somebody else on the low level, Amazon working in factories and stuff like that. That's a good example of they have algorithms that fire you after you've been there for X amount of time. So
Yeah.
you get fired by a computer that you carry around with you every day. That's a very dark existence to lead, knowing that someone may not even know that you've been fired. You just got fired because the algorithm decided it was time.
Yep.
That's a weird way and a very dark existence to live.
Oh, yeah.
Same
And people
deal
show
if
up to work the next day. Where's Frank? Oh, his computer fired him yesterday.
Yeah.
You didn't hear? Oh, man.
He's done.
He's done.
Yeah, done mid-shift, 3 hours in, done. Yeah. You know, and on the higher end, working in a cubicle in a place that makes you unhappy. Like, if that's not what you want to do for the rest of your life, if it is, you're probably not unhappy at work. You're probably pretty happy because you're working in the field that you want to work in.
Yeah.
If you're unhappy at work in a career that doesn't really fit your needs, it doesn't really fit what you want to do, you don't stand to gain anything by staying here. You don't, or by staying at that job. It
Yeah.
behooves you to, especially now in the Great Resignation or whatever they're calling it, find a job that's willing to train you on the job.
Yeah.
And if you can afford it, you're going to take like $1 pay cut for a few months until you become whatever. That seems like it's worth it to me.
Seems, yeah, to have that job satisfaction, or to even have like the relief of the stress or whatever it is that's really bogging you down. If you could get that out, the pay cut is easier to deal with, because then you don't hate your life. Wow, it's easier to cut back on your personal expenses or something like that, because you don't hate what you do every day when you're gone.
Yes.
Because most of our lives are either spent asleep or at some place else other than being at home doing whatever your life is doing. So just you got to try to find that thing. And if it's too soul crushing, then it's up to you to try to get out of that situation. I don't remember who it was. Crap. There was some tweet yesterday from a guy who's kind of been making the rounds, selling a book and stuff like that. He's got an epic, awesome beard. I'm going to have to find him later on today. But he was talking about like the strife in like the low income, like predominantly black communities and stuff like that. And, people always, the bootstrap people, that you can't do that, you can't do this. He said, what's really important is not so much like a baseline how you get yourself out or this or that. What is more important is the decisions you make being in the circumstances that you find yourself. And it was a really powerful message, and it really resonated with me. And I can't find a better example of like a way to push forward in a really bad, shitty situation. You can only make the best choices or deal with the circumstances that you're currently in a matter of ways. Like you can control how you deal with those circumstances.
Yes.
But only you can. You can't look for externalities, because ultimately you are the one responsible with it. And yeah, you might be in a really shitty situation, but the choices you still make within that shitty situation matter exponentially to the possibilities of you possibly rising out of your current situation. It's a good message, man.
Yes.
It was somebody that Douglas Murray talked to recently.
Great.
He's been making book rounds because he's got that new book coming out.
That's great. No, and I think that's a pretty good place to end. I think the last thing I would say, what I said before, now is the time. Now is the time to make the decision. You don't need to go to school. You don't need to go to college. You don't need a degree. If you are unhappy, make a different choice. I think that's great. Yeah, decisions are the place to go. So, next, Bremerton football coach.
Yes.
Right? We talked about this when it first happened. Maybe not when it very first happened. I don't know if we were doing a show when it very first happened, but certainly when he got fired and stuff like that. I think we did, because the Satanists were there. It was like a whole deal. It was a whole enormous deal. So, and we'll
Joseph Kennedy.
Yeah, Joseph Kennedy. We'll see if I can find this is in 2022. This article. I was trying to find when it originally happened. I think it was like 2019.
Yeah.
Either way. So
it was like it was right before pandemic went full bore or something like that, I thought.
Yeah.
Because I do remember talking about it somewhere. It was probably a grab bag topic at one point.
Yeah. For a month, Kennedy complied the district notes and arguments to the court. He prayed on his own, such as while students were singing the fight song, and the district let him be. But Kennedy's lawyers then insisted he be allowed to resume his prior practice, describing it as personal prayer protected by Constitution, whether or not students joined him. Kennedy announced he would resume praying at midfield after games, and then he did so on October 16, 2015.
2015.
Yeah,
Woo.
so this is like 2016.
Wow.
So this is probably right before we started doing the show, and we were talking about it privately, and it's carried on since then. So, sorry. I know that was kind of out of context. I was just trying to find out when all of this happened. So, Joe Kennedy. He was the head football coach at Bremerton High School. Bremerton is across the water from Seattle. It's one of the bigger towns in our area. There's like 40,000 people there. But it is one of the larger towns in our area, and it's where a lot of businesses and stuff like that, and like local politics, a lot of stuff like that happens in Bremerton.
Direct ferry transport to downtown Seattle.
Exactly. Yeah, direct ferry transport downtown Seattle. So it's one of the, I guess, the biggest route is actually Bainbridge, Seattle.
Yeah.
But number 2 is Bremerton, Seattle's a big one. Bainbridge is
Terrible.
yes.
It's just not good, man. Like the Bainbridge ferry situation is so bad. It's stuck in the middle of the island, so you have to drive halfway through it.
Yeah.
There is a single 2-lane road each way that cannot handle the volume of traffic required. So I know because my wife works on the island, and you get stuck. I'll go out after work one day and try to pick up one of the dogs because that's their checkup day or something like that. It can take me over an hour just to get off the island, and that's like, it's not a mile,
It's a
maybe, I don't know.
Drive, yeah. I mean, round trip from your office to Bainbridge to home should be 30 minutes.
Yes, that's what
like,
it should be.
Yeah.
And it could take an hour to get off. It's just a bad situation.
Yeah.
Because it's a slightly shorter ferry ride. That's why it became so much
I
popular,
think it's maybe 20 minutes shorter.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's not much.
No.
Not in the grand scheme of things.
No, I think the Bremerton one is 50 minutes, and I think the Bainbridge one is 35.
Yeah.
Like, it's really not very much.
I got to pee real quick.
Of course.
I was trying to hang out. Man.
Of course. This guy can't even hang for one part. Not even one segment, this guy. No, it's okay. We'll preface. So, Joe Kennedy was the head coach at Bremerton High School, which is obviously, like we said, in Bremerton. And he had a practice of kneeling on the 50-yard line after games to pray. And there are a lot of articles that you can find about this. And so he was fired eventually because he refused to quit praying. There have been appeals for this. There's been brought to the court. For a while when he was, let's be a little bit more detailed about it. When he was doing it, it wasn't a required practice. He wasn't demanding the students do it. It was completely voluntary. Students who wanted to, anybody who wanted to was allowed to go and pray with him at center field at the 50-yard line. When the big controversy started, there were different religious groups from all around the state that were going there. Like I said, there were the Church of Satan that showed up there in their black robes,
Satanists.
and they were doing a whole thing. And so it became huge. Eventually, he was fired, and that case has now been appealed, and it's finally made its way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court denied it, I think, in 2019, and it's made its way through the lower courts, and he lost that decision. But the Supreme Court said that it was now troubled by the way that lower court had
Ruled on it.
and kind of deciphered teachers' free speech rights at school. And so that's why they decided to take the case up this time. And so obviously a lot of the questions revolve around freedom of religion and freedom of speech, because this was a completely voluntary practice. No one was required to do it. So that is kind of where we sit today.
I'm sorry if you mentioned it already, but did you mention the fact that the initial complaint was brought up from somebody that wasn't from the home team? It was somebody from the opposing team that was there to watch the game that made the complaint to the school? Yeah, that's a thing too.
No. And so the school said at the time they weren't aware that he was doing it. He also says that before they were doing it on the field, they used to do it in the locker room, and that happened before he was there. That was already happening when he got brought into the school. I will say, I don't know whether or not you played high school sports. I know that when I played sports, I played football in high school at Olympic High School. We prayed, not every time, but I think we prayed in the locker room. I never felt as though I was required to pray with everybody. I've never been overtly religious since I was a small child. And I'm going to say in high school I probably was a little bit more. At the end of high school I was like trying to find religion. I got like rebaptized and stuff like that, trying to find, whatever. But I never felt as though I was compelled to kneel or pray with my team prior to a game. I just saw that it was something that people did that were into religion, and it was never, dear Lord, please give us the strength to murder our opponents. It was always like, dear Lord, look over everybody who's playing this game, make sure that everyone is safe, and we all play as hard as we can, and we do the best that we can, and help us win.
Yeah.
That's all. Like, it was never...
Insert generic sports prayer here.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So
it's a weird deal.
So we find ourselves as a country, as a state in particular, and as a town in a very odd position, right? A lot of people vary at ends. I told you before the show started, there's one of the smaller churches in the area, the Brownsville Methodist Church. It's a very, very small church, not even in a town. It's on the outskirts of Bremerton. And the pastor of that church traveled to D.C. to oppose Joe Kennedy because, well, he shouldn't be doing this at school because, he's compelling people to pray for this, even though it's not compulsory. No one's demanding anyone do it. It's completely optional.
Yeah, that's one of those arguments. And maybe just how do you feel about this argument is, there's just inherently in the fact that there is a religious practice taking place will force people, regardless of whether or not they're actually directly pressured to do it. Is there, just by having that there and having it be, a portion of the team there, is there some kind of unconscious or silent pressuring going on?
And this is a quote from Richard Katsky, who is a lawyer for the school district, and this is from a Fox 13 article. Fox 13 is our local, just Channel 13 news station. I wouldn't read into the fact that it's Fox. That's just the news company.
Yeah, it's local news.
Yeah, it's not overtly conservative like our local Fox station. That's just the 13 station. So Richard Katsky, a lawyer for the school district, said public school employees can have a quiet prayers by themselves at work, even if the students can see. But he said Kennedy's actions pressured students to pray and also caused a safety issue. After Kennedy publicized his dispute with the school district in the media, spectators stormed the field to pray with him, knocking down students in the process. He noted that coaches have a power that is quote-unquote awesome. The coach determines who makes varsity, who gets playing time, and who gets recommended for college scholarships, he said. The students know you have to stay in the good graces of the coach if you have those aspirations.
That seems like a stretch.
It seems directly contradictory to the inherent message of religion. Yeah. Like that because someone doesn't want to pray with you, you are going to go after them in a malicious manner, and you're going to try and ruin or impact their future in a negative way because they won't pray with you on a field. That seems like it's a stretch.
It does.
Especially when he's been so... Everyone, the students, the coach has been. No one was required to do this. It was not compulsory. It was completely optional every single time. Yeah. I will give you that children are impressionable, and so maybe some people felt like they needed to, but you can only be so clear about you don't have to do this. You can't. If you say it 30 times and someone still feels that way, then you can't really do anything about that. And I think. So
my mind right now, I'm just starting to make connections because essentially what we're talking about is like a school employee, having, mind you, it's not part of classroom instruction. It's not during the sanctioned event. It's before or after or whatever it is. So it's like you're not actually directly in conflict with a state-sponsored, activity necessarily. But my mind is trying to make comparisons between, a lot of the gender affirmation talk in schools by teachers, right? And not being able to have those conversations without informing the parents. Maybe there would be a better situation if it'd be like, hey, this is when you join the football team, here's something to let them know the parents. Like, this is what we do. Yeah, this is something that we do. Please let me know if you're uncomfortable with this. Make sure that your son or daughter knows that there is zero pressure to do this at all. Something like that might mitigate some of the issues behind it, I guess. But I still don't like that would be a thing, though, I guess. I don't know. I'm so focused in on the state staying in its lane when it comes to everything in and around education, including extracurricular sports and things like that, because it's all still state-sponsored events, state-paid employees, that all work for the school. And so, and it's on school property, which is state property and stuff. So there's that kind of separation of church and state argument. But at the same time, there is no amendment in the Constitution that protects the separation of church and state. It's just simply within the First Amendment in the Establishment Clause talks about your freedom to practice your religion openly anyway.
Right. And it gets very hairy because I'm not sure what the regulations say about timing and stuff like that, but and I'll explain that a little bit, or I think that will make sense as I go through this. He Joe Kennedy was doing it after the game was over, so it's no longer a state-sanctioned event, right? And I don't know if the field is reserved from like 5 to 8, and so if he doesn't do it after 8 o'clock, then it's still
count down the
right.
seconds.
So there's that. I don't know at what point the Bremerton field becomes open because people go there and walk their dogs. There's a track there, so
it is public property.
It's not just for the school use. Other people go there and play football. They do things like that there. So it's a community,
run on the track and all sorts of stuff.
Community area. So I think like that's why I'm.
But even then,
I am
like
hesitantly sympathetic to the argument that he's doing it at school.
Yeah.
And so, well, the separate, like, I understand that, but again, he's not doing it during the game. It's not halftime. It's after the game is over. People have done their high fives. People are leaving. They're clearing the stands. And then he goes out onto the field and does his prayer. The game is over. The school sanctioned event is over. As far as I understand. So that argument to me starts to wane. Because it's no longer, in my opinion, a school-sanctioned event. You know, it's now just a public field that people happen to still be on at the end of a game.
There was a great article I was looking at last night.
And one of the things, while you're finding out, one of the things that's been brought up in the discussions, and I think it was Kavanaugh that brought it up, talked about like students kneeling and stuff like that for games, and it's similar to what you were talking about with the trans arguments and stuff like that, gender identity arguments, that like students are allowed to kneel before the game started during the national anthem and stuff like that. If that's acceptable under freedom of speech, then how is this not acceptable under freedom of speech just because it's inherently religious because he's praying? Like that doesn't seem like it makes any sense. If anything, this seems like should be more protected because he's praying.
Yeah. And I want to pull up this article from another local news outlet from Arizona.
What's this, King 5?
This is King 5 News.
Excellent.
And they're talking about while they're doing their arguments and stuff like that in front of the Supreme Court, justices at various points brought up other actions a teacher or coach might take, like wearing ashes on Ash Wednesday, kneeling during the national anthem to oppose racism, and putting political lawn signs in their yard. Former NFL player Tim Tebow, who was known for kneeling in prayer on the field, an Egyptian soccer star, Mohamed Salah, a Muslim who kneels and touches his forehead to the ground after making a goal, also came up. So there's obviously a lot of interesting arguments. The Tebowing.
Do you remember that? They called it Tebowing. Yeah, he would kneel on the field. He would put his head down. Supposedly he was saying a prayer, and he would move on. And it was like after he scored a touchdown, move on. So
I don't, at this point, after rereading a few decisions and things last night about these hearings, like I can't help but side with the fact that this is a freedom of religion thing. You can as a teacher silently pray in school, sitting there doing your thing. I mean, you could totally do that, and it's protected under the First Amendment. I don't see how this is any different. If anything, it's less intense. But I guess it would change if this was more of like if the school was kind of pressuring the coach to do that,
right?
Because then the school would be at fault, and then that's a total violation right there. But an individual after the sanctioned event, with solely on a volunteer basis, this is First Amendment all the way, man. I'm kind of disgusted that it's all the way to the Supreme Court, because once you really start to think about it, it seems like a cut and dry First Amendment issue. Period. Mind you, his firing, on the other hand, I don't know about that, because of small regulations within the school that might bar you from doing that.
And we also live in an at-will state, and so you can be fired for any reason at any time, and they don't even have to tell you why you were fired.
Yes.
I think in this case it was obvious because he was put on leave, is what it was. So I don't even know that he was necessarily actually fired. I think he was just put on leave, and then this whole thing went on.
Yeah.
But
it's a really interesting situation. But I found myself last night just diving into rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and because at first I was like, well, separation of church and states, man. I mean, you got to try to keep those things separated. I can get the argument here. I can understand state employee, state event, on state property. But even then, that doesn't prohibit you from practicing religion on public property. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't do that, period. So I really hope that he wins this one. And, I'm not much of a religious guy myself, though I am dabbling in the art of trying. And even I'm like, I don't want people to be held back from something like this, man.
Right.
It's just, what harm does it do?
I mean,
Like, even if the guy was just because everybody's, all up in arms because this is like perceivably a Christian-centered praying situation, if it was a Muslim worshiping ceremony, if that's what those volunteers wanted to do at that time, more power to them. Like, I just don't see how it affects in a negative manner. We got another article coming up.
Yeah, but really just because I wanted you to show this picture because the Q13 Fox had him kneel on the field so that so they could take a picture of him.
Oh my God, that's great.
Yes, and it's just funny. It's just funny the way that they've used scroll down a little bit. Yes.
Oh my God.
They had him kneel just to take a picture of it. It's just funny.
Let's show that one.
It's just funny.
Because that's totally staged, right?
Yeah, it's 100% staged, and that's why it's so funny. It's because you couldn't even find a picture of him doing it. Like, you had to
go do one, like, did in the middle of the day somewhere.
Come with us to the place that you were fired from and stand on this field and let us take a picture of you. That's just funny.
It is funny. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So we will see how this turns out. Obviously, it just went to the Supreme Court. Student leaders also invited Seattle Satanists to attend a game in which they described as an effort to get the school district to clarify its policy. That's so awesome. Student leaders did it too, which is like the best part about it.
Oh yeah, them kids are fiery, man.
Yeah,
they want to cause some shit. Let's see what happens when we bring the Satanists over.
Which also seems to show you that the students there don't actually care.
Yeah,
the student leaders asked the Satanists to come so that the school would be forced to clarify their policy, unless they're like, well, let's see how extreme we can get it, But
I guess we're really listening to the children again. That's good. In this case, I actually like that idea. That's pretty good. All right, school, put your money where your mouth is. How do you like these apples?
Yeah. So we will see what comes of that.
Indeed.
That is the last thing that we had here for part 1.
Whoop whoop.
So with that, we will go ahead and we can take a quick break here. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Part 2 to talk a little bit about Joe Biden and some new gun regulations. So
awesome. We'll see you on the other side.
In 3 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you're ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you're ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Back in.
Thank you for joining us. Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
There we are. And we want to thank you again for coming back for part 2 of Salt of the Streets. We're on our YouTube, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. You can also find this on our Instagram, instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. We also Facebook, facebook.com/Salt of the Streets. Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. I'm just going to say all this stuff at Salt of the Streets. That's so much quicker.
Just all of it.
All of it. SaltofTheStreets.com. I'm going to say Facebook, Instagram, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. That's so much quicker. That's so much easier.
How have we not done that after 3 years?
Stupid. So it's quicker and easier. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. Obviously, go there, sign up, leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share it with your friends. All of these things. We have the book clubs that are coming out all the time. The first live stream coming up on Thursday. We have the beer shows that are dropping. There was a new one yesterday. The newsletter dropped today. The review preview drops tomorrow. We've got a whole slew of content coming out for you guys today.
It's like every day
It's a big
there's
week.
always stuff going on.
It's a
It's
big
quite
week.
wild. Yeah,
Yes.
especially because it's the end of the month.
Yes,
That,
exactly.
oh, man. And I cannot speak more highly of this month's Reeve Preve. The review preview.
Excellent.
Rubicon, Coddling of the American Mind. Powerful stuff.
Yes, so make sure you
Good
guys
stuff.
check that out. Leave us a like, a comment, review, share it with your friends. If you want to watch some gaming, go to Twitch. Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Watch some gaming she just streamed last night.
Right?
Leggings and aprons for some baked goods. Go there, check out the page, see what she's doing. So when she's back up and running, you can order some cakes. If you need a haircut in the local area, go to Swab Blended. Make an appointment now. It is hot to get in there. If you need a skateboard, Location Skate Shop. They got new hats. They have new shirts. They have new stuff all the time. So go there, Location Skate Shop. I just went there last week. That's a great spot.
And it's funny. Let me ask you about this real quick. When you
Yes.
go to Location Skate Shop, you go there because you're not a skateboarder,
No.
right? And you don't buy
anymore.
skateboards, or you don't. Maybe you used to be.
When I was younger.
So the culture, I guess, of the skate shop still appeals.
Yeah.
I mean, you go in there, you just kind of hang out, talk to the people, because you know people that obviously run the place and do stuff like that. So
One of the co-owners, Ryan, I went to school with. Jordan's gone to school with him since elementary school. So we both go pretty far back with him. I think I started going to school with him in junior high. So I've known him for over a decade. I don't know the guy that he owns the shop with, but that dude is there. His friends are there. They have like a big, couch and stuff like that in there, and like a couple of big comfy chairs and a TV that they're playing skate videos and stuff all the time. Ryan is big into photography, and so he films a lot of stuff for them and takes a lot of photos for them. He has pictures and stuff all over the walls in there. They've got a full bench and everything, so they can set you up with a full board. If you want to buy everything that day, they can build everything for you there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they've got all that stuff. So it's a good place to kick it. It's right in the heart of downtown Bremerton and all the walking area.
It's got that cool little windy street thing, right? That's on that
and
street there.
Their street, is also a one-way, and so it's best to skate on. They also close down 4th Street all the time. That part of it in particular, because there's a couple bars there. The Admiral is right down the block.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of stuff down there. So the foot traffic is incredible. It's a great spot. It's a great location, if you will.
Oh,
yeah. So no, it's a great spot. I would recommend anybody who's into skateboards, if you want to get into skateboarding, go there. They're very nice. Especially with some of those like niche cultures, gun culture can be that way a lot. Skate culture can be very hoity-toity. People are like almost exclusionary. You know, there's like a what do they call that? Something to border to entry or something like that.
The barrier to entry.
Barrier to entry. Yeah. So, but this shop is not like that. Ryan is a very kind person. He's very approachable. He's of a small stature, so he's not intimidating. He's they're very chill there. It's a really good spot.
Man,
so
I miss skating, dude.
yeah, it's family friendly. It's a good,
good spot.
They're for the kids there. So location all the way. They're doing good things for the community.
I feel like we've been remiss. We didn't boost up another fantastic place that we all went to. A couple fantastic places we went to last weekend over in the Bremerton area, man. This place we went to.
We didn't take any pictures of our food.
We didn't either.
What a bunch of assholes. What a bunch of assholes.
That just means we got to go back again soon. Because
Yeah.
we went to, thanks to the recommendation from you guys, the Evergreen Pizza.
Yeah.
It's right next to Evergreen State Park. Right down there on the water.
Yeah.
And I will just say, as somebody that has lived and breathed New York City pizza for a good chunk of my adult life, I guess I'm kind of snobby when it comes to pizza. I like a lot of pizza, but there is only one good, true pizza, and that's the New York style stuff. I have never had a pizza more New York, with this outside of New York at all, closer to this. I mean, or as close as this place was. I mean, you get a 12-inch personal pan pizza. It's great
One
for
size,
two people with a side maybe, or two
the
people
Sprouts,
for one extra.
bro, if you get to order the Sprouts and a pizza,
that's all you need,
good, bro.
That's all you need. They're
Sprouts
so
are
good.
lit.
So shout out Evergreen Pizza. That place is just fire. And then after that, we went to a brewery I had been wanting to go to for so long. Chaos Bay
delicious
Brewing.
beer.
It's every beer that we had there. Like I think we all tried them all
Different
essentially.
beers, yeah.
And they are. Every single one of them was fantastic.
Chaos
Good
Bay.
selection and variety too.
Good spot too.
Yeah.
The tables with the electricity burned into
Yes.
the wood, that was lit. Yeah, no, that was a good spot. And they had a bunch of pool tables and stuff there. That's a
Tons.
relatively new. It used to be McLeod's before McLeod's moved. McLeod's was a country bar.
Yeah.
For anybody who's not from this area, McLeod's is a country bar. And it's a country themed bar that plays hip hop after 9 p.m. because that's the only thing anybody is into here. But the country, I don't know how the country theme stuck around, but
I don't know, man.
yeah. So now it's Chaos Bay. That was a good spot. So shout out Chaos Bay, and we definitely have to go back to Evergreen Pizza. I bet we could talk to the person who owns it, or the people that work there, and be like, how did this come about? Because this seems very out of place.
Yeah,
for
how did you
Bremerton.
do this? What gave you the idea to make this style pizza? I mean, it's with the pep. I mean,
tiny peps,
the
bro?
way they prepare the toppings is very New York.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it is here. There's none of that. You don't do the shredded cheese all over it. No, this
Right.
is like real fucking what's going on there. It's like, I just can't.
I wouldn't be
speak highly
surprised to
enough
hear
of it.
that they make their own mozzarella to put on the pizza.
I would not be
Would not be
surprised.
surprised to hear that. Yeah,
I made
high quality.
mozzarella ones, by the way. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just like I made my own mayonnaise the other day.
Right.
I'm so happy I'm never
Classy.
buying this shit again. I'm just making it.
Making it
That's right.
classy.
Just like Joe Biden's going to make ghost guns illegal.
Oh, that was good.
Never underestimate my ability to force a segue.
That was excellent. Yes. So that is our topic for part 2 is Joe Biden. And we have, let's see, these videos from the 11th. So on the 11th of April, Joe Biden met in the Rose Garden with a bunch of reporters and some senators and stuff. And Kamala Harris was there. She started it within the first 2 seconds, like made a mistake. And she's just the worst. Kamala Harris is
She kicked it off?
Yeah. She's just the worst. And
Yeah.
then the deputy attorney general was there, and then this girl spoke. I don't remember her name, but she was a young woman who was involved in a school shooting, I believe in 2019, in which a ghost gun was used. It's like a P80 Glock that the kid's dad had got and built, and then the kid took it from his dad and brought it to school. And this girl, so she told her story, obviously, and we're just going to talk about this for a second, and then we'll get into some of the details of it, because I was just so disgusted by this. They brought this girl here and had her tell her story of, my friend fucking got killed and I watched it all happen and it was peaceful, and then the gunshots, and then I was in surgery. And so it's and I don't
horrific
mean
too,
to
but-
make light of it, because it's horrific. I have children myself, so I'm not making light of a school shooting. I'm making light of the way that they used this girl as a pawn, right?
Yeah.
Because eventually they had one of the kids who died, Damian Blackwell, I think his name was, they had his parents stand up. And I thought about that for a long time. They stood up and they're like holding a picture of their kid, And I thought for a long time about, like, how would I have this conversation with those people? How would I have this discussion with those people of, I couldn't sympathize with you anymore because I have children. And I can't imagine what it would be like to have my son for 17 years, for him to be taken away from me by somebody else.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. And I can imagine that at that point you become to the Second Amendment arguments don't hold as much weight to you as they did before, if they did before. And I can understand that. And so I've just thought a lot about that, about like, how would I react to that? Would I feel the same way about the Second Amendment if my kid was killed in a school shooting? Would I still be like, fucking all gun laws are unconstitutional? Would I still say that? And I don't know. And so
Hopefully you'll never have to know.
and I think the only reason I bring that up is to mention that the emotion of this is not lost on me. I understand. I talked to Jake and Morgan a few weeks ago. We went over their house for dinner. I talked about some of this stuff, and I told them I understand my views on this are like radical, in some sense. I get it. I understand that, and I'm not, that is not lost on me how far reaching these ideals seem to some people. I get it, So I'm not saying that everyone is going to believe exactly what I believe, and I don't believe that they will or that they should, but I believe that our point of view, the point of view we're going to express here, is the most liberty-minded point of view, and is the one that leads people to the most freedom overall. So
You can't save everybody in those
Right.
situations, but it's not about the one. It's not about the few. It's about everyone else.
yeah, so like I said, I just wanted to point out that the emotion of this is not lost on me. And some of this can sound very callous, and how would you feel your children? I get it. That's not lost on me, right?
Yeah, because no matter what happens, it's always going to be a tragedy.
Yeah,
Period.
100%.
100%.
Especially when you're talking
It's
about children.
heartbreaking, man.
Especially when you're talking about children. You're talking about somebody who's 16, 17 years old. They have not even begun to reach the potential of what their life is going to be.
Yep.
It's not lost on me. But my point with this girl, right, is that they absolutely used her as a pawn. She told her story. It seems evident to me that at the very least they gave her these things to write into her own speech, even if she wrote all her own statement here. So after she tells her story, and the sound is not working for you, so I'm just going to read the closed captions of what she said. She's saying, because now finally we have a president who realizes that thoughts and prayers alone are not enough, which is something that Joe Biden has said 1,000 times, right? She says, a president who has been standing up to the gun lobby for decades and winning. Again, something he literally has been saying since he's been running for president. Yep, and he's just sitting there in his aviators just watching. A president who has been standing up for survivors like me and so many others. Again, something that he said for years. A president who is taking bold, meaningful action to stop the spread of ghost guns. Again, something he has been saying for months now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce the strongest gun sense commander-in-chief ever to hold office, President Joe Biden.
That's what Kamala said.
That's what this girl says.
Oh.
The young girl. That's what I'm saying to you. They had this, they wrote it into the young girl speech. They had her talk about how she was shot in a school shooting, and that's how they have her understatement. Is with political talking points about the president.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
How old was this gal?
This was this video or this girl.
How old
she
is-
was in
yeah.
high school. She's got to be 19 years old.
Okay.
I mean, she's just out of high school.
Yeah. Real activist age right there. And understandably so, obviously, given her experience in life. Yeah.
Certainly.
I
She's
understand
working
it.
with every town and all of the anti-gun lobbies. All of the anti-gun lobbies, she's working with them. So I'm not surprised. I don't necessarily blame her. I do and I don't.
Yeah.
So she's a child. I'm not going to... Doesn't matter. But I'm disgusted by the way they used this girl. She's a
Yeah.
victim. That girl's a victim. She was shot. She was shot in the stomach, watched her friend die, was in surgery, thinking about her friend dying, all this type of shit. She talked about all this thing. You used her as a pawn.
Yeah.
You just used this girl as a pawn in the game of politics, and that is fucking gross.
Yes.
that is disgusting.
That's like my biggest takeaway out of that is you're exploiting somebody's tragedy to make sure that you get this your little pet peeve piece of
try and get
legislation
your
through.
dub. To
Yeah.
try and
to,
get the dub.
To just literally use you as a pawn. I don't understand. Like, I don't like the mixing of like personal tragedy with the political push because it is so very. It's emotionally twisted, man. Like it's so evil to try to take advantage of somebody, even if it's a legitimate point they're trying to push like that. If this is something that she would do on her own like this, like you would think that instinctually you would not want to appear like you are taking advantage of this person by having her go up in the Rose Garden in front of like the national media is there, like everything. You need to know what that looks like to people that don't agree with you.
Right.
Because you not only come off like you're using this person as a pawn, but you're taking advantage of their own personal tragedy to try to gain a personal W.
Yeah.
That is just disgusting, man.
When
Like
she's-
regardless of the validity of whatever it is you're trying to point out. Having that person go up there and just, I mean, can you imagine the trauma that's gonna you relive by like retelling your story like that, by pushing them up on the federal stage so you can get a political W, a possible political W, not even like achieve something. That's just disgusting, man. And anybody that would allow anybody that can't see what's happening there, like I don't trust you anymore.
Right.
Man, how can you not see this for what it is?
Because it's one thing when she's telling her story. It's one thing when she's telling her story because people do that all the time. They go and they share their tragedy, and this is why this needs to change because no one should be subjected to what I was subjected to. But at the end, there's no way she's just paying enough attention to Joe Biden that she's like, I'm going to put all these things in the end of my statement. They 100% asked her to say it. That's my take on the scenario. I don't have any way to prove that happened. I feel very strongly from what I know of politics. They absolutely had that girl tack that onto the end of her statement because I don't think there's any way she's going to think, I should write these things that he's saying every time he's out there. Or else she would have also said fucking deer and Kevlar vest or whatever, Like, which he also said here.
Yeah,
Those things,
he
they were
always
not
does.
missed. Yeah, they were not missed.
Joe Biden loves him some Kevlar deer.
Yes.
I've yet to see the rare native species of the Kevlar deer.
Because that's the only thing that brought all these magazines about is that we started getting at deers that had Kevlar vests on.
Yeah, man.
There's
You
no
got to
other
put
reason.
30 rounds into that thing just to bring it down so you could bring some venison home.
Said, you must be one hell of a bad shot if you need a 30-round magazine, he said. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
So,
Such an idiot. Nobody's carrying around 30-round magazines into the woods to go hunting, dude.
yeah,
Period.
I mean, people...
That's just dumb.
No. I would imagine even most people who hunt with AR-15s, unless you're hunting like hogs or something where you're going to expend 30 rounds, if you're hunting deer or some shit with an AR-15, you probably don't have a 30-round magazine because why would you shoot 30 rounds while you're out, You might have one with you, but I think it's all conjecture, but I think it's probably rare that people are hunting deer with a 30-round mag in their AR-15.
Yeah.
You're talking about added weight, and it's going to be harder to put down. There's all kinds of things. It doesn't make You can buy 10-round magazines that sit almost flush with the magwell.
Yep.
You know,
It's a much more comfortable carry, man, when you got to pack fucking 5 to 10 miles into the woods and all that shit. But I was going to bring up the concept of the AR-15 hunting. In this state, that's mostly not a thing.
Right.
And that's because there's laws in place in our state that say,
caliber
require
thing, right?
calibers. Yeah. And so unless you were to custom build a,
Like
a
an
higher
AR-10.
caliber, something like that. I mean, you could do it in an AR-10 platform, but yeah, you really got to bump the caliber up if you're going to do that, because that is the threshold. And you could tell in the legislation it's there on purpose to prevent or to dissuade people from actually using an AR when they hunt.
Right.
It's because that's the caliber cutoff
So
right
I think
there.
most people don't realize, especially if you're not into guns. I mean, calibers and all that stuff is very complicated anyway. But like a .223 bullet or a .556 bullet that an AR-15 shoots is like barely larger than a 22.
Yeah,
barely larger.
22 LR.
Yeah, it's barely larger. It's just a little bit wider and a little bit longer. It's barely larger width-wise, diameter-wise of a 22, and that's why you can't shoot with it. So,
Yeah, and most of it has to do with like the amount of powder that's in the casing. I mean, the actual bullet size
it's just
is
a keg of powder comparatively to a 22.
Yeah, it's nothing. Actually, it's funny. Somebody was talking last night in Carolina's Twitch stream. We were talking calibers of guns and stuff, and it had to do with they were playing Warzone, Call of Duty. But they asked like, "What's a 22 LR?" Oh, it's just a standard. That's what you think of as a 22.
Right.
This tiny little, the bullets are about, yay
Super,
big,
super small.
super tiny.
They make a sound like that.
Yes, there's
little
zero
crack.
kickback.
Yeah.
And what's really cool is they make 22 caliber called vermin shot, and it's like a little mini shotgun shell almost built into this tiny little thing with all these little pellets and a clear coating on the outside, so for like blasting rats and squirrels and vermin around the house. we used to kill lots of rodents like that when we were kids. It's a good time.
They make gun tangent, but they also make like subsonic 22 rounds, so they don't break the sound barrier. You can even suppress those and stuff like that. And at that point, you're really only hearing the action of the gun, like the bolt slamming back and forth because it's so quiet. Then you can still kill like rabbits and little birds and stuff like that with those. Like that's very common for hunters. If they're trying to hunt big game and they haven't found it yet, they'll bring a little 22. So you can get them with like folding stocks and stuff like that. Pack it down real small and put it in your bag and screw a little suppressor on there, and you can hunt small game to eat while you're out and not disturb any of the big game that are out there, because it sounds just like a twig that's snapping. It's not anything that's going to bother them,
Yeah. Ask me if I've done that before. Of course I have.
Yeah, and it only makes sense, I mean, it only makes sense to do that type of thing. If you're trying to go as light as possible, and like I don't even want to bring food, that only makes sense to do that. Or if you're going to go out in like your truck or something like that and camp for a few days and hunt out of your truck, that only makes sense to just do that and just have a little stove,
Oh, yeah.
So,
I did that literally last year. Literally last year, kept it around because there's these things called forest grouse all over the place up here, right?
Birds.
We call it a forest chicken.
Yes.
Because they're about the size of a chicken, except they
everywhere.
fucking fly, man.
Up into the trees.
Up into the trees, man, and it's hard to get them like that. But most of the time they hang out on the ground, and half of them are so fucking stupid. You could because their first like emergency their like fight or flight method is just to stand there, just gonna freeze. Hopefully I'm camouflaged with the ground.
So stupid.
And so I've literally almost like kicked one before as I'm walking by it. And then as soon as you get too close, they fucking and they fly off next to you and like make you piss yourself.
Yeah.
So then you just get angry and you want to kill them for that, and then you're thinking about trying to roast their carcass over a fire at night, and that's what you get for fucking scaring me.
You bastards.
But anyways, hunting tangent over.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hunting and caliber tangent over. So on the 11th, when this video was posted, live stream happened. Joe Biden, he also gave this girl just the creepiest hug. He hugged her over the shoulders and then sat back. I'm going to send it to you so that we can look at it.
We can at least watch it.
Yeah, because it was just very weird and creepy.
Fucking creepy old Joe at it again.
He didn't smell her,
He didn't smell her.
No, so let's see. It's at like 13:20 is where she ends. It's right just when they hug. So
Oh.
Yeah. It's very creepy. It's very weird. So as you're pulling it up, we'll talk about this. So this was to talk about some new, not laws, because the president doesn't write laws, they're regulations. So go back a little bit because he's already talking. This is She Talks Before Him.
I missed it.
Yep.
Oh, where'd it go? There it is. There it is.
Yep.
Boop.
Okay. So she says the stuff that she's saying. This is when she's president who is okay. So there's the closed caption, like me and so many others.
The
President taking bold, meaningful action. Stop the spread of ghost guns.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to introduce the strongest gun sense commander-in-chief ever to hold office, President Joe Biden.
Also,
Enter
so
Creepy
here it
Joe.
is. She hugs him. She initiated the hug.
Yeah.
But now look how weird this is.
The embrace, man.
Look, look how weird this is.
I don't. Oh, that's.
Look at how weird that
it's
is.
so creepy,
Look
dude.
at how weird it is.
Ah,
Yes.
it's so creepy. Like you're waiting. It's
Yeah, like
It
I
is
said,
so uncomfortable,
She
man.
initiated the hug. He had a
Yeah.
hand out. He had a hand for a handshake.
Yep.
She hugged him. So I'm not gonna let's be super honest about it because people.
And she went in for. I mean, she hugged
gave him the
man.
hug, and he hugged her. And then when
Then it
she
got
went to
weird.
let go, he stopped and he talked to her for a little bit too long. I think it's just weird. It doesn't. It looks weird.
Yeah, man. Like the line of creepy. You crossed the line. You crossed the fucking line.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about what he actually said. Now that we provided enough context, enough commentary on the scenario. So, they announced a 4-phase gun plan that they have going on.
Oh, God.
And so we'll go over these 4 phases. We'll talk about some other stuff that he said. Gun regulations.
I got the fact sheet pulled up, too, for...
Excellent. They're going to criminalize the ownership of ghost guns. And...
criminalize the ownership of ghost guns.
Yeah, that's the long-term intent.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to make it illegal to sell ghost guns without a serial number or a background check,
Which then doesn't make them a ghost gun.
and it does not make them a ghost gun. And the way that they I'm going to go over these 4 things, and we'll talk about the way they define a ghost gun.
Okay.
One is they're going to go after rogue gun dealers. And a big thing that they said is 5% of gun dealers sold 90% of these guns, right? So let's break that down a little bit,
Okay.
right? One of the major types of quote-unquote ghost guns that you could buy. I'm going to call it a home manufactured gun because that's what it is, right? Ghost gun is a political term. This is a gun that you make at home. The ATF even calls them primitive manufactured firearms. They don't even call them ghost guns. That's a political term. Ghost gun is a political term. It doesn't mean anything. It's a primitive manufactured firearm because it wasn't made quote with gunsmithing material, quote unquote, which is kind of bullshit anyway.
It's 2020, bro.
It's
or 2022.
anything is gunsmithing material.
Yeah.
So
3D printers are a thing.
right. So anyway. They're going to go after rogue gun dealers because they said 5% of gun dealers sold 90% of these guns. So one of the major type of primitive manufactured firearms is called a P80, right? That's the brand of this gun. So you buy them. You can buy them in stores, in gun stores that sell them, but the company is called P80, Polymer 80. You can go to polymer80.com and buy a PA from them and have it sent to your house. So if you can buy it direct from the manufacturer instead of paying a markup in a store, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
So it only makes sense
Capitalism.
that the vast majority of P80s will be sold through polymer80.com, making them one of those 5% of gun dealers. They're the ones that make them. It doesn't make sense to buy them anywhere else if you can buy it from the dealer, because that's where the source is. If you go to a regular gun store, they may or may not have the model that you want, because they have models for all the different like popular handguns. So you can get a Glock one or a Sig one, it's a M&P Shield, all those things, all the different kinds of popular firearms. You can get a clone version of that in this Polymer 80 fashion.
That's what I was just going to ask. It's like it's a cloned version of it. It's just like, this is what it looks like, and you're buying it from us.
Yes, it looks a little bit different. You can tell, if you're into guns, it's very easy to tell because the magwell or like the trigger guard, right, is shaped different. It has a more intense scoop on the front and it has a scoop cut on the bottom. That's like the definitive Polymer 80 telltale sign is the way that the trigger guard is shaped. And that's the easiest way to tell.
So for those non-gun enthusiasts, let me just ask this question then. So essentially that's like why you can buy a AR-15 that isn't necessarily made from Armalite. You can buy it made
Right.
from the Colt factory
Right.
or the, I don't
Yeah.
know, whatever other manufacturers make that gun, that style or that model, if you
Yep.
will. And so the P80 is just a model that was essentially created. That model was created by Polymer 80.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're clones of all these guns, and this is the part that I'm talking about. Is this trigger guard? Is it has a more intense scoop in the front? I have a lot of mine, so it's a little bit harder. And the bottom has a scoop cut, and that's for your fingers to rest. That's a very common aftermarket thing that people will do with low receivers.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to send it in for stippling work, which is the texture on here, it's very common for them to also have an undercut scooped out of their trigger guard just to have a place to set your other
Oh,
hand.
yeah. That makes
Very
sense,
common.
the way you
So.
said it.
If you're gonna buy a P80, they already come like that. So they
Interesting.
come like that. They're a little bit blockier.
That's
they're
a
not
good model.
They're not quite as round. Yeah, a lot of people like them. A lot of people like them. And the definitive thing is you have to finish the bottom part where the trigger goes. You have to drill that part out and then put everything together. There's a couple holes you have to drill out. So P80 kits come with like the drill bits and stuff that you need, the internals and all that stuff.
So all you really need is a drill press.
So you need just a drill.
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
even need a drill press. You need a drill and to be able to drill straight down. That's it. It helps to have a drill press, but you don't need a drill press. And that's like the same thing with the jigs for the AR-15's lower. So you could just do it with a hand router. You can do it, if you have a CNC machine, then you can also do it in there. You can get all the measurements and stuff and do it itself. Or you can do it yourself with a hand router or with a drill press. It's a little bit harder with that, but
Yeah.
it's all the
movement.
same deal. So this statistic thing that they're doing with the 5% and 90% is just totally a game of numbers. It's a game of words.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as when they're presenting dangers with COVID-19 and the shot, right? You're X amount or X times more likely to get COVID if you don't have the vaccine. You're X times more likely to die from COVID if you don't have the vaccine.
Yeah.
That's across the board.
That's
not
false equivalency.
exactly. It's not. That's your. I think like they call your relative risk, right? That's not your actual risk. That's not
Yeah.
comparative between a 20-year-old and an 80-year-old.
Yeah.
It's because most people who are dying are 80 years old. And so these statistics, they don't fit to what they're saying. And they do a lot of that with and I'll go over this a little bit later, they go over a lot of that with the acquisition numbers for ghost guns. As they'll say it went up 200% in the last 2 years. But if you got 7 ghost guns one year and then you got 30 of them the next year,
That percentage looks
that's
better
a
than
250% increase from what you went the year before.
Yeah.
So while it's only 30 guns or whatever, it's a 250% increase from the amount of ghost guns that we saw last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
So that's a very big number. It sounds very scary. That is very common in this discussion.
I like to equate it with like in my zone is like hunting and stuff like that. There are X amount of people, you're a hiker or something like that, right? There's only X amount of people that die by bear attacks every year, right? And you're like, oh yeah, that's one in, 10,000, one in, I don't know, 100,000, whatever the number is. It's like, well, yeah, but most people don't put themselves in a position to be attacked by a bear.
Right.
But the people that do are a very, very finite number. And so the actual risk is, in this case, inversely, way higher than it's technically reported. And in the world of, these primitive home manufactured firearms,
Yeah.
there's only a small group of people that are doing these things. There's, like you said, there was 7 made last year and now there's 30 made this year.
Right.
It's a much more scary percentage when you just compare the two numbers than actually say the two numbers, because you put 7 compared to 30, nobody really gives a shit.
Right.
When you say 250%, that's a big scary number.
And when you start to look at those numbers, because it is true that the amount of ghost guns that police are picking up in general is increasing, right? It's also true that the places where they're picking up more ghost guns are the places with stricter gun regulations, where it's harder to get a traditional firearm. People will go through the work to go the route to get a kit and finish it themselves. We've also seen things like they're calling, I'll have to find on Instagram, that it's a gun the police called the Smith & Methson, because it was made out of like a piece of pipe, and there was a quarter on the back that you pulled back as the hammer, and there was like a drill bit that was used as the firing pin, it's something someone completely 100% handmade in their house.
It's a Fallout crafted gun.
Yeah, and
Right?
it's like those are very different things,
Yeah.
because that used to be the world of homemade firearms, and now that it's not that way, you don't have to go through all of that work, but it's still work.
Yeah.
More than what most people are willing to go through, unless you have project means, that people are having, or you have malicious means. If you're trying to do something bad and you don't want anyone to know about it, you are willing to go through that work.
Yeah.
If your intent is already to break the law, you are willing to go through that work to make sure that someone can't track the firearm.
Yeah.
Because your intent is already to break the law.
And to that point, like the work to do that process to get that home manufactured firearm, because of the breakthroughs in technologies these days, the barrier to entry to get into that is way lower than it ever used to be. So like that has to factor into the weight of the amount. You have a combination scenario here where you have multiple reasons that might be coming into play when you're talking about the increased number of these home manufactured firearms being recovered on crime scenes and stuff like this. So like there's a lot of factors here. It's not because, like you were just saying, like it doesn't necessarily mean it's for nefarious means. It just means that people can make them easier nowadays and more affordable than ever before. So there's going to be more.
Yeah. 100%. I agree with that. And so the next part that they said they're going to tackle is gun. Well, let me talk about this for a second, because I just want to make this point real hard, real quick. The home manufacturing of guns is something that I am 100% in favor of. And I don't think that just because people are starting to use them more prolifically in crime, we should stop everyone from being able to gain access to them. It's not a solution to me.
No.
Either on a state level, a local level, or a federal level. At the deep federal standpoint of it, and from a human standpoint of it, and I've made this argument in articles before, home manufacture of firearms is the truest and, in a leftist way, most equitable way for anybody to be able to get a firearm.
Yeah.
If you're not going at it with a malicious manner. Even if you're a law-abiding citizen with no criminal history, you could get a background check, get a pistol, no problem. The most equitable way for you to do it is to buy it at home, make it yourself at home, and no one needs to know about it. It's also the surest way that the best way I can ensure that I can defend myself against the federal government if they decide that they're going to take everyone's guns away. They decide that that's what they're going to do. The best way I can continue to defend myself is to have one they don't know about. And that's in my opinion, that's my duty. That's my job. My job is to ensure that I have the ability to defend myself, my family, and people that believe in freedom from any force that stands to threaten them, whether that be an outside invader, another neighbor, the federal government, anybody. And the best way that I can do that is to have a home manufactured firearm that is reliable, that I am trained with, that the federal government does not have the ability to readily take away from me.
Yeah, that's sound reasoning right
So
there. I mean,
I just want to lay that
Yeah.
out since we're talking about crime and things like that. I just want to lay it out there. There are laws and things like that, but that's my stance on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can essentially use the same, the argument of we need to ban all guns as, an example for that, because you look at, major cities and things like that have outlawed the possession of like pistols and handheld firearms and stuff like that. It has zero effect, if anything, to the positive. It might have a negative effect on the overall crime in the city. Just because these ghost guns exist doesn't mean, and it goes just to doesn't mean you're doing it with nefarious purposes point you've been making.
Right.
It just because there's more is not a bad thing. What it is that there's just more because it's easier, it's cheaper, it's possibly, you could certainly argue that it is the most constitutionally friendly thing you could do. I mean, it's the most fulfilling way to fulfill your Second Amendment right. I mean, there's all sorts of arguments for it. The only negative is that you just don't like guns, and you need to make sure the government knows where all the guns are at. I mean, even if you were to believe that in your own mind, why would you make these things illegal because you don't trust citizens to make them at home and then bring them in to register them, just like you do, like when you register your car every year and stuff like we do all the time now. Where you could drive, I mean, people drive around on expired registrations all the time, but like there's nothing says you have to necessarily, otherwise you'll get tickets and all this good stuff. But like no one's forcing you to go do that at the point of, hey, I just bought this car from somebody. Nobody's doing that. People do that on a societal level anyways. If you were somebody that really cared about that, but you still wanted to buy this system of firearm because it's an affordable and maybe interesting way for you to get into that situation, then you make it at home, you do your thing, and then you bring it in and you go register it. Like, what would be wrong with that? It's just because guns are bad, so we can't trust anybody with them.
And they did shift to, that's one of the things they talked about is that any gun dealer who now is selling any type of home manufacturer kit or anything like that
has to register it.
Has to put a serial number on it, right? They have to put a serial number on it, and they have to get a background check from anybody who wants to do it.
Yeah.
My question with that is, what is the system in which you're going to have people implement serial numbers? Because if you don't have some type of system and everyone just makes up their own numbers, you're going to have 90,000 guns with the serial number 69. What are you going to do about that? You have just everybody, if somebody uses a gun with a serial number 69, everybody who has that serial number 69 is going to get popped up, and now you have to go and search 10,000 houses.
Right.
Because people who are into gun shit are weird. That's like, not in like they're weirdos, but they're just
they're weird about
the
small
memes are
details.
Weird. They're weird. They say stupid stuff. If you watch Grantham videos and stuff like that, he's wearing fucking Batman helmets.
He's a weird dude.
He's
man.
a weird guy, and so
goofy looking motherfucker.
People are gonna do that. Like So I'm curious on what that system is, or who the burden of proof is going to be. Same thing as when we talked about the magazines. Who's the burden of proof on to show when I purchased this magazine and that it was grandfathered in? If I'm able to get one somehow after July or whenever the first day is of the magazine ban, who's the burden of proof on to show that that's when I bought it? Because there is no serial number on it.
Yeah.
So if I have a P80 gun now, or if I get one after these regulations go into place that doesn't have a serial number, who's the burden of proof on?
Do I need to carry the receipt?
How do I know?
Yeah.
How do you know? How does anybody know that I didn't get it before or I didn't get it afterwards?
Yeah.
No one knows. And now the expectation is, that I have to bring this in to the federal government for them to put a serial number on it? Absolutely not.
No.
That's the whole point of me not doing this. That's the whole point of me going this route. Why would I do that?
Yep. No, it makes sense, man.
So the grandfather system isn't consistent, and it only opens the door for people's civil liberties to be stomped on. That's the only thing that does. No one's going to be freer because it's now on you to show that you have this within the grandfather period.
Yeah.
No one's going to be freer because of that.
Yeah, well, and on top of that too, it also further pushes the precedent that you can essentially make parts of firearms traceable or trackable or bannable. We saw this with like bump stocks and things like that. Like, it becomes a part type of issue. Like, it's nothing that is an actual firearm, because even if you're
triggers that we just saw, those are machine guns now.
Yeah, and like why is that okay, but something else isn't? It's because you at the time, as the ATF, essentially just deem it so.
Yes.
I mean, and like, well, okay, well, you can have this, but not this. You can put this on there, but not, and that makes it the bad or good part.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about, because essentially you'd be making manufacturers of like jigs and the P80 kits and things like that having to serialize their product and register it with the federal government, and then the buyer of that product would just become a part of that system, in that having to put their name on that. What's to say like you have to do that with triggers now, and you have to do that with whatever barrel you're going to buy or whatever optics you're going to mount on it? I mean, where's the floor on this thing? Where's the ceiling on it? It doesn't go anywhere.
That's the inherent issue outside of my personal view of all of this being unconstitutional.
Yeah.
In the more, because we've talked about this before. I frame it in kind of two very different ways. That I have my personal feelings on it. I also recognize, as I said, how radical that sounds to some people, and so I know that if in this country that we have established, we have got to meet in the middle somewhere to decide what is reasonable.
Yeah.
And so
it's your moral and ethical beliefs versus your practical beliefs.
Yes.
Right.
What was I getting at? Where's the Oh, okay. So this is the issue with these type of regulations is that they're not, these aren't laws, right? And that's the issue with the triggers, the bump stock, the things like that. That is, they get ruled illegal by the ATF.
Yeah.
These are arbitrary designations that are slowly stripping away people's civil liberties because the executive branch has said that it's okay. That is not good enough. That's not a good enough reason for these things to be made illegal.
Because one person decided so.
Right. And while I also find the National Firearms Act to be unconstitutional, there is at least a legislation that deems short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns to be illegal.
Yeah.
There is at least a law that says that, right? But these aren't laws. He says in this statement, I'm going to continue to push Congress to make laws for these things. But until then, I'm just going to have the ATF do it anyway. Mm-hmm. That doesn't work. That's not okay. You are effectively a tyrant. You are effectively a tyrant in this sense because you are legislating from the executive branch via the ATF. It doesn't work that way. That's not how this country works.
Yeah.
You do not get to circumvent an entire branch, 2 entire branches, and just say that it's fine. That's not okay. This overreaching is ridiculous. It's unconstitutional, and that's the only purpose the ATF has at this point is to take people's rights away. That's the only thing they're doing is limiting what you can and can't do. We've talked about the can and can't do in a civil liberty and constitutional sense. We've talked about like the honey badger. We went through a whole thing with that. I don't want to go through the whole thing again, but overnight, people who already own these guns, you're a felon if you don't take this in a register now because we decided that it is now a short-barreled rifle.
Yeah.
And it wasn't before. What are you talking about? It doesn't work that way. You don't get to make people felons overnight without a law. It does not work that way. And it disturbs me. I'm trying to think about exactly how I want to put this, but it disturbs me that so many people are okay with this because of the subject matter. Because it's firearms, it's fine. I'm not gonna question it because Congress isn't doing anything. So just let the executive branch do it. That seems extremely dangerous, And we'll talk like in Elon Musk. We're starting to see this in other areas, where in speech and in language, that the federal government, the executive branch in particular, is taking liberties because Congress has become so complacent and so bogged down in whatever you want to attribute it to. The executive branch is just taking it upon themselves to do what they want and what people are in some senses asking for but are not getting from Congress. That does not mean, and it does not give the executive branch the authority to overreach and circumvent and make those things so, because that's what the people want. That's when you start to get into populist dictatorship leadership, dictatorial leadership, like we talked about in the Roman Republic. We are pushing ourselves in that direction from a few different angles, and that's what makes it so scary to me. Is it's not just one party, it's not just one piece of the country that's doing this, it's
everybody.
It's because some people really are asking for this because they don't understand, they don't know, because they've been damaged and personally affected in their own life, and they can't see past that. And I'm not judging them for that because, like I said, if my kid got taken away, I don't know that I would still feel the exact same way. So I don't fault anybody for coming from it from that perspective. But again, we're also talking about complacency of the legislative branch. We're talking about the judicial branch. Like, I don't know, if you guys don't bring something, I don't know what to tell you. You know, we're gonna say that it's not our issue and that you guys can figure it out in the lower courts instead of ruling finally and once and for all, you guys have got to stop this shit. This is the line on the Second Amendment, and you guys crossed it 7 laws ago with magazine bans, with this trigger shit you're doing in the ATF. It's all got to go. Until someone does something, the executive branch is going to feel more and more empowered to continue this push for power. And people are okay with it. And people in the legislative branch, instead of doing it themselves, are championing this behavior. We can't do this, man.
That's what makes it so terrifying, truly, is it's not even the sorry about that. It's not even the singular executive action, which itself is tyrannical. Let's not forget that. But it's the fact that, like you said before, and it's not one side, it's all sides that do this to themselves. I mean, it was no different during the Trump administration. He did so many things through executive action, right? You have different bureaus. Yes, he did that.
He was effectively more anti-2A than Barack Obama was, because more gun rights were taken away during Donald Trump than during the full 8 years of Barack Obama.
Isn't that weird? And it just goes to show you that there's more and more, like you said, there's like avenues of input coming into this thing, pushing this further and further towards like the dictatorial realm. And I think it speaks volumes that when there is a regime change that does happen and it goes from blue to red and red to blue, they don't immediately come in and slash exactly everything that their last guy did through executive order, because you would think you could. I know there's different legal battles and stuff like that, but like at the end of the day, like the executive branch giveth, the executive branch can taketh away. I don't understand how you can not do this. And every single time, this is from the minute it started, nobody has put that power back.
No.
Nobody.
No.
They've just continued to add. There's no subtraction, even if like, okay, I'm gonna repeal the IRS because that's within my permit. I can do that. You know?
Right.
And then I'm gonna replace it with the Bureau of Taxation. There's not even that.
No.
You're not even putting your own signature. You're just leaving that thing there because it gives you more precedent to do the thing you want to do.
Especially the longer it sits.
Yes, and there's only one direction that this goes.
Yeah.
It is more power confined into one person, which is literally the definition of dictator.
And from a personal perspective, from a liberty perspective, from a historical perspective, from what I know about oppressed societies, this seems like guns, seems like the last topic that you would want to be doing this on. And it's the first one. This is the one, maybe not the first one, some healthcare and stuff like that, with the American Affordable Care Act. So this is not the first one, but this seems like the last one that you would want to be pushing for dictatorial control over. And we see examples of this. We've talked about it time and time and time again. We see examples of this in the modern day. In Australia, they were locked up in I'm not going to say concentration camps. I almost said that. They were
Quarantine
camps because they had no effective recourse. There's no way to control that. You're either going to get hemmed up, or we're going to knock you the fuck out, or we're going to take you anyway. That's it. You're going to come, or we're going to make you come. You're going to come with us, or we're going to make you come with us. Yeah. Terrible. In America, that would not happen here.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who say that, I'm not challenging anyone. There are a lot of people who say that they would, bring their guns up, and they really wouldn't because they don't want to shoot another person.
Yeah.
There are also a lot of people who absolutely would shoot another person who was trying to forcefully remove them from their home and their family.
And sleep real soundly at night afterwards.
We have talked about this before. My line is my front door. That is my hard red line, is my front door.
Yeah.
I will not be forcefully removed from my own dwelling, from my family, by an agent of the state. Absolutely.
Hard no.
Absolutely. From anybody, but especially from an agent of the state. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I would sooner remove my own family and stay there myself, say, come and fucking take it. Mm-hmm. Absolutely not. No, I would sooner call you and Jake and your crazy ass fucking brother and say it's time to roll out. It is time to roll out.
Yep.
No, absolutely not.
But you know what the really sad thing is that when it came time to actually start breaking into people's houses and pulling them out by force, people do that now.
Oh, yeah.
With no-knock warrants. And that's the way it's all going to go
Shoot people
down.
through the walls of their house.
Yeah.
Duncan Lemp got shot from outside his own home.
Exactly. That's the way it would go. It would not be this nice guy in a suit and tie coming to the door and asking you to please leave. And then if blah, 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 I have the officers out here. They're going to take you away. Otherwise, it won't be that. It'll just be you are flagged as a non-compliant person. You're going to get swatted.
And they'll come back at night.
Yeah. And then at that point, you're in a terrible situation because unbeknownst to you, somebody's just trying to break into your house, and you're gonna fight back, and then oh shit, it happens to be agents of the state. How was I supposed to know that? You broke into my house in the middle of the night, coming in, screaming, yelling, carrying guns and shit. What do you expect me to do as a constitutionally empowered American? There's only one way that ends, and it's not good. And actually, I think that's probably, like you said, like we talked about Australia a minute ago. it's not necessarily that it's because they took their guns away, but on a societal level, because they
It's a side
allowed
effect of
them,
that.
yeah, it's a side effect of that, and like that can't happen here because we haven't done that yet. And even if there was people that had unregistered weapons and stuff like that they held on to, those people might fight back at that point. But then societally, you're probably already trained to just do what the man says, like they were in Australia at
Certainly
that point,
most people are. The people who don't have
Yeah.
home manufactured firearms
Yeah.
are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or the ones that don't keep it buried out in the backyard, if that's the case too, because you might get hemmed up. Well, I'm going to make sure the man don't find it after that.
Yeah. So one of the next things that they talked about, the second point, is gun trafficking. That's the second point they're going to go after, is gun trafficking, specifically interstate and intercity lines. There's no doubt about that. That's a huge issue as far as gun crime goes.
Yeah.
And that's, big cities where there's a lot of gun legislation and gun laws that make it more difficult for criminals specifically to get firearms. They'll go from and buy guns from out of state, or guns from out of state will be shipped in and then sold within those cities and stuff like that. That's very common.
And unfortunately, that's like constitutionally protected because it is commerce between interstate lines, which is constitutionally the federal government's remit to be involved in.
Yeah.
And that just sucks because then that essentially gives them authority all over the entire nation, which is just not good for liberty.
There shouldn't be anything illegal about taking a gun from one state and selling it into another state.
Yep.
I don't, you're talking about a world of legal jargon when you're talking about taking it to a state and selling it to someone that you reasonably believe is going to use that gun in a crime. I don't know, I don't, as someone who is of the mind of free market, I believe the only thing that would compel you to not sell a firearm to somebody like that is your own morals. And if you're against that morally, then I question your morals, but who am I to tell you how to conduct your free business? I'm not going to do business with you because I don't think that morally we're aligned, but
Like if an example, I guess, would be if every state in the union, you could easily just trade across straight lines. You have an internet store, right? Where you make this manufactured firearm, and then anybody can log in and buy it. And then when you get the shipping address, there is one state in the union that does not that pass a state law that says you can't import those into our state. Then it's up to, like you said, the morals of the manufacturer or the seller at that point, whether he wants to just do it anyways. But if it's protected on the federal level constitutionally, then like you said, like I don't think his morals would be correct if he decided not to at that point, because the Constitution says keep and bear arms. So boom, I'm going to do that. And then the state can get angry, but then I'm in another state, so who gives a fuck anyways?
And like I said, I'm not defending the morality of that, because I think that it's immoral. If you know that someone is going to go and do harm against another person, or potentially do harm, or if you even reasonably suspect that someone is going to do harm to another person, then you shouldn't sell a gun to them. That you shouldn't do that, because they're going to go and infringe on someone else's sovereignty and personal liberty. I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
So
don't give them the means, man.
So if you're a third-party seller, then I think that the person you're buying the guns from, should they find out, should stop supplying you with firearms, because what you're doing is morally questionable.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there should be any limitations on this. Yeah. I respect and understand the argument of we can't expect people to do the right thing. Our entire government is filled with people who are doing the wrong thing every single day. So that argument holds no weight to me. I don't care. Nope. I trust a regular individual far more than I trust the director of the ATF to decide whether or not what I'm doing is constitutional. I don't care. I don't care. Frankly, I don't care what the Constitution says, because when we're talking about gun rights, my ability to defend myself is just far past the Constitution. So we're talking about laws and stuff like that. I recognize it, but no, I trust a person that I meet over the internet far more than I trust some random worker for the ATF to decide arbitrarily what I'm doing is right or wrong.
Yeah, man.
I have no idea who you are. I don't know what your personal motivations are. I don't know what your justifications are. I don't know where you're getting paid from. I don't know any of that shit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're working for a gun lobby. Why would I listen to you? Whether you are from the NRA or from an anti-gun lobby, from the Giffords Institute, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't know you. You have an agenda. If you're coming to me as a private individual, your agenda is to buy this gun.
Yep.
That's your intention.
Yeah.
And unless I can discern from you that your intent is to do harm with another individual, I don't have any reason not to sell this to
Yeah.
you.
I think
know?
that's, I like that way you couch that in the very beginning there. Is like, it's a free market principle. It's like, if you are a manufacturer of firearms, what's to stop me from selling to somebody that wants an order? Unless I know something about them that makes me go, I'm putting you on my client blacklist, which is something companies do all the time.
And I think is totally within their rights to do that.
Like it just seems like a really constitutionally and like liberty friendly place to sit at as far as an opinion goes. It's just free market, man. Like, let it all happen, and you know, the seller beware.
And you can't legislate morality. There's no way to legislate morality, and that's the only thing when we talk about. You referenced after I referenced earlier the uptick in ghost guns in places that have more gun legislation. The only thing that underlines to me is that people who want to do crime are going to do crime. They're going to find a way to do it. That's the only thing that says to me. That doesn't say to me that ghost guns are more dangerous, because they're not. All these people, the president, anybody who's making a statement about firearms, even this young girl that was there, she said they shoot like a gun, they kill like a gun. Because it's a gun. That's a firearm. It's a home manufactured firearm. That's a primitive manufactured firearm, whatever you want to call it. It's a firearm. That's not any different than anything else. It's not any different than a tiny plastic one-shot pistol that you have to slap together. Those are all the same thing.
Yeah.
What you call it doesn't matter. What it's constructed of doesn't matter. It may or may not be more structurally sound and safer to use. It doesn't matter to me if I get shot with it. It doesn't matter to me what it was called or what it looked like. You fucking shot me. It doesn't matter. You know, if I need to defend myself, I don't care what that gun looks like if I need it to defend myself. So
there's lots of different saws, man, but a saw is a saw.
The only thing that tells me is that people who want to commit crimes are going to commit crimes. And you can't do anything about that. And this was evident when you passed all this gun legislation and people continue to do crime. And now the next move is just, we can't stop them with this, so we have to try and stop them at ghost guns. It didn't work before. Why would it stop now, especially with ones that you can't track through your primitive means of trying to track people's self-defense means? You can't do it. We've shown us this already since the National Firearms Act has passed. You showed us you don't have the ability to defend against the enemy that you are, the ghost, the monster that you're creating. You don't have the ability to do this. So to continue to chip away at people's rights, law-abiding citizens' rights, isn't going to solve this issue. People who want to do crime are going to do crime.
You need not look any farther than the UK, where you basically can't have guns, and knife attacks are a very common occurrence, man.
Cut people. It doesn't. If you want to hurt somebody, you're going to hurt somebody. You cannot legislate morality.
Nope.
There's
you want to
no
do
way
crime,
to do that.
you're going to do crime.
And I'm sure a lot of people, that's a conservative talking point. That's honest. That is the truth.
I'm sorry.
That's a moralist, I think. I don't want to say that because I don't know what exactly that means. But to me, that's a moral argument. You can't legislate morality. That's not a conservative or liberal argument. That is, you cannot legislate morality. And trying to limit what I can do as a law-abiding citizen is not going to affect what a criminal wants to do. It will not change it. You know, because if there are people who are not criminals technically, but have questionable morals, and they're willing to facilitate that criminal doing that crime, then limiting my rights again did not change that. They didn't do anything about that. You know, you cannot legislate morality.
No. And as a happy side effect, when you do try to legislate morality, you do that through tyranny. Tyranny you cannot get to morality through tyranny.
No.
It's a logical fallacy.
The third point that they want to hit on is community policing and crime intervention. So they're going to sink a whole bunch of money into this. They also told people, use the COVID money that you have left over on this, which really bugged the shit out of me because of
it's just become a fucking slush fund.
Just use the COVID money. Just use your COVID money because that's why it's there. That's what he said. That's why it's there. No, it's
not why it was there.
It's there because COVID. That's why you said actually it's not enough. This isn't enough, actually. We need more. But now you're saying that's why it's there. It's COVID money. It's left over. That's why the discretionary spending part of this is there. That's why Jansley is still effectively a tyrant in Washington. It's because that's why it's there. Tap into the COVID money. It's there for you to instill community policing, to put in community policing so that I can tell you that I'm not defunding the police. I'm adding to community policing.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Eat my ass. I'm not
can't
even
believe that.
I'm not even on a you know, defund the police whatever tilt. Like I don't care. I'm going to do I got mine. You know what I'm saying? I got mine. I'm going to do me. I don't need a cop to do that. If I'm in some shit, the first thing I'm going to do is not call the cops. That's not the first thing I'm going to do.
Right.
So there are some situations there, well, that's not the first thing I'm going to do. Especially if you're telling me you're defunding. That's not going to be the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to, I got mine. So I don't care about that, right? But don't do this double speak stuff to me where you're saying, I'm not defunding the police. I'm implementing different ways of policing that don't involve police officers. They involve community policing and other people informing on other people and telling people and, you know, letting police officers and other social workers get to know your community more. Let's not do this.
Yeah,
okay.
no. We did that once. They were called the brown shirts and it didn't go so well.
And if you want to do that, then that's fine. But let's call it what it is and say that you want to change the way that modern policing is done. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but let's be fucking honest about it and stop doing this bullshit of, well, I don't think defunding the police is right. I just think we should do it all completely differently. Like, let's not let's not do that. Let's not play this game, right?
Oh my
Again,
God.
I don't care. I don't care. I got mine. It doesn't matter to me, but let's not do this. I don't want to be lied to, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to take people's jobs away and shift them to somebody else, that's fine. If there's less guns on the street, less shirted guns on the street, that's fine. But I want to know that though. Like,
Right.
But let's be honest.
Just
'cause
be straight, man.
I want to know that if
Yep.
you're going to change this and there's going to be less armed police in the street, I want to know that because that's going to affect the way that I conduct myself as a private citizen. That's going to change what I have on my everyday carry. That's going to change what I have in my car. That's going to change that type of stuff. You know, if you're telling me this crime wave is going to potentially get worse, I want to know that. Let's be honest about what we're doing here. That's just where I'm at with that. Like I said, I'm not opposed to it. I think there's definitely some, because when he talked about it, he said, you know, when people knew their neighbors and everyone down the block, like shit was better. And I think there's some truth to that. If police know people better, then or the people know police better, they're probably less likely to do bad shit.
Yeah.
And they're more likely to tell someone, hey, I'm a little bit concerned about this person. I don't necessarily think that's the best way to go. And I also don't necessarily think that's realistic in 2020 when the population of Bremerton is 40,000 people.
Yeah.
That,
all you got to do is get swatted a few times, then you get to know the police, and then you know, and then they know you, and then it all goes good from there. But that is interesting though. I didn't know about that. Use your COVID money. That's what it's for.
He literally, he said
that's
use your COVID money. That's why it's there. Yeah.
That's why it's there.
Yeah. And the fourth one is they're going to do funding for jobs and training for youth and ex-inmates. Again, I don't think that's a bad thing. You're going to try and get people out of the life of crime, out of the recidivism thing.
Yeah.
One of the huge things for youth that get involved in crime is they don't have shit else to do. They're in a community where there's literally nothing else to do. And that's why we talk so much about like location skate shop.
Yeah.
Right? When I was a kid, I got into trouble all of the time. If I had maybe a place to hang out that wasn't a place to just go and do drugs, maybe I wouldn't have gotten involved in drugs and selling drugs.
Oh yeah, man.
Maybe, right? If there was a different community for me to be involved in other than crime and drugs, maybe I wouldn't have been involved in that.
Yeah.
So I think there is definitely evidence to that.
Yeah. And
I don't know if we should spend federal money on it.
yeah,
but
I don't know
I don't think it's
if
the
we
bad
should
way to
spell.
go.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm probably okay with some form of federal spending on it, but I don't trust the people that are in charge to spend it correctly. Like, I don't want to just give it to the boys and girls clubs.
Nor the wokeness, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I want to make sure actual places where kids actually want to go hang out, where there can be more responsible people around, and it, you know, again, a busy kid is a productive kid.
Right.
You keep them busy with all sorts of different activities, post school. I mean, that's why fucking school exists to have, you know, like, to begin with. They need a place to go. And then after that, you know, you keep them involved in different things. You give them skate parks to go to. You give them basketball courts to go play basketball in. You give them activities to do that aren't so institutionalized that it scares them away.
Right.
And then, generally speaking, people can, you know, there's more and more organic, you know, like actual grassroots, like organizations that will do stuff like that. Some of them will be businesses. Some of them will be charities. Some of them will just be, social, what do you call that? A social welfare group or something like that. Like, things will come up if you are able to give them a little bit of funding or something like that. But the way the government goes about funding things, it's like you have to be this registered 501c3, and you have to be, you have to have your shit together enough so that you can hire a lawyer to write the proposal, to get the documents, so that you can get the grant money or whatever it is. I mean,
Right.
it doesn't lend itself necessarily to the organic creation of social programs that will help.
One a really excellent example of that is of money not always being the answer is education, right? We spend
Real education.
I just got this from the National Center for Educational Statistics, and we spend the 4th most per child in education, and we are not number 4 in education rank, and that's around the globe.
Yeah.
That's around the globe. We spend the 4th most per child in education, and we are not ranked 4th in education.
Yeah.
So more money per child, more money throwing at a problem, is especially from the federal government, is not the answer.
Yeah.
And a huge part of yours is bloated bureaucracy that is wasting that money.
Yeah.
When
Don't
we were
keep throwing money at a failing program.
No. When we were talking about colleges earlier, a big place that I think a big reason people are less willing to spend more money every year on colleges is because they're not getting a better education. They're seeing a bloated administration continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger and get bigger salaries.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. We're seeing it. The money is not the answer.
No.
So no, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, more money doesn't fix the problem necessarily.
Yes. Called again for universal background checks,
Which already
assault.
exist, right?
You do. You
Still don't
can't-
understand that.
No, you can't. There isn't a place that you can go in the United States and buy a gun from a reputable dealer without a background check.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
Now, I think there's a couple states where you can gift guns or stuff like that, and it gets a little weird. You still have the responsibility of saying that you did the sale and stuff like that, but it might not be law in a couple states.
And you can do private transfers in Washington, but you can't do it to somebody, again, who you have a reasonable belief that they have any reason to have a negative background check, and you still have to go and do a title transfer at a gun store.
Yeah.
But
you still
So-
have to go through the process.
And if you've been denied and shit, that's going to come up when you go to do that. So you have to, I don't know, you would have to not be able to pass a background check for a non-legal reason for no one to know about it in there. So
it's just nonsensical.
yeah, so the universal background check thing is kind of bullshit. Obviously called for assault weapons ban and a magazine ban, ban on ghost guns. We want to charge gun manufacturers, because they're the only. We should take a hit on this for a second. He said they're the only industry where you can't charge the manufacturers with crime, or they're not held liable for anything. Obviously a lie. The people who produce the COVID vaccine have no liability if anything happens to them. So that's a bold-faced lie. If you guys get blood cancer, no one's going to do anything about it, and they're going to say, well, that was weird.
Touche, motherfucker.
So eat my ass. So he also... terrible, right? After he said the deer and Kevlar vest stuff and 100 mags and all of those standard things, he also said, this may surprise you, but I support the Second Amendment. That's not true. That's a lie. You don't support the Second Amendment. You might. This is a big thing in the gun community lately. Is there's a difference between being pro-gun and pro-Second Amendment, right?
Yes.
You might be pro-gun. You might be in favor of people hunting and stuff like that. And there's people who say, "Oh, hunting." So you're pro-gun, right? But you're not pro-Second Amendment because the Second Amendment says that you shall not be infringed, right? The ownership of arms shall not be infringed. The ability to what I'm trying to get, right? I'm stumbling over my words right now. So you're not pro-Second Amendment. You might be pro-gun, but you're definitely not pro-Second Amendment. He repeated that same bullshit of, well, you couldn't buy a cannon.
Which is wrong.
You can, not only in privateers, but they were...
could buy warships.
Yeah, not only in privateers and warships, but they were available for commercial purchase. Cannons were available for commercial purchase. That's a lie. That's not true. It's a bold-faced lie.
Yep.
So
if you could afford them, you could buy them.
you could buy one. And if you had, they were super expensive because it's a fucking cannon.
Yeah.
They shoot 10-pound cannonballs out of them, shit like that. But if you could
Yeah.
afford one, you could have one. And
Yeah.
you don't really have. If you just live on a farm, there's not a ton of use for a cannon. So a lot of people didn't own them because why the fuck would you? If you're going to get after it, your militia owns artillery pieces already, so you might own one to supplement your militia's artillery brigade or artillery platoon or whatever if that pops off again.
Yep.
But you weren't really doing that. Most of the militias that's a big general term, but after the Revolutionary War, a lot of militia warfare is like Native Americans and shit. You don't need a cannon to kill Native Americans. You have muskets. Most of them don't have guns. A lot of them do, but most of them don't. So you don't need cannons to kill Native Americans. It's not necessary.
And it's also not an effective tactic against the war waging that they were in.
No. So it's not. It
didn't make sense.
It didn't make sense for a ton of people to own cannons back in the day. Just like it wouldn't make sense for a ton of people to own like mortar tubes and stuff now. It would make sense for some people to, but if every Tom, Dick, and Harry owned a mortar tube, you don't need 30 people shooting mortars in a battle. You need a couple of mortar setups and everyone else out doing regular infantry shit.
It would still make for a fucking epic 4th of July,
It would be insane, but it doesn't make sense,
No.
So that's, even if you opened up the laws for everyone to be able to buy mortars, everyone's not going to buy mortars. People like you and I, and like in our little squad, we might like all go in on a mortar tube, but we're not going to all buy 4 mortar tubes because we can't all 4 shoot mortar tubes at one time. That doesn't make any sense. You need at least like 2-3 guys to operate a mortar tube anyway. So
you have mortar teams.
Exactly.
Man, there's a reason there's a mortar team.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, I'm sure I could slang that in the back because I'll be the long distance sniper anyways, but I can sit back and pepper some stuff out that way. I saw Steve McQueen do it once in a movie all by himself, and he was hammered.
It's like a 50 cal, you can buy a 50 cal now. You don't have a million people on a 50 cals because me and all our friends don't need 50 cals. That doesn't make any sense. You need like one guy that has a 50 cal. That's
all
it.
you need.
Like, it doesn't make sense. So
no, it's totally impractical.
Yeah, that whole argument. Oh, if we make it legal, everyone's going to buy one. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to do that.
Just let the free market do its thing, bro, and you'd be fine with firearms.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna make a suitcase nuke, all right?
No.
That's not how that's gonna work.
No. So at that same time, they also announced a brand new nomination for the director of the ATF. I did not look a ton into this guy. That's why I wasn't going to bring it up. What's his name? Steve Dettelbach.
Dettelbach.
Joe Biden doesn't know. He mispronounced his name, and he said that.
Of course he did. He can't talk.
Sorry, I mispronounced your name, and then brought him up anyway. So tell me a little bit about Dettelbach.
So Stephen Dettelbach.
Yeah.
I just pulled up his ballot. The fact that he had a Ballotpedia page, I think, was really interesting because he has obviously run for office before in the past, and so it got me looking.
He's like an assistant DA or something like that.
Yes, he's a former assistant DA, and he ran for, I think in 2018, he ran for the Attorney General of Ohio, and then lost to a guy named David Faust. So, and then before that, he was the Assistant Attorney General to, I think, the Northern District of Ohio.
Okay.
But I decided to pull up his last campaign website.
Let's hear it.
And it's his agenda. So his plan is this was back in 2018. This was the platform he was running on. So it was to toughen the penalties for soliciting sex with minors. Big fan there. Crack down on child pornography.
Okay.
Big fan there. Expand access to emergency housing and other services for sex trafficking survivors. He was very, very big into stopping sex trafficking, which was nice.
I wonder if that's like a big deal in Ohio.
I don't know, man. It might be.
Some states, like I know Washington, it's very prolific in Washington, so I imagine I wouldn't be surprised to like hear people run on those type of things here.
Yep.
It's very interesting.
So then we have the expressly ban using the internet to sell minors for sex, which obviously yes.
Yeah.
Outlaw sex trafficking of 16 and 17-year-olds under any circumstances. Again, that seems fine.
I wonder what the circumstances are in Ohio in which you can traffic a 16 or 17-year-old.
How is this not already law?
What the fuck?
6, choose legal or close legal loopholes for pimps for children.
What?
Penalize businesses and individuals for profiting from sex trafficking. Ban sex tourism. I don't understand what sex tourism is. I guess I have a feeling it's not the Bunny Ranch. I have a feeling it's an illegal sex trafficking operation type of thing. Kind of like Taken.
Yeah, okay.
Right. And then with work.
Saudi princes buying young women in America.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's not good. I think
work
sex tourism is people coming from other countries to come here and it's like assault minors and then leave.
Yeah, it's kind of it's Taken mixed with with another terrible horror movie.
Right.
Work with the county prosecutors and local law enforcement to establish additional human trafficking task forces to cover the entire state.
Word.
So, he had a decent platform he was running on at the time.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there was
nothing about guns in there?
not that I saw immediately,
Okay.
but huge on fighting human trafficking in Ohio.
Word.
Let's see.
here
Redistricting reform, which he's a gerrymander guy, so not
Okay.
down with that, obviously, because everybody feels like the other guy shouldn't be able to gerrymander, but we should because we do it right.
Right.
I don't care
We're
who's...
not going to be partisan about it.
Yes, and this is why I think we've discussed this multiple times with gerrymandering. It's supposed to be political,
Inherently
and everybody is supposed to go back and forth and do the thing. That's the only way to truly
Right.
make it balanced. So, combating sexual harassment. Let's see. Stop corruption and backroom deals. So he's got a whole campaign list here, and most of it sounds like standard kind of establishment Democrat platforms.
Yeah.
Minus the fact that he really has a focus on the sex trafficking part of things, which,
Interesting.
but that was, again, back in 2018. And I can't
wonder-
imagine that he would be in a position today to kind of pave his own way. I feel like if he's going to be back into the politics game at this point, after losing the election and things like that, I imagine he's just going to do whatever job he can get. And he's just going to toe the line. I don't trust him as far as I could throw him. I don't know that much about him just yet, but
Right.
instantly by Joe Biden nominating him after Chipman's disaster, I'm not that comfortable with it, but I do look forward to the confirmation hearings and hearing what they have to say and all the things that will come out between now and then. So nothing that I saw last night that was inherently red flaggy other than the standard establishment Democrat kind of red flags that kind of exist with all their nominees.
Yeah.
So,
I
but I'm sure
wonder-
there's stuff in there.
I wonder if they're trying to pick somebody who's not that involved with firearms so that the right, like the Republicans, can't make a big stink about his history. on
Yeah,
guns.
so he can get through the confirmation without or with little pushback, I guess.
Right.
Kind of the
Because Chipman was a piece of shit.
yes.
So he
was a
wasn't.
massive
He
piece of
could not
shit.
make it through.
No, the Waco kid couldn't do it, man.
No.
That was not good. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of a seemingly white bread vanilla candidate that they want to push through because they feel comfortable he can get through confirmation,
Well, and
especially after losing their last guy.
and they haven't had a confirmed ATF director, I think, like since Bush.
Yeah.
And everyone's had a real hard on about that. So I imagine if they could get some type of political dub before the election for the 2022 or 2024 election in the name of an ATF director, then they have one more thing to be like, not only did I stand up against guns, I got a fucking ATF director confirmed for the first time since George Bush or whatever.
Bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
And Lord knows they need a W, man.
Very interesting.
Yeah. The economy is shrinking.
Lenny!
Everything is terrible. Lenny's here!
Lenny, good
Some
to see you,
Southie
brother.
boy. There's the Southie boy.
We're doing good, brother. How are you?
Yeah.
Happy to have you. Just finished a segment. We're finishing up a segment here.
About to go to Breakskis here in a
Yep,
second.
yep, about to hit a break ski, come back. We're going to talk about Elon Musk purchasing Twitter.
Yes.
That's our third segment over here, Lenny. So, yeah, we just finished. We're talking about Joe Biden's new gun legislation, not gun legislation, gun.
Executive orders.
Yeah, executive orders. So I don't remember the word that I was going to try and use, but we just finished up about that. So I think with that, Lenny, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes unless you have anything else that you want to add here.
I am
think
good,
that
sir.
Yep, I think that's it. Abolish the ATF. I think that's the last thing I was going to say.
Sounds good to
They
me.
only stand to kill civilians and their pets and find ways to imprison you. So
I love it.
that's it. Abolish the ATF. We'll be back, Lenny, in 3 minutes to talk about Elon Musk purchasing Twitter.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
Boom skis, we
Thank
back.
you, everyone, for joining us. We are back, Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
That's right. And this is here for our part 3, and we're going to be discussing Elon Musk and his recent acquisition of Twitter. Thank you for joining us here on the live stream, Lenny. Thank you for being here at youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our Instagram and our Facebook and our patreon.com, all at Salt of the Streets. Like
Nicely
that
done,
sounds better.
sir.
Yep. Thank you. You could find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. Obviously, we have our own personal social media as well. And I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Make sure that you leave a like, a comment, you subscribe to our content, and you share this with all of your friends. We also have the first ad that popped off this week on the Instagram. It's up there on the YouTube if you guys want to check it out on our home page. It's there. Thank you. Wow, that was clean. That was clean, and that
super
was so
clean.
much quicker. I'm a huge fan of that. We're revolutionizing our socials game out here, Lenny, because we apparently are not professionals yet. So we are out here. Part 3. What are you looking for?
I was gonna say let's just show the people real quick. Like
We don't have the audio, remember?
Oh, we don't have the
We don't
audio.
have the audio, remember?
Stupid.
So, but it's there on the
there.
homepage if you
It's
want to go
beautiful.
there and check it out. So, part 3, we'll be talking about Elon Musk and the recent acquisition of Twitter. So, over the last few weeks, he purchased a stake in Twitter of like
Yes.
9.6%, right? Things progressed rapidly from there.
They
And-
at the speed of Twitter.
Yeah, yeah. It was bubbling the last time we were here with the Gator Boys, and we just
Yep.
didn't get to it. I did not think things were going to happen this quickly, or else I would have demanded that we discuss it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
just
was kind of
didn't
like
think-
waiting in the wings to be like, this could go either way.
Yeah, it just didn't. I did not expect it to happen that quickly.
No.
So, Elon Musk purchased a 9.6% stake in Twitter. It was like X amount of shares or whatever. He spent a whole boatload of cash on it.
Yep.
Things progressed very quickly from there, where there were talks of him joining the board. And then he was like, well, I don't want to join the board, so that there are options to do this. Then he started to look to acquire Twitter as a whole. He made a first initial offer that the board denied. And then they started looking like they were going to undertake what was called the poison pill. And did they actually do that? Or were they just talking about it?
Well, what is the poison pill?
The poison pill was splitting shares by an immense amount and dividing them and reducing the value, and it would get other people to buy in and reduce Elon Musk's effective stake in
Yeah.
Twitter. He would own a smaller percent of it because there would be more shares there for people to purchase.
Yeah, my understanding is at this point they did not do
they
that.
did not do that. Okay.
Although there is fuckery about.
Yes.
But that's a totally different
Yes,
side.
and we're looking to you for this. All I can provide is really this, and then some discussion points afterwards. And so the poison pill never actually took place, but Elon Musk then made a much larger offer to purchase Twitter. Was $44 billion at the
Yeah.
end. So I don't know, it was like $56 per share or something to
It
that
was
effect.
54.20, I believe, or something like
so
that.
there you go. So everybody who owns a share of Twitter gets paid $54.20 when all of
'Cause
the
of
ink
course
is
he had to put
dry and everything is
420 in
done.
it.
Of course. He does weird stuff like that. So
And actually, why don't we just read a little bit of this real quick
Yeah,
to get some
absolutely.
background right off of
Absolutely.
it. So coming from timcast.com,
I love to see
breaking, Elon Musk
I don't
successfully
get the Twitter
buys Twitter.
acquisition. This is Lonesome Money. I don't get the Twitter acquisition. If you look at the revenue Twitter generated versus the $44 billion it paid, it doesn't compute.
Indeed, it does
that's
not.
a big point. He definitely overpaid. That is a huge point to be
And
made.
that's the reasoning behind that at this point is it's because at a certain point, this is what you call a hostile takeover, right? You do something to a public company that has a fiduciary responsibility to its shareholders.
Yeah.
Right on the cusp of the Q1, the first quarter earnings reports coming out and things like this, right? It puts
It's
a lot
April.
of pressure
It's happening.
on a corporation or a public board like that to look at an offer that is way more than their stock is worth or is going to be worth, and then realizing that it would be a failure to their shareholders to
Right.
not take the deal and give everybody a payout. Because as it is right now, if you own one share of Twitter, you will get a check from, I don't know who essentially it'll come from at that point, but you will be paid for your share
JP Morgan Chase.
at the rate of $54.20 per share.
Yeah.
So
Maybe it comes from Twitter.
I think it probably comes from Twitter, the actual sale. It'll be whoever's buying it. So it'll probably come from Elon. He has to buy the shares from the company, aka
Checks
from
Twitter
you.
with his name on it.
I would imagine at that
That's
point.
very interesting. 'Cause the funding came from J.P. Morgan Chase. The half
Yes.
of it that he got funded, he put up a shitload of cash himself.
Yes.
He sold off a bunch of Tesla stock and stuff like that, a bunch of assets and shit, and so that he could put up a bunch of cash, and then all got the rest of it funded from J.P. Morgan Chase.
Yes. Now, so let's get into this article real quick.
Timcast, shout out Timcast.
Yeah, Timcast is doing big things. We're going to talk about them a couple times throughout this show.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
yeah. According
Part 4,
to
baby.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. Part 4, Lenny. Stick around. It's going to be good. According to a press release, quote, Twitter Inc. today announced that it has arrived or entered into a definitive agreement to be acquired by an entity wholly owned by Elon Musk for $54.20 per share in cash in a transaction valued at approximately $44 billion. Upon completion of the transaction, Twitter will become a privately held company. Pause button there for a second.
Yes.
As of right now, there's a lot of talk about, this is Elon's Twitter now. This is Elon's Twitter now. You know, it's a totally different Twitter world now because Elon bought it. Elon don't own shit yet.
No.
They have entered into the agreement for him to purchase it.
They haven't even started signing paperwork.
Yes,
yet.
this has to
not
get
only
approved.
is the ink not dry, they haven't even started putting ink down on paper
Exactly.
yet.
And it still has to get approved by the federal government. I think it's the Federal
SEC
Exchanges.
or the FEC, yeah.
FEC. And, well, there's probably a whole handful of bureaus that have to approve this deal.
All
So
the
it's going to have to
ECs.
go. But from certain legal minds that are looking at it, I hear that it should be a relatively quick transaction. Lonesome Lenny, there is a fiduciary obligation to pay the shareholder the market price at time of purchase.
Well, in the market,
Well, the market price
is dictated by the person purchasing it, right?
No, the market price is
What the
dictated
going
by
rate
the
would
market.
be?
So if it's a public traded company at that point, it's going to be whatever the stock is, which at this point, I think it goes into this a little bit later. He's already purchasing this at a premium from the time of the purchase. It was,
Right.
and we get into percentages a little bit more in here, but after the first quarter earnings report came on, they failed to reach their earning goals in quarter one again. So their stock would be falling even further than it is now. So you're getting a massive premium at this point if you were a stockholder in Twitter, if you are a stockholder in
Right.
Twitter. So let's see, where is that? How do they talk about here? In April, Musk purchased a 9.2% stake, so it's 9.2% according to Timcast, in the social media company. Within a week, he announced his bid to buy the entire company for roughly $43 billion in cash and take the company private, delisting it from the New York Stock Exchange. However, his endeavor was met with criticism and resistance by the company's board. The board announced a shareholder rights plan, often called a, quote, poison pill, as part of their effort to stop Musk from the takeover. The media, politicians, and critics spoke out in fear of Musk's focus on free speech. Multiple pundits have claimed that Tesla CEO's purchase could pose a threat to democracy, that's our new favorite, and transform the platform into an area of hate. It might be the other. This is it.
Free speech absolutism is scary.
It's a bad deal, right? So this is the one that actually talks about their quarterly earnings report coming out and them failing to meet their goals. Again, from Timcast, the company reported 229 million monetized daily user accounts known as MDUAs. The number was slightly higher than the expected 226.9 million, representing a 15.9% increase from the same period last year. The US MDAUs were up 6.4% for the year's quarter at 39.6 million. Where is the area where they talked about them falling short? An increase so they had an increased user share, but still their profit line did not make projections. Where did that article go? I'm just going to go back to this real quick. While I try to find where that's at.
Yep.
So either way, I mean, their earnings report shows that they missed revenue projections, and missed revenue projections like that is only going to occur. The consequences are going to be your stock price falls a little bit because you're not on the track that you think you're on. It's a pretty typical thing if the GDP numbers are expected to be, growth of 7% this quarter, and then they come in negative 1.6%, obviously the stock market is going to fucking be affected by that.
Yes.
It's no different in individual stocks like that, in individual corporations.
Musk margined a portion of Tesla, and that stock took a hit last week. Yeah, he did do
He
that.
did.
So we were talking about he sold a big portion of, not a big portion, but a portion of his Tesla stock to be able to fund this. He put out a statement to the investors and the shareholders after that and said that he wasn't going to sell off any more stock. So I wouldn't be surprised, the natural ebb and flow of people starting to see him selling off stock and start selling their shit off.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what's going to happen. And to my understanding, Tesla stock, I mean, it's worth good money, but it also fluctuates because Elon Musk does crazy shit. He just does weird stuff. And
does
when he does
weird
a weird
stuff.
thing, it freaks people out. When he gets high on Joe Rogan, the Tesla stock takes a dip, and then it goes back up.
First of all, that is a fallacy. He did not get high on
when
Joe
he
Rogan.
smoked cannabis,
He put it in his mouth and puffed it like a cigar.
whatever.
I'm so fucking
because
tired
I'm
of that.
judging him for getting high. I don't care.
No, I know.
When
It's a
he
false
does
narrative.
that, the Tesla stock takes a dip, it goes back up. So that did happen. I wouldn't be surprised
crazy
if
shit.
we were to see it go right back over the next few weeks.
Yeah,
you know?
it'll balance back out to where it always does.
Yes.
But it's nobody right now has an electronic car market that is even like semi close to competing with Tesla. So
No.
they're still going to be the big ball or the big baller in the industry for
Especially
a while
the
yet.
more money the federal government pushes into electric
Yeah.
vehicles.
They just had I just started to see videos about this morning, but last night apparently there was this Tesla electric rodeo held in Texas, and it was like a big old party like that, all centered around Tesla and new products and shit like that. So I got to check out some of the videos because it looked like
God.
it looked like a somebody tried to combine Burning Man and inside of a Tesla factory. Like it looked like a really awesome, really weird, artsy, eclectic celebration with a lot of people in cowboy hats and
weird,
shit.
bro.
So but he's always doing crazy shit like that, man.
Yeah.
And you never know what he's going to do. But from what we've been able to see from his public tweets and things like that after the merger, I mean, he has ideas. He has plans. I mean, this is who he is. He's an idea guy. He sees a problem and then tries to fix it.
Right.
And he's talked now about essentially cutting back on the bot problem on Twitter.
Yes.
Trying to do something about free speech to make it more free speech friendly.
Trying to make it based around the First Amendment as opposed to the other additional rules and regulations and social guidelines that Twitter has in place based around especially like dead naming and like shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very
disinformation. Elon is not exactly projecting the image of stable executive of a major company.
No.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
He's eccentric, man.
He's a crazy
he's like
person.
It's that guy that Leo DiCaprio did a movie about. Howard Hughes.
Yeah.
A very eccentric billionaire. that
Crazy
had
person
yeah,
also.
he's crazy, and that was a big deal back then too. It's no different now.
I think that you have to just kind of believe in like Elon Musk's
that's
like
what it is
like
right
his
here.
vision, or whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. Like you got to be down for what you think that he's in on, You have to you got to what do they call it? In basketball, they call it, you got to trust the process.
Trust the
right?
process,
We're
bro.
going to be shitty for a few years, but we're going to build a fucking championship squad. You got to trust the process of like people tanking to come out as a champion. And I'm not saying he's tanking, but that's what they call it in basketball.
That makes sense.
You got to trust the process. And
Yeah.
if you don't trust the process, I wouldn't blame anybody for that because he's a crazy person. But also, if you see it and the vision aligns with you, then trust the process and trust that it's going to work out the way that he's going for,
People told me to let Russ cook, man, and I did, and then he left.
The guy wants to be a wizard, know? If you believe that Elon Musk can be a wizard, then keep buying that stock, baby. keep bumping it up.
So I finally found what I was looking for earlier. It was actually a tweet that Jack Sobek forwarded. but it's the letter from or to Brett Taylor, chairman of the board at Twitter.
Oh, shit.
I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will never thrive nor serve this social imperative in the current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company. As a result, I am offering to buy 100% of Twitter for $54.20 per share in cash, a 54% premium over the day before I began investing in Twitter, and a 38% premium over the day before my investment was publicly announced. My offer is my best and final offer, and if it is not accepted, I would need to reconsider my position as a shareholder. Twitter has extraordinary potential. I will unlock it. Elon Musk.
That's savage.
That's what I was
That's
looking for
savage as
earlier.
fuck.
That's some good stuff.
That's savage as fuck.
That's called hostile takeover. Get
That's-
on the board
that's
and then
some
put
shit.
the board in an impossible position so that they have to sell to you.
That's like when Jerry Maguire writes his manifesto. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? His memo, and he sends it out to everybody, and he's like, we're going to fucking win. Like, I can't live in this industry anymore because this shit is terrible.
Yes.
And I'm going to leave, and I'm going to take every client who wants me with me, and I'm going to fucking go.
Who's coming with me?
Yeah, I'm here for it. I don't like. I'm not a total Elon Musk guy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a hard Elon Musk guy. I'm here for that though. I'm 100% here for that. That's some.
Some shit.
It's obvious. It's obvious what he's doing. Like you said, it's a hostile takeover. He's like I'm gonna take this company and you're gonna like it.
Yes.
And that's the way that it was
And
because
there ain't nothing you can do about it.
he's pinning their hands of I'm gonna pay you way more than you're ever gonna get for this company, and this is the best you're ever gonna get. So I'm gonna force you to do what is in the favor or in the best interest of your shareholders.
Yeah. And that's
Financially,
as-
because that's the only responsibility they have is financial, right?
That's right. They have the fiduciary responsibility to the shareholder, which is
Yeah.
always just kind of any company has a fiduciary responsibility to themselves to make sure that they're still around tomorrow and that they could pay for their employees and all that. But if you have investors and you're a publicly traded company, you also need to try to make them money to give them a return on their investment. Otherwise, you don't have a job anymore. What are you
Yeah.
trying to do here? So that's
interesting,
basically
bro.
the general ins and outs of the actual acquisition. I've heard estimates now on when the deal will actually be approved and finalized, and Elon will actually be in charge from anywhere between like 3 to 9 months. So we'll just be watching to see when that happens. But in the meantime, there is and has been something going on Twitter.
Yes.
I don't know how much
Lots of
time do you
weird
usually
stuff.
spend, right? I spend a decent amount of my social media time on Twitter.
Trying to get more on Twitter or less on Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram is a soul-sucking place that is just filled with
Yeah.
most
I-
people, though.
Part
That's
of it's gotta
where,
be running our shit, and so I do that, and then I look at other shit,
Yeah.
and I look at my own shit, and I'm like, fuck, I've been on here for 20 minutes.
yeah, it's,
Yeah,
it's
it'd be
it's
grabbing
a
you.
thing.
That's why I don't want to be on it very much.
Yeah, and Twitter it's much more easy to like just dip your toes in for a couple minutes and bounce back out. But there has been some strange goings on here, and I'm going to pull up a tweet here from Luke Rudowski,
Okay.
who is not my favorite human being on the planet,
Right.
at least when he's on the
You
Jim
and Chad
Cash show.
both.
But he's just annoying. That I just find him annoying.
He is
that's
a little
that's
bit annoying.
what it is. So
He's
I
a
got nothing
lot.
against him though. But this was something that he decided to tweet out that today, and this was on. Oh, I think it was like the day before, or no, it was like a day or two after the announcement had been made that Elon was going to be buying Twitter. Like they had closed the deal, they'd signed the deal, now it was the real process had begun. And all of a sudden, he gained 39.3 million tweet impressions, right? Everybody that had been previously like, I'm being shadow banned, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, their numbers skyrocketed through the roof.
Right.
And not just with impressions, but also on subscriber count.
Right.
And it did not make sense because it wasn't the same day. It wasn't right as the news was breaking, so most people find it was a day or two after the announcement had been made. So I don't know how that would happen. Like Twitter news happens at the blink of an eye, and we've seen it happen time and time again when there are breaking stories. It's around within an hour. I
Right.
mean, it is out there. It doesn't take 2 days to hit and give everybody a bunch of followers, but within the past 24 to 48 hours, and this was back on April 26th, and I believe the deal was done on the 24th, Tucker Carlson gained more than 62,000 subscribers. Joe Rogan, more than 63,000. Donald Trump Jr., more than 87,000. Ted Cruz, over 51,000 new subscribers.
And there's some left accounts that are losing
Yes.
subscribers.
And here we go. Yeah, Rachel Maddow down 18.6 thousand. Anderson Cooper down 10.3. AOC down 27.6 thousand. Kamala Harris down 22.4. Hillary Clinton down 17.6. Well, that could just be because they keep getting suicided. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard up 10.5. Rand Paul 33.5. Ilhan Omar down 10. 1,000. So obviously there's some fuckery going on, but what is it? And it's we're left with speculation at this point, because it has seemed to, over the last couple days, kind of balance back out again. I noticed personally on my own feed, I didn't recognize it for a few days. There were people like Josie, the redheaded libertarian, is somebody that I used to follow, right?
Okay.
And she was she was somebody that showed up on Timcast as a guest, and
Okay.
I liked the fire that she threw on Twitter, so I followed her, and then all of a sudden she was suspended, but now she's back, and it hasn't seemed so many previously banned people return to the platform, but there's a lot of people that were permanently suspended that I have seen now all of a sudden have their accounts back again, and I don't understand that either, unless there is some fuckery going on over at Twitter, and I don't quite understand it.
And I know, so I don't say I know because it's all anecdotal.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about a goat, right? No, anecdotal. It's I'm just
like, wait,
my
what?
brain's working overtime now. The alpha brain is cranking. But there's been fuckery with people's tweets for a long time. The stats are like a pendulum swinging back and forth. Yeah, there's been
Yeah, it's
fuckery
weird.
with people's followers specifically for a long time. I know that I've heard many people on both sides of the political spectrum talk about their Twitter followers, just the number of them stopping.
Yeah.
Like them seeing that the notification for this person followed you, this person followed you, this person followed you, but them stopping at like 29K or whatever. It just stops.
Yeah.
You see you're getting new followers every single day, but the number does not go up.
Yep.
So
I've seen that,
there is
and a number of different versions of that.
there is speculation that whatever fuckery was happening with the algorithm beforehand is being done away with, so that when Elon and his team and whatever happens does come in, there isn't ready evidence of the fuckery.
Yeah.
Especially if we're talking about 6 to 9 months before he actually has control of the company. They're doing it now. It would make
sense.
I would speculate they're doing it now to have a 9-month track record of like, no, we're clean, and we only save our shit for 6 months. So I don't know. You know? What happened before that? I don't know.
Who's keeping all the data?
Yeah, it's weird. It's the security cameras weren't on. I don't know what happened. People were asleep. So I don't know what. It makes sense to me that they would do that.
Yeah.
There is no direct evidence of that. Right now, the algorithm to Twitter is closed code, so no one has access to it. That's another thing that Elon Musk has said he wants to do.
Free the code!
Make it open access to the code of Twitter, to the algorithm, so people can use it their own and also see exactly how things are being done and all that stuff. So
The shitty thing is that I've seen code before, and I don't know heads or tails, man. I got to take expert
Shane be writing
advices.
code all the time.
Oh, yeah?
all the time.
That's why I got my boy Paul. He's a code writer.
Yeah, Shane made the whole Bennick website.
Oh, hot dog. Good for him.
Yeah, that's
WordPress?
like a whole. No, that's like a whole part of Shane's job is his website stuff.
Oh, shit.
Making the buttons round instead of square and stuff. Silly things like that.
Which sound like I couldn't do that.
No,
Shoot,
me
man,
either.
I wish I had that skill set. There's so many skills I wish I had. That's one of them.
I didn't know what he was actually doing for a long time. And
Yeah.
it wasn't until Jordan learned to code some stuff for her other job at the shipyard or at the the boatyard that I
Hashtag
realized
learn to
what he
code.
was actually doing. I was like, oh my God, you're like working at the website. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Yeah, I don't know.
So one of the other kind of points of fuckery that I've seen lately on Twitter, and I don't get people that are doing it, man. It's like these people that are freshly off of suspension, or even just people now that like, oh yeah, Elon Musk is buying Twitter. I'm gonna say all this stuff about ivermectin now. I'm gonna dead name people. I'm gonna do this, that, and the other thing that like are in Twitter's terms of service now, and nothing has changed except for maybe the algorithm or something like that. And there's people on there just being stupid, just trying to play with fire, man.
Right, because the rules still stand as they did before. Like
Nothing-
at this point,
nothing has
is any
changed.
different.
Yeah.
It seems like I've not seen those people then get immediately suspended.
No.
You know, so
Something appears to be going on, and when it comes to a motivation for something, why would they be doing this, right? What are the possible implications of? How about lying to Congress about them not doing these types of shadow bannings and algorithmic fuckery that would be, I think, one potentially motivating factor into, oh shit, this is all about to go public, set it all back to factory reset. Like, we don't want, otherwise I'm in contempt of Congress. I can get perjury charges, so on and so forth. Every one of these people has been in front of Congress doing sworn testimony, including
Jack
the
is
head
there
of,
gang at times.
I mean, what's his name, or her name, Vijaya Gotti.
Oh, jeez.
From the Joe Rogan Experience episode with Tim Pool, which I had the clip of. I was going to pull up, but the sound's not working and there's no subtitles. But she was on there with him and Jack and Joe and Tim. And then, she's been in front of Congress multiple times talking about how Twitter doesn't do these things and how they don't censor certain political viewpoints. And it appears as if that was the mindset that you viewed the current situation on Twitter with, you could easily make that jump, go, okay, it's logical that they have something to hide now. Otherwise, they would potentially perjure themselves. So we got to clean it up now. That's a potential motivation that doesn't take too much assumption.
Especially
to go with.
Because in that episode of Joe Rogan that she was on, Tim Pool laid out a pretty, in my opinion, clear case that that their bias was implicit not only in some of their regulations, but in the way that they were being enforced. So the bias isn't even necessarily something you could pin down in the algorithm of it, because it's being done on a human level. That the things that people are looking at are being affected in a biased manner. Twitter became the OK Corral when it was tamped down. Speculation where it goes is questionable. So let's talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. What happens from Twitter from here? Because Elon Musk has talked about trying to free it up, essentially, take away a lot of the regulations or nonsense that led to, like, the Babylon Bee being suspended or the New York Post being suspended when they were posting the Hunter Biden article. The Babylon Bee got suspended for, if anyone doesn't know what the Babylon Bee is, it's like the Onion, but better, right? It's like the newer, better version of the Onion. Yeah. And they got suspended for posting a meme, a fake satirical meme about, what's her name? The head of, what's her name? The woman, the doctor.
The doctor?
Yeah.
Which
who
doctor?
works for the federal government. The trans doctor works for the federal government.
Wait.
All I can think is Rachel Dolezal, and that's
Rachel Levine.
That's the Rachel Levine.
There it is.
So posting a Rachel Levine, calling her their man of the year.
Yes.
They're suspended for this, right?
Yes.
I still don't think Babylon Bee has their Twitter account back. I think they're still suspended.
We have the technology.
So, things like this, again, the New York Post article during the 2020 election cycle about Hunter Biden's laptop that now is perfectly acceptable. Are they back?
Let's see, March 20th last tweet, so it appears that I don't know, when that was well before March 20th, right?
So they must not be able to tweet anymore.
They must not be able to, because all March 20th
Go up to the
is
very
when it
top.
stopped.
What did it say about
fake news you can trust?
Oh, subscribe. Okay.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Okay. Interesting. So they're not, I wonder if they're just done with Twitter then.
That might be. Or either that or, like, their account would be suspended and they can't do anything with it, but it still exists.
Okay, because it still exists. It's just suspended, not... Okay.
Yeah, they can't tweet.
So I think they are still
things.
Suspended from Twitter,
Yeah.
is how it would appear to me.
Actually, because I have been suspended from Twitter before for erroneous reasons. And I believe that's the way it worked. Like, I could still get on and get tweets. I could look at things. I just couldn't comment. I couldn't reply. I couldn't like. I couldn't retweet. And I couldn't post anything.
Right.
And that was because... I don't even remember why my account was... Oh, I think it was because I was, like, following too many people one night. And they were like, hey, we flagged your account because of suspicious activity. Like, no, I just spent some time trying to follow some motherfuckers.
Yeah. So that's one thing, right? He's been very open that he sees this as a biased platform. And so he intends to take it back to a more free speech realm, right?
Yeah.
The reactions to that were ferocious. I mean,
Oh,
I saw everything
Gonna kill trans
from
people.
Kill trans people to he wants Nazis to be able to conform or, form up on this platform. I don't know when over the last 2 weeks we found out that Elon Musk was a Nazi. But, like, I don't know, how do you even make that jump to he wants Nazis to be able to group up on this platform and kill trans people? How can you even You can't honestly make that claim because there's no evidence of that.
No.
And some of the other arguments here were like free speech absolutism. This is a very dangerous thing for this to be a free speech absolutist platform. Like, it's not good for anybody, which makes me question your morals. That makes me question if you're making that argument. That makes me question your morals. That makes me question your intentions. In what world would people having the ability and the right to say anything they want be a bad thing? Where did the free dissemination of information become a bad thing?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm going to play this real quick because it's about 5 seconds, and I don't want to misquote Taylor Lorenz,
Yeah.
but she had something to say along these lines.
Of course.
And I think when we think about free speech, we have to think about whose speech is free, right?
So when we talk about free speech, I think we have to think about whose speech is free.
Right.
Courtesy of Taylor Lorenz,
What the fuck
piece of
are
shit
you
extraordinaire.
talking about, you dumb bitch?
Because if you give everybody free speech, that means the bad guys have free speech too. And we can't have Elon Musk, who is a bad person, who is revolutionizing the carbon-free, what was it say, the electric car market and helping out against fossil fuels and all this shit. He's a bad guy. And so we can't give him free speech. That's not good. If somebody comes on this platform with hateful rhetoric, we don't want them to have free speech to be able to hurt everybody's feelings or cause harm by, within the trans community by dead naming somebody. I mean, what are we talking about here? This person is, we're going to talk more about her in part 4, and she is a completely and utterly unhinged human being. And there are so many bad takes about this, man. Now, well, I guess I'm going to leave, and people doing it on like TikTok and shit.
Right.
I guess I'm going to leave Twitter now because fascist Elon Musk is buying Twitter now. So there goes Twitter. It's been real, guys. I'm going to go now. I'm going to go deactivate my account, and then I'm going to proselytize about it on TikTok. Seems
Sean
like
King,
a great
who
idea.
left for a day and then
This
came
piece
back
of
to Twitter.
shit. Sean
Nonsense. No.
King
There was
is and
also
always will be a piece of shit.
Brian Stelter, right? When he's on there, and I don't remember who he was talking to, but he said if you hear about a party and there's no rules and anybody can do whatever they want, is that a party you want to go to?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a lame ass. You're a lame ass, Brian Stelter.
What kind of
Yes.
sheltered life do you live?
Should anybody be able to do whatever they want, or should only some people be able to do whatever they want? What are you talking about? You're a fascist. You're
Yes.
a crazy person.
Yes.
I'm going to
Brian
openly
Stelter is a
advocate for
fascist.
some people having more rights than other people. But it's only free speech, so it's okay. It's just your ability to express yourself and to be honest and call people out, and it's not a big deal. It's the same thing. It's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
What are you talking about?
Well, I would commend to you this piece from the powerful Douglas Murray, written in The Sun. He did a piece, Twitter is not fit for purpose. It's the Wild West, OK Corral, run by woke youngsters with too much power. Elon Musk will fix it. It's a verbose article, but it is a fantastic read. And obviously, yes, it's from The Sun, so there is just ads all over the place. But it is a fantastic
Look
read.
at that headshot.
He is a beautiful man.
Handsome man.
I'm
Good
not
for
gonna
him,
lie.
Douglas Murray.
I am so glad.
Beautiful voice. He's very funny too.
And he narrates his books, man.
Oh, really?
His new book, War on the West, is out now. You can buy that. He does the audiobook for that. He wrote Strange Death of Europe. He wrote Madness of Crowds, and he's got more books before that.
I gotta get some Douglas Murray in next year's book club.
Madness of Crowds is fantastic.
Yeah.
I am about to pick up the audiobook for War on the West, and that's, I think, going to be
Probably gonna be
fantastic.
fire, yeah.
Oh yeah. And thank God he's been making around. So he just did a Joe Rogan. He did Bridget Fedesi. He did Michael Malice, and then last night I started to watch the Grimes interview from Lex Friedman,
Okay.
Elon Musk's ex-wife.
Yeah, yeah.
And I put that on the very end of the night right before I went to bed, kind of wind down and watch about 10 minutes of it. She is a fascinating human being.
I'm sure.
Oh
you
my
can't
God.
be married to Elon Musk.
She got
and
stars
not-
on. She got stars on her face and stuff.
Like
it's
tattooed on her face.
no, like actual, like, you get a gold star for going, for doing good in kindergarten or something like that, like those little stickers. She put them on her cheeks for the interview and stuff. But she is fascinating. She's definitely a musician, I will say that much. So anyways, yes, I highly commend to everybody this article from The Sun, a UK publication. Douglas Murray, Twitter is not fit for purpose. It's the Wild West run by woke youngsters with too much power. Elon Musk will fix it.
Is
And
that your take? Is
that is generally my take. Yeah,
Okay.
I think I'm one of the people that more or less trust in Elon's process.
okay?
I don't necessarily trust him as a human, necessarily.
It's the name of this week's episode. Trust Elon's process.
Trust Elon's
Trust
process.
the Musk process.
But no, I do. I've seen what he's done with his other industries. He has revolutionized, like we've said before, the electronic car market. I mean, he has cornered the business. He made electric vehicles that people actually wanted to buy and that are insanely powerful and insanely efficient. And he has an infrastructure system set up to support it. I mean, it's a whole deal. SpaceX commercialized for the very first time ever space transportation.
Reusable space transportation.
Yes, something that is not, $2 trillion and then it burns up in the atmosphere. I mean, this
Or
is
drops
stuff that
into the ocean.
continually just goes and goes and goes and goes, and parts get replaced, and they're launching people up to the space station. I mean, stuff that has not happened since the late 60s and early 70s. I mean, once the Challenger blew up, man, it all kind of just got real, I think, for everybody. And he was like, well, we're going to push through and do this anyways. And he's been incredibly efficient with that. I mean, and that alone, I think, makes him the most important human being on the planet.
Oh, shit.
I think, because no one else is doing that. Nobody else did that until he did that. And then the rest of the billionaires got in line.
That's quite the claim.
I mean, Virgin Mobile guy, what's his name? Branson?
Yeah, Richard Branson.
Richard Branson. He had been trying to do the space thing for a long time, but he went about it in a very different way. Elon's like, I'm just going to build rockets and shoot them up in the sky. But I mean, he did it, man, and that is going to be a thing. That's a technology that cannot be undone. It will only be built upon into the future. And some of our deepest woes about mining, say, like the conflict minerals required for making batteries. I
Right.
mean, there might be a way that you could do that extraterrestrially. I mean, who knows? The opportunities are endless.
Mars.
He's got the boring company where he's like doing these fucking drilling holes and shit left and right underneath
Drill
the ground.
a hole on a different planet.
And that, yeah, because I don't know how much real use it has here. We have too much infrastructure in place already to like really make it a
Do you think
deal,
that's what he's
but-
doing? Do you think he's trying to just get all the different facets done so that he can
Yeah.
just make Tesla the shit?
Yes. Yes, I think it's all, well, it's all in, I don't know if it's necessarily Tesla, but it's all in support of a
Just make
common,
the Musk company the shit.
right? And I think he's smart by having these different companies, right? But then he's also, so he's got the Boring Company, which made a cool flamethrower, made the Jeremy's Razor commercial possible because they used his flamethrower. The Starlink is a huge deal. That's a whole separate thing, and that's going to revolutionize.
Starlink.
Starlink is a,
Satellites, right?
yes, it's a private satellite network for broadband internet
Okay.
that it's broadband satellite internet. So
Okay.
essentially, right now you have satellite internet from a couple like cable communications companies and stuff like that, but it's shitty.
Okay.
Like, we'd never be able to do this show off of that. But
We were running that fiber, baby.
exactly. But the Starlink system is a massive series of satellites that will blanket eventually the entire globe, and so
So it's legit.
it is super legit. It is
Okay.
the way satellite internet should be.
Someone asked me when the whole Ukraine thing popped off, they're like, does Elon Musk have solar link or whatever over Ukraine? I was like, I have no idea. And first of all, I don't even know what that is. Like, I
Yeah.
couldn't explain to you what that is.
Yeah, because
Second of all,
essentially-
I don't know.
Because essentially what you do need, and I will say that they do have Starlink, because
yes, okay.
he made sure to connect them to
So that
Starlink.
they could get some
And yeah,
internet cracking. and
he
upload
has his
videos.
own Starlink satellites up there that relay data and messages and shit like that. And
lit,
then you
bro.
need a Starlink receiver on your end to be able to access the network and get your connectivity.
So he flew a space rocket into Ukraine and was like, here's your Starlink receiver.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it came in the back of a truck,
That's
but
fucking lit,
it
bro.
comes like in a case, and then it's just like a modem or some shit that connects to the thing. It's probably like a little mini dish or an antenna.
Probably comes in like a weird Pelican case, just like a military computer.
Fuck
And you
yeah.
flip it open, and
And
it's
if it
all
doesn't, take note, Musk.
shit, Elon Musk. If
That's
it doesn't,
right.
it's probably packaged way cooler than that.
Hell, I liked at Bennick every now and again we'd get like a crate, like an actual wooden crate of
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
You go out there with a fucking hammer and like
Yes.
that's the way packaging should be. If I don't get my Starlink in a wooden crate, I'm fucking sending it back.
Yeah, that's how all our material still comes in big crates like that.
It's
The
so much fun,
enormous
dude.
Crates.
But yeah, that was the deal. He did that, and it's only so reliable because there's only
Right.
so many satellites in the sky right now.
It's
But
into space.
But yeah, but that's the thing, and that's gonna. you're going to be out on safari in the middle of fucking Africa because you're going to do safaris, and you'll be able to whip out your phone and be connected to Starlink because you got a Starlink phone or some shit like that. And then you're like in the middle of the absolute wilderness and be like, oh, let me check my Twitter.
Hitting up Insta.
Like, because you could do that shit with
lit, bro.
Starlink. And then on top of that, he's also got Neuralink going on, which is a little dystopian, especially for a guy who is distrustful of
I'm
AI.
not into that. I'm not into Neuralink. I'm not here
But
for that.
I will say, if it's one of those technologies where it's like, if you're unplugged from the internet, I can get by it, because it's right now the focus for Neuralink is in
Like fake limbs, right?
it's in habilitation, like rehabilitation. So like people that have spinal injuries that are
Biomechanics.
paralyzed from down, like they can potentially fix that issue. Or like, yeah, you lose feeling in your arm or something like that. You can help reconnect the neurons, I don't know, some crazy science hell shit. But it seems promising for that kind of deal. Somebody that couldn't hear might be able to hear again. Somebody that was blind might be able to see again. That's cool. But then there's also what happens if you turn the Wi-Fi on? That I don't know. But he's talked, I think in his original Joe Rogan experience, like appearance, he talked a little bit about essentially not having to like verbally communicate at that point, because you could, and that's, I'm like, I don't want it to do that, man.
like
But if a
voting.
paralyzed person can walk again, I'm super down. And I would imagine they'd probably risk it at that point.
Yeah, because it's probably like the voting machines are like, you can't even connect them to the internet, but then there's like an Ethernet port in the back, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, you can't even connect to the internet, but there's.
But actually-
yeah. Get out of here.
But you could if you
Yeah,
wanted.
Get out of here, bro. No, I'm not here for that. Okay, let's have some deeper discussion about. Well,
Yes.
not this wasn't deep, but deeper discussion. So I have some questions for you. So I'm not inherently against this, right? I think it's probably a good thing. I think Elon Musk owning Twitter is probably a good thing as far as the free speech aspect of Twitter goes, and the equity, if you will, for all people on Twitter. For everyone to be at the same point, for the equality of people on Twitter, I think this is probably a good thing. I am troubled by the fact that this is another billionaire purchasing effectively a portion of our culture. He's purchasing a portion of the way that people disseminate information freely amongst themselves. And so I'm having trouble differentiating at its core why this is different than Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post. Because it seems, so there are obvious technical differences, right? That Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post, they're writing journalistic pieces that will be used on Instagram and stuff like that to, in effect, decide what is true and what is not true, right? Twitter effectively does the same thing by choosing what does and does not get disseminated, even though it sounds like under Elon Musk that's not going to be the way anymore.
No,
So-
because Biden's going to have a new Ministry of
So
Truth to
we'll
do that.
We'll
but-
get to that,
I know.
right? We'll get to that.
Now,
But-
I'm going to put it in the words of Douglas Murray from his piece right in the
Okay.
beginning, right? So he says, since Twitter effectively serves as the public town square, he said, failing to adhere to free speech principles fundamentally undermines democracy. This is in the words of Elon Musk that said that, right? This via Douglas Murray. Now, the reason I understand your concerns, and I will point to what we had talked about earlier today, I believe in part 1 of 4 here, where we talked about the benevolent dictator.
Okay.
This, I believe, is somebody that would become a benevolent dictator of a private company that would set some rules, create a platform that's profitable, and just let it go. I trust Elon I trust his process in this matter. Whereas if this was Jeff Bezos, I don't trust Jeff Bezos to not manipulate the Washington Post because of his track record already.
And because his principles are not as aligned with yours as Elon's are,
Yes.
right? And
Yeah.
that's where I get to like the more technical part. It's like I believe in that because I believe from what I know of them that Elon Musk's principles are more aligned with mine.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, that's where I start to struggle. But that doesn't change the inherent
Risk.
aspect of the risk, that a billionaire now owns Twitter, privately owns a way that he acknowledges, a thing that he acknowledges is the public square. He now owns that privately. And if he wants to, even though I don't think that he will, or even if I don't think that he will, or whatever, he could do that, do the same thing that Jeff Bezos is doing with the Washington Post and fuck everybody over.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and then there's always the question of, too, like, what happens after Elon Musk dies? Who gets it
Yes.
at that point? And is it going to fall into somebody else's hands that we
Right.
don't trust? And yeah, no, I mean, I can get the concern for sure. I mean, that might be argument towards making something of a public utility out of a company like this. I mean, I guess that was an easier conversation when it was a public traded company, but now that it will be a privately owned company, I don't know, man. I don't know how to square that away because, yeah, like you said, I do trust him to do this thing, but at the same time, he could have a traumatic brain injury tomorrow. He could hit his head or whatever and wake up a different person and become evil.
Right.
Like, it could certainly happen. I mean, he might have a change of heart. He might get a new girlfriend that, sways him one way or the other. I mean, we've seen that happen before with celebrities and shit. I guess the inherent risk does not change. Maybe I'm just willing to stake a wager on it until we find something else. Because I don't think the way the public square, quote unquote, works these days, like this is not where it's going to end. This is all evolutionary. We are in a process of where this thing is going to become because the internet is still in its infancy, I think, as far as the human race is concerned. I think we've still got a long time on this planet, and we're not going to stop tinkering with this type of shit for a long time. And I think this is probably just one of the best stepping stones. It'll be a good test case, I think, to compare to the rest of social media, to see what happens when the policies and things like that Elon will enact, how they affect the platform as a whole. And then we're going to have to, we've seen it with the rest of the major social media companies. When there's something that works, like Snapchat,
Okay.
you get Reels.
Yep.
Reels, there's a Taylor
Stories.
Lorenz stories. No, Reels is the
Snapchat-
same thing
But
on.
Snapchat made stories first.
Okay.
And
Yes.
that's and so
It was
that's where you get
TikTok.
Instagram stories. Yes.
TikTok is Reels.
Yeah.
Stories was Snapchat. And we've seen that throughout. And the two major social media companies, I guess at this point, it's Facebook, who owns Instagram, and Twitter. Snapchat is still some weird Snapchat thing. And
Well, and the reason that this is a sidebar, but the reason that Instagram did that is because they tried to buy Snapchat and Snapchat rejected their purchase offer.
like, bitch, see what happens
Yeah,
now.
and so they just made stories instead of
Yeah.
whatever Snapchat calls their thing something else.
Yeah. And so I think if there is something that does come out of this that is a net positive, the rest of social media will adopt it because financially they won't really have a choice. Why are they not going to make more money by changing the way they do business? If Elon proves it as a pilot case or a test case and it proves positive, I think adoption on other social media platforms will be demanded by the users, if not seen by the boards and taken as a fiduciary responsibility.
Yeah.
So that's, it's a very Republican small r like idea. This is a small test case in a single company in an ecosystem or an industry, and we'll see how his changes work out in the end. And I mean, hell, if he makes the wrong moves and it goes bankrupt, he'll just lose a bunch of money on it, and somebody else will buy it and try something else.
There have been a lot of talks about his connections with China, right? So
Trepidations.
to lay some of those out, he has like a factory in China, right? He has some supplying and stuff through China, obviously. So he has some business connections with them. There's some monetary connections there. He has said what people have characterized as favorable things about China before. I don't have any of those things here, so I'm not going to say they're like inherently favorable because I don't have any reason to believe that Elon Musk like loves China or the CCP or anything.
No.
I think that he probably has said whatever he has to say to stay in good graces with the Chinese Communist Party. I don't think that.
Let's just put it this way. You're not going to build a Tesla. You're not going to build the SpaceX. You're not going to build these things without a relationship with China at this point. And
So-
thanks to decades and decades and decades of economic
Globalism.
and Nixon opening up China, and then everybody essentially forcing all trade to go through China so we can build them to who they are today. As a capitalist and somebody that's an industrialist and a philanthropy and all this stuff, like, you kind of have to deal with them because that's where the market's at.
Yes.
So I can understand it. I do think that, and this is as a sidebar in itself, Elon Musk has gone on to long form talk shows
Yes.
multiple times, multiple people. And so you have a better understanding of
Joe
who he
Rogan,
is
Lex
as a
Friedman,
person.
like 3-4 times.
Dan Carlin.
Oh, okay.
And he
was on
talked
Dan
about
Carlin,
yeah,
too.
he talked about Dan Carlin about like engineering, and he's very in love with the like the engineering side of like the German war machine because they made so many innovations and things like that.
And in like
And
5 seconds.
Yeah, and he's very, very knowledgeable about that. I mean, he's
aliens,
not
bro.
afraid to sit there and talk openly and unguarded about things. I mean, hell, yeah, that picture up there.
Right.
I mean, we see Elon Musk. I mean, he was token up. He tried to toke up for somebody who doesn't smoke weed on Joe Rogan. I mean, he's just Elon. Like, you know him better than you know Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Because Bezos ain't doing that shit. I don't know why. I think he's probably afraid of the pushback and things. Why would you, as a business tycoon and the second richest man in the world, or possibly the first at one time, why would you take the PR risk of going on to a long-form podcast where all you do is talk for 3 to 4 hours?
Multiple times.
Yes. And so
okay.
I inherently trust him more because he's not afraid to put himself out there and just think like we do, man.
Right.
Like, we sit here for fucking 6 hours talking about all sorts of shit.
He's not apologizing for calling Taiwan a country.
No.
Or like any of that shit.
No. But if he needs to do business with China, he'll do business with China.
He's going to
And-
say, oh, love China so much.
Yes.
And they're going to
But
say,
in Mandarin.
Nice.
But in Mandarin. Oh, yeah, but I saw this cool this tweet today from an Epoch Times journalist about these like little confession booths to the CCP they have now.
God.
And so there's like this little box with like frosted glass that you can go in and you sit at this computer and there's a camera there and then you can talk to the CCP.
Oh, my God.
Probably for like turning in your neighbors and shit.
That's
but
terrifying. That is
it is.
terrifying.
Welcome to China. And we haven't even talked about Shanghai, and we won't talk about Shanghai in this episode, but things aren't good in China right now.
No, I even forgot to remind everybody at the beginning of the show to reevaluate their relationship with the CCP.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to not renew Disney Plus. That's what we decided. We're going to cut Hulu anyway because we just didn't watch it. And then we realized when I went to cancel Hulu that we have like the Hulu Disney bundle and all that shit.
Yeah.
So we just canceled everything. And we're like, well, we'll see, at the end of the month if we're going to like renew it.
That's right, Lenny. By
We're done.
promoting himself, he is promoting everything he is involved in. And he's involved in a lot of shit,
lot
as
of
I just
shit,
discussed. And like I said, I think I
Okay.
said it before we started rolling, but I see Elon Musk, like him or hate him, as the most important American ever to have existed since the founding fathers.
Yo.
Because he has
That's crazy.
He has literally revolutionized more industries than anybody ever has before. He has had more impact to the fabric of American society than most people. Maybe Henry Ford. Maybe he's the new Henry Ford. I'll put him on the level of Henry Ford, but also Henry Ford wasn't blasting shit in space.
You're just going to come over here and just dick suck Elon Musk for this whole part 3?
I am definitely a fan.
Dick suck.
Hey, like I said before,
Oh,
I
I'm
think it
here
was
for
last episode, or no, it was episode 124. Sometimes you got to suck some dick, dude.
I appreciate the bold claim. I appreciate the bold claim to it. I'm here for it. I'm not mad at it.
I'm a fan. I am a fan.
Most important American potentially since the founding fathers.
Yeah.
Definitely since Henry Ford.
Yes, definitely since Henry Ford. I would.
Damn.
Who
bro.
else has had the impact that Henry Ford did when he essentially invented the fucking motor vehicle
I don't
that
have
we have
one.
today?
Yeah,
Like,
no, I don't have an argument against you. I'm here for it. That's
And I'm trying to think again, but
someone
that's
who
where I'm
invented
placing
more
my shit. More impactful shit. Maybe
heavy, bro.
Maybe Tesla himself, but then all of a sudden he wasn't smart enough to be able to take credit for it for so long. So how smart really was he?
I think he got fucked over, right?
Well, he did get fucked over, but it was because, yeah, I guess he gave people the benefit of the doubt and was like, people aren't going to steal this shit from me. And then Edison's like, bitch, I got you.
He was like, I'm definitely going to do that. Okay,
Yes.
so one of the other realistic effects that's come from that's how I have some of this stuff labeled is the board of dis or misinformation, right, that we've seen.
Yeah.
And we should be very specific because this was announced during Alejandro Mayorkas's hearing that he had, right? Also, oh, fuck! I can't believe I forgot this. It was a total aside. I meant to bring this up because it was so funny when I was doing research for part 2 about Joe Biden. I'm looking up all these gun articles and stuff like that. One of the articles that I found is from a website called Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership. And I thought it was so awesome. And their
love
logo is a Star of David that's like red, white, and blue. It's like the American flag, and then a musket on one side and the AR-15 on the other side. It's fucking lit. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership. It's fucking lit. I'm here for it. Gosh. Yeah.
So remind me in part 4 when we get into grab baggy territory. I want to ask you about your relationship with the American flag.
All right.
Just so
It's
try to remind me of that.
complicated.
Exactly. It's gotten more complicated too.
Disinformation Governance Board to tackle the spread of misinformation.
Yeah.
Focusing, okay, this is what I wanted. Focusing on Russia and the U.S.-Mexico border. Because that part was left out of a lot of stuff that is just like, this is the fucking...
Ministry of Truth.
Yeah, exactly. And this part, and it's not...
It's
I don't
not
wanna,
not that.
exactly.
But
I don't want to hang on it too much because the idea that it won't be quickly expanded to other things, I think, is very silly.
Yeah.
But in the interest of being completely, being completely transparent, it's to focus on supposedly misinformation online from the Russians and also going to immigrants to tell them to come to America because they didn't listen when Kamala Harris said, do not come. So what else could we do besides have Kamala Harris tell them not to come? How else do we convey this is not the place that you want to come right now, except maybe telling them at the border, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Sir, you can't come here.
Yeah.
I don't know how flying them to a different portion of the country is disincentivizing them to come to America. I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
But the only way is to monitor misinformation and disinformation online. That's the only solution we could come up with because nothing else is working. Even the tragic pleas of Kamala Harris to do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, Kamala. If you're telling me that, I'm not going to.
Yeah. So it's worth noting this. The announcement of this came, informal announcement came days after the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And so it's struggling to conceive that they are not connected in some way, shape, or form.
Yes. And I don't want to go on about this because I feel like next episode we could probably do an entire segment on this because there will be more to come from this, and especially because of the named head of this new organization. And some of the
Got some weird
escapades.
some weird TikToks and shit.
I mean,
singing supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
but like about misinformation.
Yeah.
It's not
some
good.
Weird shit.
But I will
Look
say
that up, Lenny. If you ain't seen that, look that
buddy,
up. That's some weird shit.
it's highly uncomfortable. It's highly uncomfortable because they're like, it's said a lot, but can we make 1984 fiction again? Please?
Yeah.
Because the shit is getting, just as soon as you don't think you get closer to 1984, then they take another step closer. I'm like, I don't like a big sister looking out for misinformation, okay? I don't trust you, obviously, because you literally, in that fucking Chitty Chitty Bang Bang song or,
Yeah.
what, a spoon, I don't
Mary
know.
Poppins?
Mary
Is that-
Poppins.
guess
Mary
what's from?
Poppins. I don't, like, she literally spread disinformation in the song. So, but I've seen a lot, especially from Jack Sobek put out a tweet the other day with her when she was in college, along with what I'm assuming is a roommate or a friend, where they did a cover song and of an existing song that it existed and was written by Joss Whedon and was performed in this fantastic musical called Dr. Horrible Sing-Along Blog. And they did a little cover of it, and it wasn't that bad. And but he's like, this is your next, minister of misinformation or disinformation. And
It's like the video AOC dancing. It's
yeah,
kinda
and I'm
hot,
like,
you
dude,
know?
I
It's kind of hot.
mean, whatever, dude. I mean, that's not, out of all the things, don't pick that one. Don't pick all this shit. She was a Broadway or a musical, God dang it,
Like a major.
like a major type thing. She was a theater geek, man. I mean, that's I've seen theater geeks. That's a theater geek.
Yeah.
And this is what they do. Like, I'm not going to sit here. I'm going to judge her for the other shit. And yes, great movie too, by the way. It's 100% a great movie. Dr. Horrible Sing-Along Blog, starring none other than the great and powerful Nathan Fillion,
Okay.
Felicia Day,
Okay.
who most people only know from nerd circles, and NPH, bro.
Really?
NPH. Neil Patrick Harris
Okay.
plays Dr. Horrible. He's the main character. Felicia Day is the love interest. Nathan Fillion is the hero who happens to be the bad guy because it's a movie. It's a musical about Neil Patrick Harris who wants to become a supervillain. And he's got to fight and shit.
How much like musical stuff NPH did, you know?
Yeah, he's a classically trained actor. He's all
Right.
up in theater. I mean, he's an amazing actor.
You ever seen
Starship Troopers to
Yes,
Dr. Horrible
Starship
sing-along
Troopers,
club.
right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen?
That's right, Lenny. Dr. Horrible. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Nice title. He's got an ice ray.
Have
Or
you
a
ever
freeze
seen
ray.
Marriage Story?
No.
It has. You should.
That's
you should
the.
definitely- I've watched it 3 times.
Jake. No.
Hmm?
Lost in Translation Girl.
Scarlett Johansson.
ScarJo.
Yeah,
There you go.
she's in it with
Black Stallion.
Adam Driver, and
Yeah.
I watched the movie 3 times in 1 week.
It's essentially about a
It's-
divorce, I thought, right?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
it's about a divorce. It's about them getting divorced, and he owns a theater company, and he's like a director, and she's one of the actresses in the theater company, and there is a portion in which he sings a song from a play, and he's like they're like in a bar. He's back in New York, and he's singing this song. It's
Is it a great song?
I enjoyed this song enough, Being Alive, that's what it's called, and it's from the play called Company.
Oh.
And I had never heard it before, but I enjoyed his rendition of it enough that I went to work the next day and was on YouTube, and I think I watched 13 different versions of this song.
13?
I think I watched 13 different versions of this song. And
Well, I did the same thing with the Witcher song.
and I found my favorite one. It's by a guy named Dean Jones.
Dean Jones.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. We'll watch it after the show because it's fucking lit.
Nice.
And why did I talk about? Oh, one of the versions was by NPH, and
Oh,
that's when I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, he's great, man.
Yeah,
I'm a huge Harold and Kumar even.
yeah, exactly.
Or he plays himself.
Yeah, he plays himself. That's really
And How I Met Your Mother, he was massive in that one.
Right.
Barney, suit up.
right.
He
I
became
never really.
iconic.
I've seen a few episodes of that show. But
Oh man, we watched it for the second time around, relatively recently-ish. It was it's a great show,
yeah,
and they just came out with a spin-off too. By the way, it's called How I Met Your Father, and so it's told
I
from.
wonder if it's good.
It's I mean it ain't the same, but it does justice to the original, which I thought was nice. We've been watching that as it comes out. I don't think it's gonna last very long.
Yeah.
It's got Hilary Duff in it. She stars in it as like the main character, and so
Right.
it's basically like a total inverse of the original, but it's pretty good.
Oh, okay. I was going to say this about this woman who's going to be the head of the Disinformation Council.
Yes.
Right? The thing I would say is worth noting is that the focus of this council at this point is Russia, right? And Russian disinformation. This woman is one of the people that said that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation, right? If that's her gauge on Russian disinformation, then we have got a serious problem here, and that's a major concern for me.
Yes,
So,
and that's a very legitimate concern because not only was it her, but I mean it was reported on by every single major media institution, including like government communication channels. So I don't like where it's going. I definitely don't like where it's going. The Ministry of Truth. Thank you, baby.
The
You need your
immediate
phone charger?
focus. The immediate focus will be on misinformation from human smugglers who spread false claims about U.S. border policy to migrants to help drum up business.
Wait. Say that one more time.
The immediate focus will be on disinformation from human smugglers who spread false claims about U.S. border policy to migrants to help drum up business.
Man, if that is not a way to get your foot in the door.
From Russia, as well as misleading messages about the U.S.-Mexico border.
Okay, that one is like a stretch and a half, first of all. But like the first one sounds legitimate enough to be like, well, yeah, we should watch that. I mean, there's a lot of smugglers and stuff going on. We should watch their code, blah, blah, blah.
Or
But
they read stories from U.S. journalists that say flights of immigrants going from the Mexico border to fucking Philadelphia and wherever the fuck else they're going. What are you talking about? It's It's like the gun thing, It's enough that if you're not paying attention to it, like you said, you're like, that makes sense. Like, yeah, why wouldn't they do that? Of course.
Yep.
Of course, let's disincentivize smugglers bringing immigrants here as much as we can. Why would we want that? Or you can actually adjust policy.
Yes.
Or you can try. Disinformation, that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's that people don't actually understand what the policy is, and that's why they're coming here in masses, is because they don't understand. That is...
Title 42?
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
That is stupid. What you're saying, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's just that immigrants don't understand what the United States border policy is. It's not their goddamn problem. They live in another country.
Yes.
It's none of their problem. Why would they care what the policy is? Why would they care?
Yep.
They're going to show up and be told whatever it is, no matter what. Why does it matter?
Yes.
No matter what, they don't want to be where they're at. So why does it matter to them what policy is? Do you really think they're going on Twitter to find out what the U.S. border policy is? That's stupid.
Nope.
Hey, guys, got to bug out a bit. I'll catch you later. Great program.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Lenny.
Lenny. Thank you for
see you.
being here. It's good to see you. Yeah, we're happy to have you here. Next is the grab bag after all this. So
That's right.
That's stupid.
It is dumb.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling it's going to become much more of a large conversational topic here very, very soon. I think we'll dive deep into this very shortly because of what is going to come out. If we're having these issues right now, I can't imagine what the commentators are going to say once they kind of get finished in with their Twitter activity right now.
Like your government is lying to you.
Yes.
Your government is actively lying to you, and they're helping curate what information. Jen Psaki is going to go and work at MSNBC. If you think that she's not going to still be directly tied to the White House when she works there,
Yeah.
you're stupid. You're being stupid.
Fucking
So
half of the employees that have any kind of
Yes.
power within the media
Used to
have
work-
all worked for the White House.
George Stephanopoulos, he was the campaign
Yes.
coordinator or whatever for Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the White House press corps being the gateway in and out of the political power, at least as far as like the media is concerned. That's just the way it is, man. These people, it's incestuous, man. There's a reason we call it an incestual relationship. The media and the White House, the government, the executive branch are totally entwined and entangled in an incestuous relationship where it's the same people that come in and out. It comes from the same schools. It comes from the same political background. I mean, it is all the same shit. It's a revolving door of corrupt thieves.
Protect your information. That's all that I can say.
I-
Protect your goddamn information.
I have a few websites to show you after the show, by the way,
If you guys,
to that effect.
if you listeners do not have a VPN already, get a motherfucking VPN.
If you don't have a VPN and I roughly know which general vicinity you're in, I can find your Snapchats online right now. Just through open source
Snapchat
intelligence.
map.
I mean, it's a weird place, man. You can find people's Facebook posts. You can find anything that anybody has publicly put out onto the internet on over 640 different categories, I believe. I can find the spots. I can look at the content because it's all traced to your IP address. Get a VPN, people. Otherwise, the government, if I can do it, the government's doing it too.
That's no good.
It's not good, dude. It's not good. Even your fucking PlayStation gamer tag, your Xbox gamer tag, I can see what fucking games you're playing.
Right.
Like, just if I know your fucking screen name,
Right.
I can see that. And if I can see it, the government definitely can see it. And the rest of these fucking social media companies are selling that shit off to other people. Hide your shit.
Yeah. It's people
terrifying.
get hung up on the surface level stuff of like the ads and stuff they see.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's listening to me because I'm seeing ads for something that I Googled. It's like it's so much more than that. There's so much more
dude.
information tied to what you Googled.
Bro.
And people don't think past
I'm telling you, man.
the
like,
ads.
everything from Facebook posts to Instagram posts to Twitter posts to fucking Snapchat posts and game activity. Like,
Terrify me.
you can just look at it.
We use Signal. We use Signal for like everything,
Yep.
I rarely talk to people who don't use Signal. I convert other people to Signal to talk
Exactly.
to me because I don't want to use a different messaging app. You
No,
know?
I'm
I
like,
don't-
bro, you gotta quit. You gotta get off. I tried to convince somebody like on Thursday. It's like, bro, you gotta get off of that. It's not the way to do it, man.
I don't like the idea that someone could pick my message up out of the air. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was very proud to when I was on those websites the other day with my fucking little tech hacker buddy. We went over to the place here, and I was like, "Does this shit work or what's up?" And I'm clean. I was very happy to see I was very clean.
Nice.
I've been doing the right things, I guess.
I love it.
So, anyways, we can.
Yeah,
I think that's about it, right? We can wrap her up.
Anything else that you want to add on to this?
Other than the fact that the Elon Musk Twitter thing is not going to go away, it's going to be around for a while. And just please remember, if you're going to be using Twitter, you're going to be talking about Twitter, understand Elon Musk does not own shit yet.
No.
And it won't be for a hot minute. So all your dumbass hot takes where you're talking about, well, thank God there's a free speech platform now, and I'm going to say a bunch of shit. You playing with fire, man. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. So, on that note, don't be stupid. We're out here. We'll see y'all
I'm back in 3 minutes.
in 3 minutes.
Thank you, everyone.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
8 other fantastic episodes. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Coddling and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and
We in.
Yep. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for bringing back everybody. We are Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan,
I'm Colin.
and we are happy to have you here joining us on our youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram, our Facebook, and our patreon.com, all at Salt of the Streets. We also have our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is a big bird off you on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. I want to thank Location Skate Shop and, of course, Swell Blended. If you need a haircut, if you want to watch some gaming, go to Lexi Kyle on Twitch. She was just live last night. She's really getting back after it lately.
She'll be back live again here probably in a couple hours.
Yep. If you need some cakes, go to Leggings and Aprons. Check out the work there. She will be back working in just a few months.
Best cakes.
And that is all. With that, we're going to enter the grab bag. We're talking about farming a little bit. Colin and I are farming, small-scale farming, backyard farming, growing food, self-sufficiency, really is probably a better way to put it.
And
Something-
really, we were talking about kale because
Really, we were
kale
talking
is
about kale.
legit.
Yeah, it's something that we're getting more into. Obviously, I've done kind of the garden updates for the last 2 or 3 years, probably of some of the stuff that we've grown, and I'll probably do some more of that this year as things get kicking off. We can
Talk
both-
about gardening. I'm going to grab my plants so I could show them because they're
Excellent.
starting to seed.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. We'll probably, I'm sure we'll both do some stuff like that, but that's something we're both getting into. So Colin has his little garden. He's got his seedlings that he's going to get there, and one of Skyrim is on the menu tonight. That's what Lexi Kyle says. So Carolina is going to be streaming some Skyrim. So especially if you're into Skyrim, go and check that out. She's very good, very entertaining. Of course, she's beautiful. So Colin has his plants now. Okay.
snap.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So let's
Tall boys.
let's do these
Give Colin
bad
the
boys.
solo cam. Look at that.
So you remember last weekend we
They were
got
just
together,
seeds.
we recorded the
review
preview and all that. So be sure to be watching out for that on Sunday, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Preview.
Yeah, that's going to be out. Amazing. But yeah, I had just planted these right before you had gotten here, and within a week, 90% are like going. I'm like, oh shit, I got to get my act together outside. So tomorrow we're going to be hitting up the Homer Depot and getting a couple last things so I can finish off all the beds and get all these bad boys in the ground here in a few days.
Excellent.
They're starting to get there.
We got a comment on our our ad went through, and there's a woman who obviously our ad came up and she left laughing emojis on our ad.
Is that a good
And-
sign or a bad
No,
sign?
it's not good. Her Twitter handle is Black Butterfly 7500, and her page says, third page, someone out there or Instagram doesn't like what I say. Hashtag pro black, a red heart, a black heart, a green heart, pro black, hashtag pro black isn't anti-white, hashtag old school music, hashtag sapiosexual,
Oh, Sapio.
a wedding ring, hashtag empath, hashtag Pisces, like a circle with a slash through it, a red one, times 4x. I don't know what that means.
It's a lot, is what that is. I
One
know.
of these posts say, all the money white people made from slave labor. You wonder where'd all that go? Okay, so she doesn't like what we have to say.
No, sir. No, we
because
don't.
We said that the radical left is doing all that bad shit. Go on
And that's her.
Yeah, exactly. We have. Well, we also said that we've been called radical racist, so I'm sure that
Yeah.
she's like, y'all motherfuckers are racist. So go out and check our first ad. It's out there on Instagram. We're going to see what that does for us over the next, I think I did $30 for 6 days or some shit. So we'll see what that does for us.
We are literally paying Instagram to send us hate comments.
Yeah. it's awesome. It's so good. But we're out here. So yeah, we're talking about kale.
Yes.
And kale is one of the things. We had 2 rows of kale that we started last year just because I do kale shakes. That's my big. I don't really like to
Yeah.
eat vegetables that much.
The boy eats kale shakes too, from the
loves
sounds of it,
kale
right?
shakes, Yeah.
Yeah.
We share them. So yeah, I don't really like vegetables from being a kid and like being forced to eat them and not liking them, and so I just don't like them as an adult.
Oh,
So
I fucking love. I have learned to love vegetables, man.
I'm sure.
All of them.
And I'm sure when
All
this
of
shit
them.
pops off and all I have
You'll
is
learn.
vegetables and rice and like canned chicken, I'll
No,
really
bro.
enjoy
I'm a pro
vegetables,
hunter. I'll
but
make sure you have protein.
that's fine. I mean, I'm gonna have to hunt too. And when the shit
Yep.
pops off, I don't care what regulations say.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go capping shit. There's
right.
fucking deers that run around keyboard. I don't give a fuck.
And I will need to teach you how to walk through the woods, though.
Oh,
That became very evident that
I'm
both of y'all
so
need some
big.
work.
Oh, it's so bad. I'm so big and Jake is so lanky, you know?
Yes.
Last week, what Colin was referring to, quick aside, this is the grab bag. We're out here. We did some... We're not in the military. Colin was in the military, but we did like some small unit tactics training
Yeah.
last week. Went out into some woodsy area that we have, lots of woodsy area around here. And so at first we did some war games type of shit. Had Colin sit up on top of a hill and Jake and I snuck up on him. He fucking
Murked everybody.
blasted Jake in the back of the face, but I absolutely...
I didn't know you were there. I will say
would
that
have
much. I
avenged
did not
Jake.
know.
I felt pretty good about that.
Yeah.
I was not afraid to get down and dirty, and I crawled up half that hill just on my belly. I just proned it up half that hill.
Johnny, come crawling out the
I
back
knew
door.
how big I know
Both
how big
legs
I am,
missing.
bro. I know how big I am, so I know that like
And
if
you had
I
to-
want to hide on this hill,
Did you have your backpack on?
no.
Okay.
I ditched the pack. because I know.
Packs turtle shell.
Yeah, and I also know that if we were in that same situation, I'm taking that shit off. I don't
Yeah.
need it right now. If I got the plate carrier on, so I have ammunition, I have a med kit, I have things that I need right now. So yeah, we used our radios and we snuck up there. Yeah, Jake got his ass killed, but I would have quickly avenged his death and got the fuck out of there. Used you both as a loot drop and got home. And
Damn.
I would have had to try and take Jake's body back, but and then we did just did some moving
I
stuff,
like the
but-
fact you're taking Jake's body back, not.
I mean, if you're an enemy combatant, I'm leaving your ass there. I don't need none of that shit. I might hide you somewhere, but
At least
he has a loot
at least I
drop when
know
we're moving.
if shit pops off, we're gonna be on the same side.
Yeah,
And-
100%.
100%. So that's good to
I'll
know.
bring you home too.
Yeah, because you're ruthless, apparently.
If it's
That
me,
was, it was a good time though, man. It really was.
Yeah, more of that in the future for
yeah.
sure.
That second kind of like operation we did where I was just like posted up.
Yes.
And I was like, can you guys sneak up to the
Through the
hill
woods.
through the woods?
Thick woods.
And I'll just say, you cannot
No.
sneak through the woods.
It's-
But I will teach you. I will teach you, young Padawan, much like I have taught you about the freedom of gun ownership.
You should see how thick that is, bro. It was tough.
I, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I hate fucking hunting in this area because you can't get you. There's no escaping it. It's just gonna be loud.
Yeah.
But there's a few tips and tricks that I can't wait to tell you guys. so.
Yes, no, but it does stand. We absolutely were louder than hell. So we will do more work on that for sure. Plants, self-sufficiency. So we did the
Yes.
kale last year, and I didn't know anything about it. I just like kale, so we just did that and did 2 long rows of it in one end of like the U-shaped garden that we have, and it survived all winter and it produced all winter, and we took kale off of it all winter, and it even made new plants, and that's one of the ones that we gave you. So that's one of the plants you got. Kale, yeah, apparently is just
It's a superfood.
superfood, super
Yeah.
plant. Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm
into
really
it.
excited because I have this guy on YouTube that I watch, and he's like a big backyard home gardener type guy, and
Okay.
he taught me about planting companion plants, so like plants that help each other, like
Yes.
and then you're supposed to like intermix flowers and things with different plants, like tomatoes and basil actually are supposed to be like literal bedfellows. You put those together and you put some like I think it's like marigold or something around like that, and that helps for one pollinate, and so you get more fruiting going on, and then you also like something about like the basil keeps like caterpillars away from your fucking tomatoes and shit.
Interesting.
Like there's all this cool stuff. So I'm getting super into it, but he did a whole episode on kale, so I watched that the other day, and I didn't realize there's like a shit ton of types of kale.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to like learn more. It sounds so fucked up.
Learn more about kale.
Yeah. And so like I want to know what type of kale that one is, and then I'm gonna learn its flavor profile a little bit when I
Yeah.
cook with it, and then because every different type of kale has different flavor profiles.
This is definitely very earthy kale. It's
Yeah.
super green. Like, yeah, it's very vegetable-y.
Like that.
But I'm into it. It's a very dominant flavor. I don't put that much fruit in my kale shakes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started drinking them, it was like mostly fruit. But now, Jordan and because my wife loves me very much, she'll like pre-package them up, in like Ziploc bags.
That's legit. That's a good way to
just
do
put
it.
them in the freezer.
Yeah,
So I'll
yeah.
just put one in the freezer or in the blender with like some yogurt and some green juice, and Dax pumps away on the button a couple of times and we get after it.
I love it.
So yeah, it's probably 90% kale and like 10% fruit, just
That's
to
good.
add a little bit of.
Because it's got so much sugar in it, man. That's the problem with fruit.
Yes, and
It's
I put
so
a
much
bunch of
sugar.
yogurt in there because it was started as like a stomach thing. It was like
Yeah.
to help my stomach, and then
Yeah, I
was
remember
like,
back in the day.
And I was like, oh wait, this is also just a really good way for me to get vegetables in. So I probably have a kale shake like every other day, just to get a big dose of them.
I feel like it's a better option than going like there's like that supplement powder.
Yeah,
The green machine. I don't remember.
And
what
I
it's
might
called,
do
but
that too.
I do that
was-
too, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. I'd rather get it from like shit that's literally growing in my backyard,
Right.
because that is the most self-sufficient way. It with inflation going on and fucking food costs going on, and fucking food shortages on the way, according to the fucking goddamn president of the United States. Like, I would love to be like making fucking kale shakes versus adding some kind of supplement powder.
Yeah,
like
and
being
the
able to
other-
bring that back and have control over that aspect of my life, and why I got in hunting, so I can control that, and more ability to detach myself, I guess, from the system of reliance I have, like with the government and shit.
And
so
the
it's
other side
nice.
of the garden is that whole strawberry patch.
Yeah.
So it's all one side is all strawberries, one side is all kale. There's two.
So you've
tomato
got a kale
plants
shake in your
yeah.
backyard,
Yeah, yeah.
minus the
There's-
milk and shit.
There's one side that of the kale bed that has like 2 tomato plants, but that's it. All the rest of it is kale. There's probably 20 kale plants just all ganged up together.
Oh, that's legit.
Yeah.
Are they all the same kind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can check them out when we're there. When you
Yeah.
come over there. Yeah, no, it's legit.
I feel like I can picture them in my mind.
Yeah. They're
I've
huge
seen
now.
them before.
They're huge.
Yeah, that's
But-
legit. So anyway, other than kale, what else?
Yeah, no, we have the peas this year. We have pumpkins again. Jordan really wants. Jordan every time she says, "I want to have a pumpkin farm," so Jordan wants some pumpkins. But yeah, the peas. We have some radishes too, and
I don't fuck with the radishes anymore.
Jordan likes radishes. Her grandma likes radishes too. And then we have like some cucumbers because of the baby. Most of the stuff that comes out of the garden, the baby will be able to eat eventually. So we'll put all most of that stuff in the freezer and then make baby food out of it.
Oh hell yeah!
So all the squash and stuff like that's a really good like first baby food.
Yeah, I
It's just
totally forgot
pureed
about
squash.
Yeah, squash. I'm trying. Do we have anything that? So I got 2 different types of tomatoes going on. I got a squash going on. I got cucumbers because I'm planning on making pickles this year.
And Jordan will love that.
Oh man!
Jordan loves pickles.
And this is the first year I'm doing Brussels sprouts. So I got.
I'm into that.
I got
They're growing like a weird stalk.
Yeah, I got 4 Brussels sprout plants going on
Those
right
are
now.
gonna be so fire.
Yeah, and then I got beets going on this year, like a multicolored thing going on. So we'll have beets going on.
We have
tomatoes.
carrots too.
Carrots are legit. Yeah, I didn't even think about carrots this year.
Multicolored carrots.
But, peppers, like bell peppers, jalapenos, pole beans, and then I got those peas
Yeah.
from you guys.
And those are legit. Too.
And I got a fucking atrium set up now. It connects to my shed in the backyard, so I'm gonna put the fucking peas and the beans, all the climbers, up on that trellis.
Yeah.
That creates an archway next to my shed.
Yeah.
It's gonna be legit.
The peas I have a wood structure that goes over the top of the garden, and then I put strings down for the peas to grow up because they grow on the long vines like that.
Yeah.
But
I decided all of a sudden I wanted to make a Salt of the Streets gardening
Yes.
salty short this week, so I've just been like making sure we keep
Yes.
talking about this.
Yeah, no, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it.
Oh.
We got lots of good stuff. Like I said, I
do.
think we'll probably both be doing some garden updates and stuff over the
Yeah,
next few months.
I think so. Especially because
Tell us what you guys are gardening too. We're absolutely interested. What are you guys growing?
100%. Like, because I feel like this is really
Tips,
important.
tricks.
It's the whole self-reliance aspect of things. Like, if you're not taking in that level of personal responsibility, like you do need to be like trying whatever way you can. I follow a dude on YouTube. He does this like backyard gardening thing out of LA. And so everything is like a custom, just raised bed that sits there all alone, and he's all about self-sufficiency and stuff. And I think everybody should be doing that, man. It just doesn't seem like a bad idea if you want to be less reliant.
One thing you can
on the
do,
system.
it's super easy, is potatoes. You can grow potatoes in a trash can.
Oh, I got potatoes going on right now, actually.
Yeah, we
Some-
have a trash
yeah.
can that that's super easy. If you just buy a cheap ass trash can and
Yeah.
poke some holes in the bottom of it, just put some soil and some potatoes, cut up some potatoes, or wait until they grow, and then put them in there.
Yeah.
And then as the greens grow, you just keep covering them up with soil, and they just grow more and more
Yeah.
and more potatoes off of there. And at the end of the season, you dump it out onto like a tarp or just into the yard,
Yeah.
and just pull all the potatoes out.
And you know what else you can do with that is when you have those potato and yams essentially do kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Like those root vegetables, I'd have to check which ones there are, but like there are, again, companion plants, another vegetable that you can plant that more or less just kind of deal with the surface area. And so the potatoes grow, and you just have to kind of keep them controlled a little bit so that the
Right.
other vegetables can grow. But then you can harvest in the same area 2 different vegetables, a deep root one and something that grows on the surface. I think like radishes and shit work good with potatoes and all that. But like that's like if I can use that knowledge to have me spend less money, to become less reliant on the existing like system, it makes me that much more like resistant towards catastrophe, I guess. And it's the same reason we're out there doing fucking drills and it's all for fun and it's a hobby, but it's also a good skill to pick up.
I'm realizing every year that we do this, just how much I enjoy this,
Yeah.
Like I would love to.
Just do this every day.
I would be a farmer, bro. I would totally do that. I would 100% own a farm, and
We should talk to Ivan again more about farming.
yeah, I would do that. I would
Yeah.
absolutely do that.
That sounds legit, dude. I mean, yeah, it's weird. Like, for as a like a liberty loving person I am, like I'm super into like the idea of a legit small commune. Like a collective of like, you know, half a dozen families, you know, maybe a dozen if you're getting real crazy, but like self-sufficient little fucking commune that just takes care of everything. Like I'm into that.
Yeah.
That seems weird considering I'm like I'm like an individual freedom person and all that. But
Nah, one of
if
the cool
that's your
things-
moral, man, that's where you want to be at.
One of the cool things about our friends in the trades, they pour concrete everywhere. So they pour concrete everywhere.
That's right. And
You,
they've
you
been
know,
doing that since the Roman time.
You know, son, you know who we're talking to. you know. So, okay, we can hit our first proper grab bag topic.
Yes.
That was good though. Farming is always good. So yeah, let us know what you guys are growing. Any tips, tricks, stuff like that. Eggshells. You have like slugs and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things we use, like just bake the eggshells, crunch them up around the edge of the garden.
Before we move on, because this
Yes.
isn't quite a full clip yet, probably it's getting close, but I love breaking the fourth wall. You have an issue with chickens, from what I hear from your wife.
No. I don't have an issue with chickens. I prefer ducks.
You prefer ducks.
Yeah, I don't have an issue
That's a
with chickens.
thing.
I prefer ducks is where I'm at. My push is always for ducks. I find ducks generally to be friendlier creatures. The eggs are a little bit bigger. They produce just as many eggs, and I just find them to be more pleasant to be around.
Well, I will say that's I can't argue against any of those points. And the eggs are slightly bigger too, which
Yeah,
I, which
that's
I
what I'm
like.
saying.
And they're slightly a different taste, which I like too. But a duck is
But
a
they're-
cleaner animal, man.
Yeah.
Chickens are fucking gross.
I prefer
Mind
ducks.
you, ducks are still nasty as fuck. But
Yeah.
I said the big difference though,
You can handle a duck easier than a chicken, I think.
100%.
Like you can pick it up easier.
Well, they have like a rounded or flat
It's
bill
not- definitely
versus
not
like
gonna
a
fuck
fucking
you up as much,
like
yeah.
I used to be a T-Rex
It
or
has
a
to scratch
raptor.
you for it to like really get at you.
Yeah. But I would add that when it comes to the other use of the livestock, like the actual eating
Yes.
of the protein portion, like
Yeah.
you can't, I mean, I love duck. I do love duck, but not everybody does.
No, and you
But
can't
everybody
eat it all
likes
the
fucking
time
chicken,
like that. And
right?
You can't eat a duck all the
No.
time like that.
So that would be like, well, you got to have some chickens
Yeah,
too
yeah.
to offset
I
some
would,
shit. But
I would do it. Yeah, no, it's never. When I was young, my aunt's ducks used to chase me. They're definitely still animals. They're still savages. there's no doubt about that. But we had a couple of ducks when I was in high school. I was younger than that. I was in like elementary school. But they were chill. We had 2 ducks. I found them to be very chill.
Oh, yeah.
And my aunt had chickens and stuff. I found those to be very. They're dinosaurs. They're scarier, you know, for
They
kids
are.
and adults, and they'll get after you. They're just scarier. Ducks are more chill, I think. But you're right. I think chickens probably produce faster than ducks too. You know.
I believe so, yeah.
So
But I will say, when it comes to
the eggs are good for baking and stuff, though.
the
'cause
eggs
they're
are
bigger.
great, man.
Yeah, they're
you
fire.
can't beat a duck egg.
No,
Duck
I've
eggs are
eaten
fucking
many
money.
scrambled duck eggs. They're fire.
Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, and they have the shape of the egg is way different. But
Yeah.
anyways, now we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to go any further than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could talk about ducks and chickens.
Yeah,
as
no,
much as we want
so
later
no
on.
issues. So no issues with chickens. I just prefer ducks, but I would
Okay.
have chickens. I would do that.
Okay, and then I'll bring you some goat milk, and we'll make some cheese and shit. We'll be
Yeah, I would have
bougie as
goats
fuck.
too. I would do that. Goats
Yeah.
are lit, you know.
I think one year, before we got rid of the milking cow, I made some mozzarella once out
That's
of
what you were
like
saying.
fresh
Yeah.
fucking fresh goat's milk. You just need like this enzyme thing or whatever and
Yeah.
some cheesecloth, and it's different though. Like you got to get used to, like, if you've never like fucked with like real raw milk,
Yeah.
it's not, you ain't gonna pour it over your Cheerios.
Right.
We'll put it that way. But man, once you make that thing, like you could taste like the grass the cow ate. Like when you're eating this fucking mozzarella cheese and you're like, man,
And I
what is
love-
the deal?
I love cows as an animal. I think that they're just adorable, beautiful.
They are
animals.
awesome.
They're disgusting, but they're also like adorable, beautiful animals, I think.
Yeah.
So I would love to have like a dairy cow, like as a pet almost, and then also have, you know, a rotating cow whose name is like beef or things like that we don't get attached to,
Yeah.
you know, that is there for a while and then he's gone, and then another one comes that is small, and
Yeah.
we name him Sirloin, and then
Sirloin.
yeah, he hangs out for a while, and so I would do that.
Oh, man. It's a different thing, man. Especially when people don't know where their food comes from. People don't know, man.
Yeah.
You know, once you've taken the life of another animal and then, prepared it from the minute you killed it to the minute you put it on the table, like there's a different relationship that you have with that food, and it's with that whole animal. Like I can personally attest that ever since I was hunting, like I've never looked at animals the same. Like those,
That's what I'm
there's
trying to go
those
hunting,
that, yeah, and we need to get you that little hunter safety permit so that we can take you out. But it's just it's like a carnal experience. It's very spiritual or religious, maybe some people might say. Like it changes everything. The minute you go from, hey, that's an amazing, beautiful animal, to okay, now it's dead and I'm putting my hand in its warm guts and then preparing it for my sustenance and things like that. It's a weird, life-altering experience.
I was thinking about that on the way here, as weird as this is, about that particular thing about like breaking down on it. I was listening to the Remy Warren, that's why I was thinking about it. And I was thinking about like, oh my God, what if, like, if you're not gonna keep the head of a deer, like, what do you do with it? I'm like, you have to cut its head off because you're gonna take the neck meat. And like, fucking cut a deer's head off. So I was just thinking about that. I'm like, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna just
Weird deal, man.
fucking cut its head off. That's just a weird. That's wild. You
You gotta cut the head off.
But you got to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna. So.
Or when my brother shot his deer a couple years ago, he had in mind like a way he wanted to have it mounted, right? And so you do what you call like a shoulder mount or something like that. So like when you're butchering the animal, all of a sudden you get to a certain point, you're like, hey, I got to be really careful. I got to retain a certain amount for the taxidermist to deal with. And I'm telling you, I got really jealous because I wanted to get that tongue and pull it out because the tongue meat, because tongue meat is legit, but you got to have that because you got to get out through the neck and all that. So you got to save all that stuff. But it's a wild experience, man. It really is. Like people don't understand.
Yeah.
If you have never killed and butchered an animal, like you will never understand truly to have like the actual respect that you probably should for the food that you eat if you're a meat eater.
And
like you just don't. You don't understand what the animal's experience is like. But when you're right there, man, you see that thing like in your scope and you're looking at it, it's alive 1 minute and then you shoot it and then you go over there. And I mean, it sounds like all woo woo and spiritual, but like I do the Avatar thing. And I'm like, I'm thanking this animal for like giving me what it was because I'm admirer of nature anyways. And so like, I love seeing like deer run around and all this shit, but like, I got to get by, I got to do what's up. And you're below me on the food chain, dude. I'm sorry.
Right.
But I'm going to respect you as I do this because I know what it does for me and my family and stuff like that. So
I just thought about this, and I want you to hold me to it, and that's why I'm going to say it on the show.
Sure.
Within a year from the day that my daughter is born,
okay,
right, I would, because I'm going to be in the room and everything, and we're doing it at home, right? So I'm going to be right next to Jordan when she gives birth. I'm not going to watch because I don't want to watch, but I'm going to be right there.
Did you watch the first time?
No, she had a C. She had a C-section the first time.
Okay,
so
okay.
I was
Different
peeking
deal.
over and I have pictures for like of over the curtain and stuff like that. But yeah. There was a nurse that was taking pictures, so she's the one that dictated. Yeah, it's great. You can see Jordan's guts like on the. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll show you.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. And so from a year from the date that my daughter's born, I would like to have either killed and butchered or taken part in butchering a deer so that I can have experienced the beginning of life and the end of a life.
Okay. So I'm working this out in my mind real quick because there is logistics and mechanics that come with
It'll
that.
be May to May. That'll likely be. It'll be.
Which means this is the year. This is the year. This is the season you're going to get out there. So I'll hook you up with everything you need beforehand, and then I got you covered on the outs. So you might have to procure yourself a rifle, but then again, I also don't mind handing my rifle to somebody to shoot. That's people do that shit all the time. So, I'm sorry,
That's what I want.
slight fanboy right now. I think this is entirely possible,
and I think this is the year for it.
Yeah.
I think now is the time if I'm going to be there to truly experience like the proper beginning of life with as little medical intervention as possible, because there's no drugs involved. It's just midwives and us. That's it. So if I can be there for that, then I also would like to be there for the ending of life and the dealing with that. That's what I would like. I think that would be really good.
This is good because this is probably our last Western
Here.
hunting style.
Yeah.
You know, this is probably going to be my last season here, so that's good. This is a
the
good time to
time.
do it because
Yeah.
this is a one of a kind experience that you can have in the Western region. So, this is the time. I'm excited.
There you go. Unplanned grab bag.
I'm fucking overly excited.
Yeah.
Anyways, oh yes, because I have everything I need. This is how I trained John, bro. I had everything of a backup minus John just went whole hog and just bought everything anyways. But I got everything a non-hunter would need to go into the backcountry and successfully hunt an animal. I have it all ready to go. So that's very exciting.
Yeah. And I have a bunch of shit. You know, I got some clothes.
Oh yeah, and you're halfway there already.
Yeah, I got a bunch of belt and load bearing equipment and stuff already. So I need a better backpack. That's really my And let's say
But that's not the hunting backpack you'll take. There's a specialized hunting backpack. It's better for hunting versus like backpacking and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to find
Humanely
Oh, wait.
acquired, of course. Absolutely.
course.
That's the whole
Yeah, that's the way to do it actually. You know, and it's a whole thing. I don't want to get into that. That's
I got the
hunt
pistol. I
baiting
got
and
that
stuff
big
like
ass
that.
sidearm. You know, I'm too scared to go into the woods without a fucking big
Almost.
ass pistol on my hip.
When I was at Sportsman's the other day getting these fucking boots and my new knife replacement finally, I almost bought some slugs for my shotgun. Because you can hunt deer with slug
Yeah.
shotgun, but
You just got to be real close.
yeah,
Not real
and
close,
I'm like
but
in this area, you know how fucking loud it is when you
gotta
move
be
through the
real
bush, bro.
close
You got to be
anyway,
real
yeah.
close. So I'm like, it might not be a bad idea. Where is my? I'm just getting my stuff pulled
you're
up
good.
for
the first proper topic. We will Russia update. Let's restart there.
Sure.
Is that the easiest way to go about it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So
At this point, it's a grab bag topic until something major else happens.
yeah, I mean, it's there are things going on there. It's still something to pay very much attention to. This is part of the topic of my newsletter this week, or of my article in the newsletter this week. So there are kind of some major points some of the major points that we can hit here. Largely, the fighting seems to be focused again in the two regions that have already been acquired essentially by Russia.
Yeah.
So it's focused along the border. There's been some bombing by the Ukrainians on the border of Russia and Ukraine, and so now there's some questions about that. Is this still defensive? Is it offensive? The United States provided some of the coordinates and targeting data for the airstrikes that went on the border, so there's a lot of questions again that kind of edge us closer and closer into an active conflict with Russia. General, what's his name? Secretary of Defense
Lloyd
Austin. Lloyd Austin. I can never remember his first name. I always feel like Austin is his first name.
Once I realized it was one of those like names, I'm like, oh, it's Lloyd. Yeah, I don't know many Lloyds, but it seems like an old name.
Lloyd Austin. He said that the conflict is obviously, growing in intensity. We've had what appear to be calls for active involvement of U.S. forces by senators here. What's his name? Chris Coons, I think his name is, right? Yeah. He's talking, saying this will only end when the United States makes it end. And I mean, so it sounds to me, and like a lot of other people, like he's actively calling for United States to be actively involved in the conflict in Ukraine, which I think is a horrific mistake.
It's a bad idea, man.
Yeah, we had just yesterday or the day before the first American citizen killed in Ukraine. He was a United States contractor. There's a lot of question about this, obviously. A military contractor that did not have a contract in Ukraine but volunteered to go fight in Ukraine. There's obvious question about that.
There's a dude on Twitter I got bookmarked. He went over there just to fight. And he's a former. Same a similar deal, but this is not the guy we're talking about, though.
No,
but there's Americans over there.
But there's question, obviously, whether or not that's true, or if there are military contractors that are operating in Ukraine and are just not. It's just not being talked about because they're United States citizens. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past anybody. I'm not guessing either way, but there is question about that.
Yeah, and I mean, and no fault about that either, because obviously anybody legitimately can do that. There's proper channels to go through, and then there's actual like volunteer regiments and
Foreign
stuff
Legion
in
for
Ukraine.
the defense of Ukraine or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Yeah, you can literally volunteer and go and fight in Ukraine. They will strap you up with whatever they can give you and send you over there.
Yeah, whatever the UN can give you, apparently.
Yeah.
Which is where the problem lies.
Gas has been cut off by Russia to Poland and Bulgaria, and there is dispute over how they're going to pay. Russia is demanding that they pay for their energy in rubles. There are foreign sanctions, obviously, that mandate that they pay for it in dollars, and they're refusing to do so. And it's interesting that this happened because of the conversation we had with the Gator Brothers the last time we were here, right? This wouldn't seem to have made much sense, but when you know, that Russia has backed the ruble in gold, they want more gold.
Yeah.
They want more of their currency because their currency is what is actually worth something, and they're making sure that it's worth something.
Yep.
So it seems to the rest of the world that it's like a very petty thing. They're like, oh, they just want their own money because they can't have the dollars. No.
That's not the way it is,
It's
man.
because they're backing their currency in gold, and it's
Yeah.
actually worth something, and our money is not. Our money is actively being devalued by inflation, by stagflation, by the rest of the world, by people moving off of our dollar as the petrodollar, and Russia is sitting and fucking laughing while they do it.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of the funnier aspect of this funny, like in obviously a dark manner, but when you look at the moves financially that Russia's been making, it is just, we're talking like we're getting shot in the kneecap over here, man. Like our economy is taking a hit because of some of the things that Putin is doing.
And theirs is bouncing back already.
But that does not mean that this is Putin's gas hike and stuff like that. That's not
Putin's inflation.
That's the problem,
right?
is that there's a hair of truth in this fucked up term that they use for the reason why our inflation is so bad. But it's definitely an aspect of things because massive disruption when you have a nation like that you won't do trade with anymore or won't trade in your own currency that you've relied on for decades and decades, and then you have other neighboring nations, like other trade partners that are no longer doing business in your currency anymore. That's a massive hit to the American economy at that point, because we are such a globalist society at this point when it comes to like open markets, especially commodity markets, we'll put it that way. But it's no surprise that it's an aspect. There is that small grain of truth that's attached to that term that they use, and it's watching what is happening now with the gas cutoffs and things like that. It's going to be a very interesting thing to keep an eye on, because there is going to be massive economic fallout throughout the entire European bloc at that point.
Right.
It's none of this is good, man. It's like there's this weird kind of hot warfare going on the ground with the Ukrainian forces and the volunteer forces, and the UN is funding it up the ass. Joe Biden just asked for another $33 billion the other day from Congress.
British SAS is on the ground actively training Ukrainian soldiers.
You talked about that in your piece this month.
Yeah, and we've talked since this began that I firmly believe, everything I know about the United States government and the United States military, that there are United States military assets on the ground in Ukraine assisting either in training or at the very least targeting acquisition, the same thing they're doing in Yemen, right, with the Afghans, that they are providing information, they're just consulting, right? I feel very, very strongly that there are, and I am fully prepared in 20 years from now to be vindicated by learning that is the truth.
Yep.
And if you ask me, the articles and the information that British SAS is on the ground is damn near confirmation that the United States is already on the ground there. I do not for a second believe that we would allow British SAS to beat us there. The Green Berets, absolutely not. We're not going to let some fucking foreign legion, some other foreign defense force beat the Green Berets there to be training people, because we're the best. If they want to win, they need America. That's why we're giving all this money, is because they need America. They need our intelligence. We're the best in military. That's why they need us. Yep. Right? So, no, I don't buy it for a second. I absolutely think that there are Green Berets or special forces on the ground there assisting in what's going on. I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah, I think with our track record for decades and decades and decades at this point, I think it would be too much of an ask to ask that you don't factor that in at this point. All the way you talked about in the piece, like the Ho Chi Minh and like the involvement in like Burma and Vietnam
in the 40s.
In the 40s, dude. There's a great movie about that, by the way, with Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, in 45. Yeah, we had OSS troops in Vietnam working with what would become the Viet Cong to help defend themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you,
right.
you know who Gina Lola Bridgetall is.
I've heard that name before.
At Benix.
yes.
Yeah. And she stars in that movie along with Frank Sinatra. It's called Never So Few, based off of a novel. But it's all about, the OSS being over in China and in Laos and shit in the fucking 40s,
Yeah.
man.
No, I don't buy
It's
it for
wild.
a second. Absolutely. And it's so weird because they were open communists. Like, they were open communists,
Yeah.
and we were like, yeah, anything to fuck Japan. Like,
Yes.
yeah, anything to fuck Japan. That's fine. Whatever you got going on, that's cool. Anything to fuck Japan. That's all that really matters right now.
Yeah, we didn't really turn against the communists until after we had defeated the fascists
So
and the imperialists.
short-sighted. Just so short-sighted. We're like,
Right.
"Ah, it's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
You hate Japan, though, right? Okay, cool. That's what matters to us. You hate Japan, though. That's just so crazy.
It's so crazy, man.
We elected people who were like, yeah, definitely. It's so stupid. So stupid.
Yeah, we got a real good track record with foreign policy, man. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a reason we're the world's police, right? 'Cause we do so good at it.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't buy it for a second. I actively believe and would defend to anything that we have special forces operations there. Even if you're talking about if you want to do the government and split hairs and they took people from special forces and they had them resign from the military and now they're part of the CIA and they have them over there like that. Eat my dick. That's the same thing.
shit.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing. If you got CIA agents over there, you have military or intelligence assets. So they're all expanded. Military or intelligence assets on the ground
There you
there
go.
assisting in the fighting in Ukraine. I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah.
And if one of those motherfuckers dies, we're in there. If you lose an intelligence or military asset, we are in there. I don't buy it for a second. And we will be there until this is over.
Yeah.
And this battle of wills, I feel like that's the best way that it can be described. Is it's if you enter into this with Vladimir Putin, it's a battle of wills. And he's not going to give up. He's not going to be like, oh, yeah, I'll just roll over, He feels that his way of life is being threatened. This is a battle of wills. It will become a battle of attrition, and he don't give a shit.
Nah, man. Russia has
and we
historically
do.
never given a shit
Yeah.
about battles of attrition.
No.
They will last.
He does not care, and we do. And as soon as the numbers start to tick up, what do we got to 2,300 in Afghanistan? We're like, no way. We're not having it. 60,000 in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Right? 60,000 soldiers in Vietnam. 2,300 in Afghanistan. And we weren't having it. At that point, there were protests. There were people who had yellow ribbons on their cars, on their houses, on their everything. At half that. There's no way, bro. We are not going to stand for that now. I don't care if there are however many billion people on it in this country. No, 330 million people. No, there's no way.
No.
Not even 2,300. We're not doing it.
No, I don't think so.
No, the country won't have it.
Man. And that, time will tell.
So I'm saying, do you want to lose a war? Do you want to enter into a war that you're going to definitely lose because you're not willing to pay the cost that it will demand?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. How many people have successfully waged a land war in Europe? All of zero after unknown number of attempts? Like, it has never worked out. That's part of the reason Russia has been able to maintain its vastness over the time. The terrain is not fit for fighting. It's not a
the biggest
fighting
country
country,
ever.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucking most. It's a separate continent.
Yeah.
It's on the same landmass. Why is Europe and Asia
It's
different?
on two continents.
It's because
It's
Russia's on
Eurasia.
it. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's lit.
Yeah. But we'll see. Obviously, it's an ever evolving situation, and literally things can go sideways at any point. So, but that's kind of basically everything I knew. The major
Yeah.
movements in Ukraine, Russia right now. So
Let's talk about this because I know that you're hot about it. Taylor Lorenz and Libs of TikTok.
yes.
TikTok.
TikTok.
TikTok. Right? Obviously, we've had a few beers. We're getting there. It's the
Yeah,
grab
we're getting
back. So it's a good thing we do the grab back at the end of the show.
Exactly. I was like, do I have one
So,
more? My mouth is
Libs
getting dry.
of TikTok, right? If anybody doesn't know what Libs of TikTok is, it is an account on Instagram and Twitter that frequently takes, obviously, videos from TikTok from leftists who are talking about commonly like gender ideology and things like that, and repost them.
Yeah.
The different drag videos. What's that one there?
So this is a Pennsylvania teacher hosts a drag show event for students as part of a GSA club. Parents were reportedly not notified. The district has confirmed this morning that the teacher is on leave. That's one example.
Those are drag
Here we
queens?
go. Yeah, those are drag queens right there. So, I mean, very talented. I'm not going to lie. I definitely couldn't do that.
Ass for days on the drag queens.
You know, got to do them squats, baby. Works both ways. The
Equal
adults are back in
opportunities here at
charge.
Salt of the Streets.
Yeah, I do love this one. So, yeah, there we have our new, the head of the Ministry of Truth, which
And
we'll
that's
eventually
the
talk about.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious video.
That's it. And then I think we remember this when the TikTok I think it was a TikTok star, somebody like a big influencer person went to the White House for a day.
Yeah, and he
And-
was in Jen Psaki's office.
Yeah. And, of course, the old man Biden there. So, yeah, here we go. This is a school librarian. And these people just post their TikToks, and then Libs of TikTok, reposts them. And, generally speaking, it's like one of those
There's some commentary
liberal
to it, but-
liberal posts their L's, or AOC posts her
Right.
L's accounts.
Defiant L's.
Yeah, Defiant L's is a fantastic account. But the story being from the Washington Post. Oh, wait. There's the Washington Post story. Written by none other than our friend Taylor Lorenz over at the Washington Post, former New York Times tech writer.
Love that Joe Rogan is like, why? Why is Joe Rogan on the picture of this story?
Where's Joe Rogan on the picture? Oh, there he
Right
is.
there.
There's Joe
Like,
Rogan.
why is
Yep.
Joe Rogan involved in that at all?
I think that's
Because he's talked about Libs of TikTok.
Yeah, I think so.
Like
TikTok, yeah, and then Tucker, and then what's that guy's name?
that
Rivers?
guy's name is Jesse Waters.
Waters.
Okay, so check this. At Trenton's dad's funeral, I walked in. I was dressed up. I was in like a very nice purple shirt, and I had my tie on, and I had like a nice like a pea coat. I was dressed very nice, right? It's Archie's funeral. I wanted to dress as my best friend's dad. So I got there, and he was also in like a Christian biker club, and so there's some older guys that were in that club, and they were giving out this bracelet and some other stuff, like signing a hard hat and some stuff like that. So I stopped over there, and one of the guys, he said, "You look like Jesse Waters, man." I said, "What?" And he said, "You look a lot like Jesse Waters. See, you're tall like Jesse Waters. You look like Jesse Waters, man." And I didn't know who he was talking about at first.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. And then once I looked up his picture, I knew exactly who he was talking about, but I didn't know him by name. But so if you think about me with my hair done, like kind of like this, but a little bit shorter, and
You know what? Let's pull up some other Jesse Waters here real quick.
yeah. So it's not, I wasn't happy about it, but it's not a bad comparison. Like, it's not bad,
Yeah, no,
It's
you can't hate that. He's a handsome man.
If you were going to hire a Donovan Phillips impersonator, like, he would be a decent pick. you
Like,
know?
yeah, he would go good playing you on SNL.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
It's
that level.
It wasn't something I was happy to be compared to, but I understood what he was getting at.
Oh my God, I love
Yeah,
it. I
so
love it.
That's Jesse Waters apparently is my celebrity lookalike according to this old Christian biker. Yeah.
How old would you say? 60s, 70s?
Oh, he was probably in his late 60s. Yeah, he was up there for sure.
I would say, isn't it funny that when I say old, I start at 60s? I'm like 60s, 70s, 80s. Like, yeah, I think that seems
60s
right.
is like when you're in your 60s, you're definitely starting to get old.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
You can still hit the gym every day and be in super good shape. You're still starting to get old. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
You know? If you only if the average lifespan is only like 79, you're definitely starting to get old. You know?
That's
I think
a good
if
point.
you started at 50, I would be like, ooh, that's kind of fucked up. But I think 60 is reasonable.
Oh my gosh. All right, so let's go back to the original
Yeah. Taylor
post about
Lorenz.
this, right? This is what happens. Taylor Lorenz, who is just a clusterfuck of a human being, tech writer now for the
Right.
Washington Post.
You said she's been writing hit pieces for a
Long time,
right?
man. Yeah, you can actually just Google Taylor Lorenz New York Times articles,
Yeah.
and there's they have her whole archive there, and you can go back and you can read all of it, and the other times that she doxed
She
people.
said I used to watch them all the time when Bill O'Reilly was on
Yes,
TV.
that's right.
Water's World.
Water's World, bro.
That's what it's called. Water's
That's what
World.
it was.
He has his own, yeah.
But yeah, this is actually, and I sent this to you the other day, or last night, or this morning, or something like this. It was a sponsored post on my Twitter feed, and
that's
it's
why
the
you can
same
read it?
story that originated where Taylor Lorenz doxed
Right.
directly in this post Libs of TikTok. The account Libs of TikTok, the owner behind it.
And that's how this came about, right? Like I said, she's been writing hit pieces for a long time.
Yes.
And a few weeks ago, she was being interviewed by some news channel. I don't remember what it was, talking about online hate.
Yes.
And how aggressive it's been and how she's been targeted, and she starts crying. She's crying on national television.
dude.
She's very upset. Everyone has their own emotions. It is what it is. But,
Yep.
not 3 weeks later, she writes an article in which they actively dox the person because Libs of TikTok was anonymous prior to this.
That's how the world knew the account was. It's just an account named Libs of TikTok. There's
Yes.
no personally identifying information.
There has been some dispute that I think is spurred through misunderstanding that people are saying like, oh, they didn't even dox her. Like, okay.
Yes.
So let's start there,
'Kay.
right? That I believe they did dox her,
They did.
especially in the original article.
Yes.
Because in the original article, which you can still find in what is like archives, right? You
Archive.
can still find in the archive article her home address and where her business is, and her name is still in there, right? They removed apparently the links to her home address and her business address, but the name of the person who owns the Libs of TikTok account is still in the article.
Yes.
And-
And her business license, her real estate license, and her home address.
And Washington Post is trying to, not in the article that's available now, in the
No.
archive you can still get to her
We're
home
gonna
address
show
and
you
all that
how to
stuff,
do
right?
that.
But the Washington Post has since tried to lie about that and
Yes.
say they did not dox her and that Taylor Lorenz would never do that because she's a reputable journalist and we all trust her and she's always on the up and up and would never do anything like that, even though she did. And then Taylor
Yes.
Lorenz tried to go on what's his name, Brian Stelter's show and redefine doxing that she's like, well, it actually means releasing personal information with malicious intent. No, bitch, you put her personal information out there that wasn't out there before. You doxed her.
Yep.
I don't care how you want to define it to try and cover up for your own actions. You put her home fucking address on the internet.
Yep.
You doxed her. You absolutely did that. And with
Period.
malicious intent.
Yep.
So fuck you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so bad, man. And I'm just to you can do this on your own. You can confirm that this is true on your own.
We're not going to show you this woman's address
No.
because that would be fucked up.
But I'm going to show you if you just go to Google
Show you how to prove that the Washington Post is lying sacks of shit.
and you just look up Internet Archive, right? And then you just go to archive.org. And then you can go to the Washington Post story, the current one, and you copy that address. And I think I just switched it over to the other one. There we go. And then you just copy, paste, right into the thing, go. And there's all sorts of different options here, but oh, wait a minute. Search text contents. Oh my gosh, I haven't done this in a minute. It was so much easier a second ago. Here we go. Paste, go. Oh, come on, buddy. Oh, you gotta sign in. This is different. I haven't been here in a second.
Uh-oh.
Oh, son of a bee. Okay, we're gonna abort mission.
Uh-oh.
So,
Call and lie
anyways,
to you. It's not that easy.
man, it used to be. I've showed Internet Archive on the show before.
Yes, you have.
But yeah, it's as soon as you set it up, now you have to have a login, which I think kind of runs contrary to the mission of Internet Archive, by the way. But it'll go back and it'll show you the date of when that page was created, and then any changes to that page and what date that was on. And in the original posting, you scroll down into it, and there is a
hyperlinks.
link. It's a hyperlink to the owner of Libs of TikTok's realty website, where she has her full name, the personal address that's tied to her real estate license, because you can look at the real estate license and find out who it is. And it was 100% in the original article. That was taken down, and then they just come out and they fucking lied about it. They're still lying about it.
take the
It is
hyperlink
still a
out.
sponsor. Yeah, they took the hyperlink out, and it's still a sponsored article on Twitter.
As of this morning. You
As
sent
of
it
this
to me
morning.
Yeah.
Yes. And that,
While they actively deny the fact that they doxed her.
yeah. I can look it up. I just have to now create a
Just
fucking
have to
login,
sign in,
apparently.
for the Wayback Machine.
But anyways, it's a thing. Yeah, and it's really interesting to do on all sorts of different articles, just to, because, there's articles that you find that were written a year ago, and then you plug that URL into the Internet Archive and you go back to when it was first changed, and you'll see all the different changes that they've done to the article since when it was really published to the date, the current date.
Right.
It's very interesting. But due to this fact, the internet was very, very upset that Taylor Lorenz doxed, like, arguably one of the best, we'll say, conservative-friendly Twitter accounts.
Well, and it had a big influence on the parental rights bill,
Yes.
the big social influence on it, and a lot of other bills like that, showing videos of teachers talking about, how am I going to form close relationship with my students now, and exposing things that I think a lot of people didn't know were going on. If you don't have the time to scroll liberal TikTok all the time, then you wouldn't know about a lot of this stuff that's going on. I don't have time for that shit. I do this show, so everyone knows exactly how much information I have to provide, exactly how much time I spent doing it. I don't have time to scroll liberal TikTok, nor do I even have a TikTok to try and find out what they're talking about. I don't have the time,
It's not good.
But Libs of TikTok does.
Libs of TikTok does. And they do like she does like submissions. Like she asks people to submit things on
Right.
TikTok that they find, and then she approves them or not. And I'm just going to pull up. So this was the reaction to the Washington Post doxing Libs of TikTok. Together with the co-owner of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, Tim Pool and Jeremy Boring put in half 50-50 into a billboard in Times Square that reads, let's wait for it to reset. Timcast. So it says, "Hey, Washington Post, democracy dies in darkness. That's why we're shining a light on you." And then I believe it kind of glitches out for a second. "That's why we're shining a light on you. Taylor Lorenz doxed at Libs of TikTok." At Timcast.
At Timcast.
Yeah, nice little signature there on the end.
Yeah. Good.
But, it's good stuff, man. And then the internet really melted down. Taylor Lorenz took it as a personal attack and became
Good.
obviously very offended and very upset. And there was attacks waged against her family.
Yeah,
And
so how could you do
reportedly-
this to me? It's
do
violence.
this?
This is harassment.
Yes.
It's horrible.
And what do you think you just did to Libs of TikTok? And all we did was tell the world that you lied about what you did. Like we're not being malicious here. We're just trying to shine a light, because democracy dies in darkness, on the lies coming from Washington Post and you personally, Taylor Lorenz.
And
It's so disgusting.
And that's the difference between Elon Musk owning Twitter
Yes.
and Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post.
That's the difference.
That's the difference.
That is the difference. Hence why, benevolent dictator. He's not Jeff Bezos. He's something else. I'm willing to put some money on it.
No, that's horrific.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that if you gain, so there's something else we should talk about. If you gain too much influence, then you're now open to be doxxed, is disturbing to me, right? Because now there's all this question
That's
about,
not okay.
oh, well, technically she's a public figure, so her information should really kind of be out there, or it can't really be a doxing because she's a public figure. I mean, even Sauger's saying that on Breaking Points, and he's like, well, she's technically a public figure. I would say she's a public figure because of how vital she's been in the conservative political space. I don't care. She's purposefully keeping herself private.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean because her private account or her secret account or whatever you want to call it has enough influence that now we can provide her personal information. Are we allowed to know where your home address is because you host a YouTube show?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying to me? Is it's okay if someone wants to provide your home address to me for me to do whatever I want with it? Because I might be fucked up in the head. I might just want to come to your house and just stare at you while you sleep. That's okay if that happens, right? Because you're a public figure. That's crazy. That's backwards thinking.
Yes.
If you're standing on a street corner, you do not have a reasonable right to privacy, 100%, especially if you are a famous person. If you are standing in your home, you have a reasonable right to privacy, regardless of how famous you are.
Yeah.
Right? Certainly, if you're super famous, people are going to find out where you live. That information is going to be known. They're going to see you drive home and shit like that.
Buy your house in an LLC.
If you own a social media account that is very popular, that is not license for people to provide your personal information to the internet. That's horrific.
Yeah. And to think otherwise, I think it's just, I don't even want to know where that goes. But there is an argument to be made about, say, naming who it was. Like
could
putting
see
their
that.
actual name. Like that's not, to me, as far as like journalistic ethics goes, I don't think that really crosses the line.
It's not
you know?
doxing.
Yes.
It's not doxing.
A full doxing. I mean, doxing is when you like. Why is her home address relevant to this?
Right.
Why is her MLS license relevant to who she is as Libs of TikTok? It's not at all.
And
You're
you have
doing
to-
this because you want to, quote unquote, cancel them. You want to make sure everybody knows who this person is and that they get shut the fuck down because what they're doing is harmful to you and your worldview. But I can understand from a purely journalistic and, just kind of like truthful ethic. We got to know who people are and what they're doing, I guess. If you're a big public figure like that, I can understand your name alone. I can cross that threshold. But anything more than that, man, is just, it's a violation of your right to privacy.
And it seems to me that doxing, I don't know if this is the technical definition, but personally, it's like things you can't readily find on the internet. And that information, her business license stuff, you have to pay for. You have to pay to get that information. So that's not readily available. You have to pay for it. You have to get behind a paywall to get that information.
Well, and even if you don't have to technically pay for it, a
I
lot
just-
of public
Timcast,
information.
That's what they were saying
Yes.
on
'Cause,
the
yeah, you
cast castles. They had to
Yeah.
pay to get that information.
A public records request, essentially,
Yes.
probably.
Yeah.
And that's, it's like you're not necessarily paying to find out who someone is.
Even
you're
then-
you're just paying to get access to public records for
administrative fees.
Yeah, because if the state licenses individuals to be able to sell houses, they have records of who those people are.
Even then.
Yeah. And that's still, you're crossing like a moral line there that I'm like, just because it is public information doesn't mean you blast those things, man. That just seems like it just adds to the argument that what you're doing is malicious.
Yeah.
It's not good, man. So I'm glad to see Taylor Lorenz getting a few comeuppance. I know Tucker Carlson has been vocal about her in the past, and he is vocal about her once again.
Roaster.
Roast her, bro, because honestly, she deserves to be roasted, man. If you're somebody that is willing to expose somebody's home address and their business license, go fuck yourself,
you're
man.
a piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit. So I'm glad to see it, for one, and I don't think it's going to stop her though. I don't think.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah,
She
she's just
feels
getting more and more
vindicated
followers.
Because, now Timcast has targeted her.
Yeah.
So she has to continue to do what she's doing because she's fighting against the forces of evil, of Timcast.
Yeah.
So, because Timcast is just horrible. It's horrific
So bad.
what they're doing.
yeah.
Tim Pool is an evil son of a bitch. One to make a piece of land called Freedomistan. He's a horrible piece of shit, Timcast.
Yeah. Creator of the YouTube sensation Chicken City.
It's ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous, and yet
Tim Pool's targeting
so
me.
awesome.
It's ridiculous. I can't. Tim Pool and Jeremy Boring, who's so Jewish, he wears a fucking key around his neck all of the time.
he's a Christian.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
What's the fucking key about then? I thought the key was a Jewish thing.
No, it's like a Christian thing. I had to Google it once upon a time, and it's like some
Word.
kind of
All right.
Christian deal, but.
Correct me. So religious, he wears a key around his neck.
There
I thought
you
it
go,
was a
there
Jewish
you
thing, but I'm here for it because I remember there is a sect of Judaism, whether it be Hasidic or what do they call that?
There's a bunch of sects, man. I don't know,
Yeah,
but they
yeah,
get
yeah.
deep. The Orthodox, the
That's what-
Hasidics,
Orthodox.
and, yeah.
So that, like, they wear a key. They can't do work, on Saturdays, right? And so one of the things is like you can't carry things like a burden, and so they don't have keys in their pockets. They'll wear it on a string, like on their pants or around their neck. And so that's what I assumed that it was that he was like, I'm mad Jewy, so I wear this key around my neck.
The immortal key. Yeah, see, I don't have time to get into that.
No.
You got to do some digging, but
Either
it's-
way,
yeah,
he's
either way.
mad religious, and he wears a
Hardcore.
key around his neck relating to the religion. We're
Yes.
still split at Soda Streets whether or not it's a Jew thing or a Christian thing, but we'll find out and we'll get back to you on it. But
Because I feel like
I'm sure you're right. I
they've
don't-
joked about it a few times on backstage, like. They've got a Jewish guy, they've got a Christian guy, they've got a Catholic guy,
Okay.
and they have a reformed Jewish guy, and that's in Andrew Clavin. He used to be Jewish, and now he's like Christian or whatever. Michael Knows is like the Catholic guy, and it's a whole deal.
He's religious as fuck. It's really what the point is.
Yes.
So I don't think that they're targeting Taylor Lorenz to try and get her family hurt. It's
No, man.
really what I'm getting at, regardless of what the religion
This is 100% about journalistic ethics.
Yeah.
And the holding of an institution accountable for the damage that they do, because the institutions generally are protected because of their size, and so you get individuals in there that write hit pieces, that do, terrible smear pieces and stories and they just spread blatant falsehoods and stuff like this. But they're protected by the institutional power of the institution that they work for, and this is the first time in a while that an institution is incapable of defending itself or its employee as some form of institutional power has decided to band together and fight back. And they don't like that. It's the first time they've had their shit kicked in a very long time. And even though it's just a stupid little billboard in Times Square, and I'm kind of questionable about where it is in Times Square, just looking, because I've been in Times Square so many times, I'm like, well, where exactly is it? It's not like one of the big main ones. They got this thing on the cheap, I think, comparatively, but it's there. And it's there. That is an institutional attack against another institution, and I'm here for it, man. I am here for it because journalism has been so bad over the last decade, essentially. People can argue it goes back forever, and who knows, but it is objectively worse today than it has ever been in history, and at least in America. And to see somebody finally fight back against an institution that claims to be, the protector of democracy and truth.
Democracy dies in darkness.
It's finally about time that somebody is able to fight back. And I'm a huge fucking fan of it. I love it. Taylor Lorenz, man. Go back, read some of those articles if you have a VPN, so you don't have to pay for the subscriptions. But, if you have to pay for a VPN to do that, they're not worth reading. But they are just terrible. I think I told you last night too. The commentary boys have talked about him a few times, back in the Saurabh Mamari days, back when he was on there. There's been a few times that her name has come up for hit pieces that she's written. But fuck her. That's where I'm at. I'm not into it. Screw her.
So the last topic that we have here in the grab bag is one that I found late. Right, it is this Missouri. They're calling it a gender-affirming care ban for adults.
Missouri lawmakers consider extending proposed ban on. So they're considering extending proposed ban.
So we'll read part of this article here. This is from The Hill. The Hill's pretty good. Missouri lawmakers this week, while debating a bill seeking to restrict access to gender-affirming care for minors, suggested access to medical interventions like hormones be withheld from transgender and non-binary individuals until at least their 25th birthday. During a public hearing Thursday for Missouri's House Bill 2649, Lori Haynes, a psychologist, testified that she believes young adults under the age of 25 are unable to fully comprehend the dramatic and drastic and irreparable changes their bodies will undergo if they receive gender-affirming medical treatments like puberty blockers or hormone therapies. Haynes on Thursday also said she supported conversion therapy. I will obviously look more into this as the grab bag topic. It's something that came up very, very late. So this is this. Medical research has suggested that the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible, I say that on a pause for a second. I say that about the conversion therapy because people also tie Tulsi Gabbard to conversion therapy because her dad did that or whatever, and stuff like that. So just so I don't know that that's true about this woman, and I have not read her comments, nor have I read this bill. But this is an article that I saw someone that I follow on Instagram that I went to school with, who identifies as non-binary or some such shit, shared this, and it had obviously been adjusted because it said the wrong state in the article, that it said that it was Arkansas originally, and I tried to look that up, and that's not a thing. This is happening in Missouri, not Arkansas. So the image had obviously been adjusted, which seems very weird because this is happening in one state, but not the one they talked about. So
that's such a weird thing to get wrong.
Very weird. Yeah. Medical research has suggested that the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for executive function like decision making, is not fully developed until roughly the age of 25. Currently, the bill, which is officially titled the Save Adolescents from Experimentation Act, or the SAFE Act, only applies...
Acronyms.
They're good, man. They're good. Only applies to individuals younger than 18 years old. Missouri physicians and healthcare providers under the bill would be prevented from providing or recommending gender-affirming care to patients who are minors. On Thursday, Representative Nick Schroer argued that the legislature had previously invoked brain maturity in deciding whether the state should raise the age for being charged as an adult in criminal cases from 17 to 18. Excuse me. The brains of especially males are still developing into their 20s, and I don't understand why that's not part of the discussion here. It's an argument made by lawmakers and officials in other conservative states, and Florida's health department this week said gender-affirming care in any form, including social transition, should not be made available to children younger than 18 years old, citing brain maturity. Other research has found gender-affirming interventions can improve the mental health and well-being of transgender and non-binary people into adulthood. No shit, we talked about that a few weeks ago.
Yep.
A recent study published in the Journey of American Medicine. So that's fine. There's another article that I have here that I can send to you if you want, that has an interview with a person named Lorenz, who served in the military and now lives in Missouri and is 23 and will be unable to transition under this law. So that's the reason that I wanted to bring it up, because we've talked about this before. I think we've both agreed that under 18 is not a good idea as far as medical transition goes. I don't think it's up to the parents whether or not you want to socially transition your child. I obviously believe that parents should be deeply involved in all of this. But let's see, this is from the person named Lorenz. At 23 years old, Lorenz is a veteran sergeant of the U.S. military and holds a bachelor's degree in English language and literature from Webster University in Missouri, for which he was permitted as a teenager to borrow thousands of dollars from the government. But I'm still not developed enough to decide what name and pronouns I want to use. It just doesn't add up. In an interview, Lawrence said he feels as though his journey differs from the typical transgender narrative, and growing up he didn't mind wearing dresses and had similar interests to those of his sisters, but something always felt off. So anyway, he enlisted when he was 17, and he found or realized at 19 that he was transgender and identifies as such, right? So he's been in the military. He's served in the military. He's a veteran. He's a sergeant, and he's an adult, and he could potentially not be allowed to do what he wants with his own body. So that's why I wanted to bring this up with you, because this to me crosses a line. If you're old enough not only to serve in the military, but to buy cigarettes, to buy alcohol, to buy a gun, to do all the things except transition to a different gender. Why is this the line that we're setting? If they're not able to make executive decisions until they're 25, then why are they allowed to drink, smoke, or join the military before that?
Yeah.
So I struggle to understand the justification for this if we're allowing all of these other things except for this. This strikes me as an obviously partisan thing to be going after. So I wanted to get your take on it, obviously.
Yeah, my take is essentially this. Not into it. Like, I understand people's concern, because I do understand that, like, the brain the brain's adult age is not 18 like ours is. Like our legislative adult age is 18. Like, that's not, biology's going to do what biology's going to do. If it takes that long, it takes that long to have a fully formed prefrontal cortex. That's how long it takes, man. Like, I don't understand what we're talking about here. That's just what it is. If the law is at 18, you are an adult. You are responsible as an adult. Therefore, legally, you just get to do whatever it is that is legal in the United States at that point. Like, whatever you can do as an adult, you can do. And by denying somebody gender affirming care until 25, it's kind of, it's definitely not as arbitrary as this, but, like, you can't rent a car until you're 25. Like, why is that the case?
Right.
Is there studies backing that? I'd be interested to know why they picked 25. Maybe it's just statistics, and you know how fucking driving insurance and stuff works. But if maybe that's just a total coincidence that 25 lines up there. But I don't know what we're talking about. You're an adult, man. You are a full-grown adult that can go to jail for the rest of your life for fucking up bad enough. Why can you not have gender-affirming surgery if that's what you want to do and you have the ability to do it? Then this crosses the line to me. This is not, I might have my own personal beliefs in whether or not it's a good or bad idea,
Right.
but I don't, you do you, man.
And I'm
gal.
stuck on I'm stuck on the military aspect, right? That at 18 you can enlist and we can ask you to discern whether or not you should kill or not kill a civilian
Yeah.
or a combatant from 100, 200, 300 yards away. But we're not going to let you decide what you want to do with your own genitals.
Yeah.
That seems ridiculous to me. It's already ridiculous enough, the drinking thing, that you can,
Yes.
the same thing that you can decide whether or not you should kill or not kill another human being at 18 years old.
Yep.
And we're totally fine with that. But you should not buy a 6-pack of beer when you come home.
Yeah,
That is
you can't
fucked up
do
and wrong.
that.
It's
You're a bad
morally
person.
wrong. That's very weird to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have big issue with this, and I think this is a good, especially for liberty-minded people. This is a good crossing point to in general discussion to display people. I'm not on board with this. I'm not anti-trans. I'm not on board with this. I'm not on board with taking people's rights away.
Yeah.
But I want children to be protected because they don't have the ability to comprehend and consent.
Yeah.
Right. But like you said, if we've decided that at 18 you have the ability to comprehend and consent, then that should be the baseline for all of this stuff. We shouldn't wait 3 more years. I don't know how much more mature I was when I was 21 before I was 18.
Yeah.
I don't think there was that big of a difference.
I don't know if I was, I might have been less mature at 21.
There's a good,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's good potential for that. So yeah, I'm very bothered by this.
Well, let me ask you a question then, because essentially we're talking about an argument about your prefrontal cortex being like a line of some kind.
Right.
Like, what are your thoughts on, why is the arbitrary date of being 18 a legal adult? Maybe it should be 25.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I don't know. I don't know when 18 was decided. I don't know enough about the legal history of that to know when the age of 18 was decided to be legit. Because it seems odd. It seemed maybe just because that's when you graduate high school. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure that had something to do with it.
It probably did. Yeah.
Suppose.
I mean, it's a corollary that one could make.
So
It's coincidence.
So I don't know, but yeah, I'm disturbed by it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This to me crosses a line into a grown adult's individual liberties to, like I said, control and autonomy over their own body. That's not.
I mean, if we're gonna do you go to jail forever at 18, then you could do whatever you want at 18, man.
I'd be curious if you could get an abortion at 18 years old in Missouri. You know what I'm saying? If you
Yeah.
can get an abortion, you're gonna tell me you can't decide what you want to do with your own body? That seems weird to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not into it, man. I don't quite. And I don't like it when people make these convoluted arguments when they're talking about, what essentially is a transgender affirming surgery. It's already tied to, people under 18. Why is it now all of a sudden you're going to try to tie it to another age? That really, it's kind of like your bias is showing, dude. I mean, you're talking about legal adults here, and you're saying, actually, well, at that case, you're making an argument that the age of adulthood shouldn't be till 25, because if you can't consent to gender affirming surgery after a legal adult, what are you actually talking about? You're just saying that you can't do that until I'm, a biological adult. That's the argument you're making. Is you're
Right.
At 25, you're an adult because your prefrontal cortex is fully formed. Well, if that's then what else are we not doing until we're 25? That's what you need to talk about, is when you're a legal adult. Because right now you're telling a certain sect of people that are legal adults that they cannot. How would I tie that to that? They can't perform something that is within their complete, constitutional right to do.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Your bias is showing, and it makes me not trust your argument anymore.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, because there's an argument to be had about the entire issue. We'll just say it doesn't matter how old you are, but it's a shame.
So that is all I have as far as the grab bag goes. I have a little bit of sports that we can hit, and then we can go. So if you're ready, then we can.
I'm ready for.
Sports.
I just tried to make my
so
4
sorry.
in there.
I'm so sorry.
It works.
We can do it again.
It's okay. I'm over it, to be honest.
No, so just some quick hits on sports. The draft is going on right now, the NFL draft, obviously. And so there was 2 kind of big trades that happened in the first round. A.J. Brown from the Tennessee Titans got traded to the Eagles. And Hollywood Brown from the Baltimore Ravens got traded to Arizona. So Arizona's wide receiver core is absolutely insane now. They have A.J. Green, they have DeAndre Hopkins, they have Hollywood Brown, they have Rondale Moore. It is absolutely insane.
It's a powerhouse. They're building something.
Yes, that's Arizona wants a ring right now. And
Yeah.
if you think about who is left in that division, right? The Seahawks are an absolute wash, so that's done for. We have San Francisco, who looks like they're trying to do something or they're trying to rebuild. They're not sure yet. And then LA. LA just won the Super Bowl. They're an absolute fucking powerhouse.
Yeah.
So if Arizona wants to win, they have to win right now. They've got to take the ring right now and build a better squad than LA and go for it. So I think that's what they're going for. So I'm interested to see what Arizona does this year. They're going to absolutely fucking mollywop the Seahawks. It's going to be disgusting
Mollywop.
to watch. Yes.
It's a
So
mollywop.
mollywop is a dick slap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
That's
intense.
like a throwback term. Jordan's going to hear that and she's going to say, "Oh, that's hilarious." Yeah, mollywop. So
Must be a Bremerton thing. I don't know.
it's got to be. Yeah, no, I'm sure. And then we can go over the Seahawks draft picks really quick because they actually made some draft picks this year. In round 1, they actually picked in the first round and they picked an offensive tackle.
Whoa.
I know. It's like they're actually trying to improve
That seems
the team.
like a good investment.
It's like they're actually trying to improve the team. So they picked an offensive tackle from Mississippi State, Charles Cross, who actually looks like he's going to be very good. First round, obviously, number 9 overall. Round 2, they picked Boye Mafe, a linebacker from Minnesota. 7 sacks in 2021. He looks good. And then the second pick in round 2, Kenneth Walker III. He's a running back from Michigan State. We're trying to obviously get some shit going. So let's see, round 3, Abraham Lucas, an offensive tackle from Washington State. I like that. Round 4, Kobe Bryant, a cornerback from Cincinnati. Round 5, Tariq Woolen, a corner from Texas San Antonio. Round 5, Tyreek Smith, a DN from Ohio State. Round 7, Bo Melton, a wide receiver from Rutgers. Another round 7, Derek Young, a wide receiver from Lenore Rhine. I've never even heard of
Lenore Ryan.
Yeah. So there you go. 2022 is shaping up nicely. We will see how it goes.
I always do like those, like the draft picks that come from schools that you're like, wait, what is that?
Yeah.
Because that means they probably don't have like an epic football program going on there, but obviously he caught the eye of somebody, so he might be somebody to watch.
And that's where we shine the most.
Yeah.
Is between like rounds 3 and 5. We get real talent. John Schneider and Pete Carroll traditionally have been very good at finding talent in later rounds. So we got most of the Legion of Boom, is in the late rounds.
Yeah.
So
I am curious about how that offensive tackle is going to work.
yeah.
God, if there's one thing the Seahawks have always needed is a strong O-line.
And we got 2 tackles. So I'm very interested to see how that works out. So
How often do people pick up like an offensive tackle for their first round draft pick?
It's pretty common, but there's only like a couple usually. There's not a ton of them that are out there. There's a few that are very good, usually coming from SEC schools. So him coming from
SEC is a college division.
Southeastern Conference, yeah.
Okay.
So him coming from Mississippi State, that's good. That's a good thing.
Exciting.
Yeah.
We need a good year, man.
Yes. Do you have anything else that you want to throw into this?
No?
Cool. I'm
No,
not
I
trying to
think
rush.
we're
I
good.
have to pee so bad. That is
We'll
what
hit
I
it. We'll quit it, baby.
So the closing line that I have this week is actually from Ronald Reagan's remarks on the East-West relations at the Brandenburg Gate in West Berlin.
Interesting.
Yes, this is from 1987.
Huh.
So-
That's the year I was born.
Well, there you go. Happy birthday, Colin. And yesterday was Trenton's birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy
Trenton.
birthday, Trenton.
Yes. So let's see here. In West Germany and here in Berlin, there took place an economic miracle. The Worcester Schaffwunder. Adenauer, Erhard, and Reuter and other leaders understood the practical importance of liberty. That just as truth can flourish only when the journalist is given freedom of speech, so prosperity can come about only when the farmer and businessman enjoy economic freedom.
Amen to that. That's good. The farmer and the businessman.
Exactly.
I'm into it.
So with that, I want to thank everyone. You guys have a fantastic weekend.
Yes.
We will see you
Please
later.
do.
Bye, everyone.